Well, folks, I can already tell this is going to be a fun one. Final post game of the college football season, of the Iowa season. And I still don't know where he was throwing the ball. Somebody explain it to me. I want somebody to explain where Spencer Petras was throwing the ball. I'm not trying to rip the kid. Someone just tell me where he was throwing the ball. I just want an explanation. I want to be able to sleep tonight knowing where Spencer Petras was throwing the ball. Somebody tell me. 515-758-7773. That's our number. 515-758-7773. All right. I want to know where Spencer Petras is throwing the ball. Iowa defeated in the Citrus Bowl. Final score 20-17. My prediction heading into this game was Iowa 24-20. So I was not far off. Had Iowa went down and scored a touchdown on that 2-minute drive, I would have been right on. But fact of the matter is, if you had told me, or if you had asked me, will Iowa be able to make it 24-20 on a 2-minute drive, I would have said, nope, never, not a chance. And I hate to say that as an Iowa fan, but the 2-minute offense is completely non-existent. Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame with the voice of college football. Who's on the line?
Hey, Corey, it's Alan. I watched this game here from my home in Charlotte. This is on two people. This is on the coach, and this is on the quarterback. First of all, 4th and 1, they're running down Kentucky's throat the whole game. You have to coach to win the game. You can't coach scared. 4th and 1 in midfield, you got to go for it.
Can I share with you before?
They have no time.
I'll let you have a moment, but let me just share my take, because I agree with you. Let me just share my take on that, and then I'll let you go here. When it was 4th and 1, I turned to a friend I was watching the game with, and I said, I think you punt here because you rely on your defense. And then I stopped and I thought, wait a minute. I've been preaching for the last month about how we need a change in philosophy, a change in mindset on offense. And I said, no. Win the game. Go win the game right here on 4th and 1. And Iowa comes out. And I'm thinking they're going to win the game with the play, and of course they just fake the drive, fake the snap, basically trying to draw them off sides, and of course they had to burn a timeout there, which came back to bite them. But you're absolutely right. I agree with you. They should have went for it. Hindsight's 20/20.
It makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense, and a reason why we get so frustrated with this coach. I mean, he coaches to lose games. He coaches so conservatively. Maybe it's time. I mean, I love the coach, but you can't coach scared, and he coached scared there. And utilizing that timeout was just absolutely awful. At least if you're going to punt, take the 5 yards. Why waste the timeout?
Yeah,
and
I agree with you on that.
And secondly, this quarterback is just absolutely garbage. I mean, he missed guys wide open. He missed Regini by 10 yards twice today. If I was them, I mean, you mentioned it during a couple of weeks. I've been listening to you. I love your show.
Appreciate it.
If I was them, I would call Calzada tonight. I mean,
I would have called Calzada 3 weeks ago, caller. With all due respect, I would have been calling Calzada 3 weeks ago. I didn't need this performance to tell me that Iowa has problems at quarterback. And I'm not. I've defended Spencer in the past. You probably know that if you've listened to my stuff. I've defended him in the past.
Yes.
I'm not putting this entire game on him because it's not all on him. But I would have called Zach Calzada, Keaton Slovis, all those kids a month ago.
And thirdly, before I go, if I'm Laporta, and I love the kid, and he's going to be a really good player on the next level.
Yeah.
I know he's going to come back. I know he said he was going to come back. Why come back and play with this garbage quarterback? I mean, go and play with a real quarterback. Be drafted in the top 40 next year. I mean, he played so well today. He was phenomenal. I had friends who are not even Iowa fans, and they had asked me about this kid. And I'm like, this kid is going to be a special player on the next level. But then you watch the quarterback play. with this top 20 program. And you wonder, and you look at guys like Kittle. I mean, Kittle was a 3rd or 4th round pick. If he had a real quarterback, he'd be a top 40 kid when he came out of college. This Laporta is going to be so good on the next level. He's a complete tight end.
Well,
and playing with this quarterback is just, it's hampering him. He cannot get to that next level. He cannot get that recognition playing with this crappy quarterback.
Well, here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll disagree with you slightly. I do think he'll be drafted high regardless of who's at quarterback because he's an Iowa tight end, and Iowa has the tight end pedigree. And let's be honest, he's getting more volume here because Spencer repeatedly locks in on him and throws his way. So, if he was not the primary target, I might agree with you, but he is I shouldn't say the only target. He's the primary target of Spencer Petras because usually it's one read, he locks onto Sam, and Sam had a great game. I agree with you, but I think he'll be drafted high regardless. I could see why he may leave early. From everything I've heard, I know Tom Kakert said on our show that he's coming back, so I expect him to be back. But I think it's fortunate for Iowa that Spencer's only real guy he's comfortable with is Sam because he may leave early.
And one final comment: Riley Moss was exposed today. Riley Moss got beat all game long. Riley Moss. I know he's thinking about leaving. I would come back. I mean, he needs to fine-tune his skills. Wan'Dale Robinson absolutely abused him today. And he's to me, he's a 5th or 6th cornerback on the next level. He needs to come back and maybe work on his skills a little even more, help him. But if I was him, I would utilize that extra year and come back.
I agree with that completely.
Thank you so much.
All right, sir. Have a great day. All right, our line is open, an open spot now as we head to our next caller. And by the way, we will be joined momentarily. And right now we're actually awaiting Don Patterson. He's en route back to a place where he can jump on with us. So we'll be patient for Coach P. And we, of course, appreciate the effort he makes to be here live with us. Let's get to our next caller. Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame with the voice of college football. Who's on the line?
This is Alex from snowy Cedar Rapids.
Well, so I saw somebody tweet earlier today, and I don't know who the Twitter account was, but they asked how many points will Iowa score? Will it be more than the inches of snow in Iowa City? And I think they met that mark with 17. How many inches of snow you got in CR?
I don't know. I think it's up to 3 now, but it's still snowing. So I think probably after I get off this phone call, I'll listen to the show, but I have to probably get out and at least shovel a little bit.
Absolutely, yeah. What'd you think of the game?
Full disclosure, me and the fiance had a little bit of a we celebrated New Year's last night. I woke up with not feeling the greatest.
Okay.
You can take a guess of why. I kind of wish I would have not watched the game for at least the last half, but the second half, Iowa came out and they looked to be just totally in control of that game, except for the last 5 minutes of the fourth quarter. And before I called into the show, you had asked who's Spencer Petras throwing to, and I watched the play a couple times. It looks like he was trying to hit Ivory Kelly Martin, but he just overthrew him. I don't know if the pressure had anything to do with it, but the previous caller said that he was just awful today. He had underthrown and overthrown a lot of his receivers. I don't think any of the receivers dropped any passes as far as I can remember. So I don't think that's, and I don't think the entire game's on Spencer. And, trying to be silver lining about this, I think Brian Ferentz called it a pretty decent game. Obviously we didn't win, but I think he called a decent game, at least in the second half. First half I didn't care for. And the one thing I think I would honestly disagree with, I think you had said this, was that 4th down call where they try to draw him off sides. I'm okay with them punting it, but I think they should have taken the penalty in the 5 yards to give him
You're right.
Taylor a little bit more room.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. I have no problem drawing a team off sides. That's a smart play. I would have rather they gone for it, but you're going to draw them off sides. Understand that with just under 4 minutes to go, Kentucky's got plenty of time to get down the field and score. You need to at least have another timeout in your back pocket in case you need to go down the field. And Iowa does this thing too often. I think of the 2015 Big Ten championship game against Michigan State, where you put all your chips on your defense. And as great as the Iowa defenses are year after year after year, eventually they're going to get worn down and they're going to break. And it happens at times.
Yeah.
And so you need to have that timeout. And, I don't think in the long run we saw it really. I mean, the interception happened. They had time left. It's not like the timeout caused anything directly. But, yeah, I'm okay with drawing them off sides, but take the penalty.
Yeah, and then, but the other fourth down, the last one they had where Tyler Linderbaum got hurt, they went to the hurry up. I'm like, oh yeah, quarterback sneak, get the first down and everything. They handed off. I mean, when was the last time we saw that? What game was that? Was that Minnesota where, they do 2 QB sneaks and they try like a toss or a sweep play to Tyler Goodson to get stopped in the backfield? The same thing happened there. And I'm just like,
yeah,
it's one of those things, like, if you make a mistake, fine, learn from it. It's like, okay, did we not learn from that Minnesota game?
And here's the deal. Here's the deal. I think it comes down to, and I know maybe I'm oversimplifying this, but it is possible to have an offensive coaching staff that doesn't really have they don't really have offensive minds. And I hate to say that, but it's clear that we don't really have a whole lot of creativity. We don't have, I know Coach Patterson has talked about this. It is a little odd to see Brian, and he always says everything that he says with respect, but it is odd to see Brian with that little tiny sheet of paper with his little play sheet, I guess, and it's just tiny. I just don't think we have a lot of plays. I think on 3rd and 1, we've got maybe 1, 2, maybe 3 options, and we just don't really know how to think outside the box. And that's why we do need, in my opinion, we need to bring someone into the mix. If we can't be innovative, if we can't be creative, we've got to recognize that, be humble enough to say we're just not skilled enough offensively as far as creativity and play calling and ingenuity. But I don't think that'll happen. That's just how I feel. In order to be able to build something different from a creative standpoint, I think you need to probably get someone in there who's creative.
Yeah, and I don't know if you listen to other Hawkeye podcasts. The one I stopped listening to because I'll be honest, I got tired of the washed up walk-ons because they were defending Brian. It's like, if it's 1 year, okay, his first year or second year, I get it. You give him a little bit of slack trying to build up his offense. This is year 5. It's not working. Nothing's happening. You need to do something different. And I think obviously he's going to be coming back next year unless something drastic happens. I know there's the Akram Wadley situation that hasn't been 100% resolved yet, and we'll have to see what happens because he was one of the names I think that was brought up along with Chris Doyle. But and I don't know about, Kurt Ferentz is very much like Dabo Swinney. Like Dabo Swinney is very opposed to going to the transfer portal. I think he has kind of changed that. Dabo Swinney has, where he's kind of looked at the transfer portal, bringing some guys that can not necessarily build a team off of like Michigan State has, but at least, help fill some gaps where they're a little deficient at. And I think Kurt Ferentz needs to do the same thing. Now, I don't know if there's a quarterback out there that wants to come to Iowa. I think that's the other problem. People say, well, go to the transfer portal. I'm like, that's great, but find a quarterback that's in the transfer portal that looks at Iowa's program and go, yeah, I'm going to play there.
But hold on a second. Mark Rogers has made an excellent point on this. I understand where you're coming from, but at the same time, Iowa just won the West. Why wouldn't you want to go to Iowa? You see, that's the biggest need on the field is quarterback. If you're a quarterback who believes in yourself and you have an Iowa coming after you, which proves they believe in you, why wouldn't you want to come to Iowa? It's already got a defense and special teams ready for championship level football. So I see it both ways. And again, how do we know that nobody wants to come here if we don't even contact anybody?
That's true. But it's just our style of play. We're a run first team, and sometimes that's a real, like, quarterbacks want to be the star, want to throw 300 yards, 5 touchdowns in a game. That's just not Iowa, and that's where it comes to what you have stated before in the past. What I think everyone has said is that we need a change in philosophy, or a change in some sort of dynamic on the offense, because right now you see all these teams that are changing some of their offensive schemes and are having some success, and it's like Iowa's still essentially stuck in the Stone Age of offense. And I think that they need to get out of that if they're wanting to, can stay at the level that they want to stay at.
Yeah, I agree with you. I question whether Iowa, with this staff, is willing to make these deep-seated philosophical changes or, like I said, creative changes. So, I'm torn because I don't want to sit here just lobbying for a different coaching staff because, again, I don't know. It's hard for me to put a pin on, is it mostly Brian? Is it mostly Kirk? I know the argument, both sides of the argument, because the offense has really never been good under Kirk, with the exception being a couple years where it was good, not great, but it was good. But at the same time, it's actually went backwards under Brian. So I see both sides of it. It's just like I said, I've said this many times before, multiple problems involve multiple solutions. And that's why I was an advocate for going for it on 4th and 1. I didn't want a fullback dive. I didn't want to run with Gavin. I wanted a fake rollout and something that is going to catch Kentucky off guard. And continuously, I don't think we have the guts, unfortunately, offensively, to do something that we're not comfortable with. We won't come out of our comfort zone to win a game, and that's frustrating.
No, and when we got the lead, what it was 17-3, I was really hopeful at watching that game, and then when Iowa got up 17-13, I kind of got really nervous, because I was like, oh, is Iowa going to go, shell offense and preventative, play to not lose, and that's how it happened. And I guess, obviously we see the results, playing not to lose. But the last thing I'll say before I get off and having to deal with the snow is that, as much as I think a lot of people criticize Iowa, myself included, doesn't mean, and I've had some arguments with people that, because I criticize, people criticize the offensive play calling and, things like that, doesn't mean we're not true fans. We care about this team. We love this team. I am the same way. I absolutely love this team. I want to see them succeed, but it's one of those where it's, we have expectations for this team, and we want this team to succeed. We don't want to see this team fail and, lose the way they do. We want to see them win, and that doesn't make us any less fans. So anyone who thinks
Absolutely.
that because we're complaining about offense or anything like that, play calling, doesn't mean that we don't absolutely care and love this team. It just means we want to see this team be better, because we know this team can be better. We want to see some changes, and there's nothing wrong with that. But anyways, thanks for my call.
All right, sir. Have a great night. And he's absolutely right. Anybody that wants to say that you can't criticize Iowa, you can't complain about because they won 10 games. Football is not basketball. Football is not tennis. All right. We're talking about 3 teams in one. All right. And if one third of the unit, in other words, the offense, the defense, the special teams, if one of those units is bad, I don't care what the record is. Like, there needs to be changes. You can't just go back and say, well, the team won 10 games. That's not how that works. Okay. So anybody who wants to criticize somebody for being critical needs to check themselves, because that, again, you have a right. These guys are we've talked about it. We've got a head coach who, right. I mean, this is the day and age we live in. Going to be making millions of dollars a year. You've got Brian Ferentz, who's nearly making $1 million a year. You've got a quarterbacks coach and Ken O'Keefe, who's making over $600,000 a year. They can take some criticism. I think you have to be respectful. I think you have to be fair, but there's no reason that they can't take fair, constructive criticism, especially when the offense is as bad as it is. Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame with the voice of college football. Who's on the line?
Yeah, this is Pat in Minnesota.
Hi, Pat. How are you this evening?
Just fine. I very frustrated, as everybody is, obviously. I watch a lot of bowl games, college bowl games, and there's only one team I thought that looked as bad as Iowa on offense, and that was Rutgers in their game. And so anyway, and I'm so frustrated with the calling at the end of the game. And I think you mentioned this, Corey, earlier. I was hoping, I kept saying roll out, instead of the play right before they punted.
Yeah.
Because everybody's the line, obviously the run is coming from Iowa. Everybody expects that. And the only thing the Peters can do is a rollout pass. And if nobody's there, maybe he'd run for 2 yards or so. But to run it into the line again, I know the positive thing about the game was the running game really looked good the second half. And I was really pleased with the way everybody was blocking, the offense was moving. But I also was frustrated because I wanted to see Alex start the second half, because Peters did nothing the first half. And again, anything downfield, good luck completing a pass. That's been mentioned a couple times already on the conversation. But, I mean, he's just horrible downfield. And obviously he goes to Laporte a lot. Laporte is terrific. But, I mean, there's other guys that are open sometimes, and he'll try to force it in there. Yeah. But he was hit when he threw that interception. Now, I don't know. I have to believe that he was hit, and that's what caused that bad pass at the end that was intercepted.
Yeah,
but
you're right. But I'm just trying to figure out.
So
I'm just trying to figure out who he was targeting. Like, it's one thing to take a sack. You have a timeout there. You got over a minute to go. I'm just trying to figure out where. Maybe he was trying to go. I'm sure he probably was going to Ivory Kelly Martin. But usually if you're hit, the ball is not going to be overthrown, and he overthrew it despite the hit.
Well,
so
true.
That was what was confusing to me. But
that's true. You might have a good point there because he had the guy. He was right open, right in the middle, about 7-8 yards downfield. And so you're right. Maybe he was trying to go play. And that's not unusual for Petrus to do that, to throw it to somebody else that's covered, when we have somebody else that's open. But I thought it was a horrible decision on the coaching staff to call up something other than, to have another play going into the line on our last play on offense there. And I just thought that was horrible because we had a running play right before that. We had 2 running plays, right? 3 running plays in a row, right? But
of course.
We had 3 running plays in a row.
Yeah.
The last time we had the ball.
Yeah. Well, they're trying to run the clock out. That's all that we we're what's ironic about this. What's ironic about Iowa's offense, Pat, and Iowa's coaching staff, and this is a fair criticism as well, is as concerned as Iowa is with running out the clock, and they're concerned with the clock at the end of games. They hope it falls in their favor. Yet we have no clue what we're doing at the end of a half as far as clock management. You notice that? We have no clue when to call timeouts. We've got no clue when to get. Our players are pretty smart getting out of bounds when they need to. We saw that in that 2-minute drive. But like at the end of the first half, there's a minute 40 to go. And clearly it's a perfect time to call timeout because Kentucky's inside the 15. They're actually at the 11-yard line. So there's no benefit for letting the clock run out. Kentucky has the whole playbook open regardless of what they call. There's no reason not to call a timeout. What they do, they let the clock run down all the way to 40 seconds, and we ended up having to go through a Hail Mary at the end of the first half. So clock management is so bad, and yet you're right. We try to back our way into wins by means of the clock. I just find it ironic.
And as far as, I don't know, is there any reason why Alex didn't get any playing time in the second half? Do we know anything about that?
Well,
Is he injured, or?
I think Kirk believes in Spencer. That'd be my only explanation.
In defending Riley Moss, I heard the other guy said he was burned all after, but I think I think he's hampered still with an injury. I don't think he has, as I recall a few weeks ago, a comment was made about he doesn't have the lateral movement that he used to have. And so I think he's still playing with that. I hope he does come back because I just don't think I agree with the caller in terms of he's not ready for the NFL. But I still think he's hampered a little bit by that.
You're saying you think he is ready for the NFL, or he's not?
No, I'm saying he isn't at this point.
Okay.
Unless he has that lateral movement problem that's bothering him right now, and obviously by next season it'll be fine, I'm sure. But if he is bothered with that, then maybe he's got a chance. But I still think he should come back another year. I don't think he is fully ready for the NFL. So.
I think you're right. I would agree with you. And I'll say this again. I think it's fair criticism because it's stating a fact. Even before the injury, Pat, we saw him getting burned like against Kent State. If you watch that game back, there were a couple routes against Kent State where he got absolutely torched. And so he gets, I don't think it's just a physical thing. I think he needs to become a little bit more disciplined. And we saw that again today. It looked like on that touchdown play to Wandell, it looked like he just got confused in coverage. They were down. Iowa's depleted at cornerback with Hankins out, Roberts out, and then of course Jamari Harris went out. And Cooper DeJean was having to play corner. But you're right. I think he would benefit from another year, no question.
Yeah. And getting back to the coaching one, and I'll get off, but it goes back. I made a call several weeks ago, and a few guys, and Don was on the line, and I looked at about 25, 28 programs or so that are successful offensively, and practically all of them are either a quarterback calling the play, either a head coach is the quarterback or the offensive coordinator, or there's a defensive back, linebacker or defensive back doing, calling the plays on offense. Or so in other words, I don't think you take a lineman, an offensive lineman, that kind of thinking to be calling offensive plays.
Yeah, I won't comment directly because I've never been in that position, but I think you're onto something. I think and that's why I have a problem. I know this is a totally different conversation, but from what I understand about being a head coach or being a coordinator, but especially being a head coach, I don't particularly agree with the pundits who like to say that LeVar Woods, it would make a great head coach. Maybe he would someday, but he's never called plays. You very rarely see a special teams coordinator elevated to head coach, as great as he's done as a special teams coordinator. And I could say the same thing to a degree with Brian Ferentz. Now, I'd have to look back at his resume, but I don't think he called plays even at the high school level, right? He went from his pro career to the Patriots to Iowa. So, yeah, I've talked about his resume in the past. It's not real great, but it is what it is. It's what they have right now.
Well, I think he's fine. I think he'd be great as an offensive lineman, but I mean line coach. But as far as, or maybe even, but other than that, I think you've got to have somebody that has a little more creative mindset than somebody that played on the line that's never, been in that role before. So anyway, very frustrating, but I have a feeling the other thing, getting one more thing. If I were a really good quarterback and had some running capabilities, I'm not sure I would want to come to Iowa. I mean, I wouldn't want to play under that mindset. I don't think, I mean, that would just be tough.
I understand where you're coming from. I see it both ways. I don't know, a mobile quarterback. You could bring up what Brad Banks did as proof that it can work here, but
remember, Brad Banks, as I recall, they only played him his last year, right? He sat on the bench.
Yeah.
And so there's a guy that I don't think he played till his senior year. And he had that fantastic senior year. Why was he sitting so long? I can't remember who was ahead of him when he was a junior.
I believe he has come out and said he wasn't ready. So,
really, I don't remember that. I was living in Iowa City at the time, I think. And anyway, well, whatever.
Yeah.
But we just, of course, Kirk Ferentz has said before, we can't recruit guys that can run that are dual threat quarterbacks, but. And maybe that's what I said earlier. People dual threat quarterbacks feel like there's more opportunity elsewhere. But anyway, thanks for doing this, Corey. It's always good to vent on these games. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Pat. Have a great night.
Yeah, bye. Yeah.
Well, again, I understand the frustration, and there's no question that I don't think anybody can look at this offense at this point and say there doesn't need to be changes. Like that's not. We're past that, right? And just for the record, I know I mentioned it earlier, but Coach Don Patterson will be joining us soon. So stick around here. You can call, chat, interact. When we get here with Don, I know Don, I'm sure, has plenty to say about this game and just reaction. The season's over, so we can kind of decompress and look back. I didn't really want to do that before this game because this was an opportunity for Iowa to get win number 11. Instead, you are on a 2-game losing streak heading into the offseason at 10-4. And again, lots to fix on offense. Let's take our next call here. Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame with the voice of college football. Who's on the line?
Hey, is it me? This is Steve. I'm calling in from Northwest Montana.
Hey, Steve. What Northwest Montana? Can you mind telling me what city you're calling in from?
Yeah, Kalispell, Montana is the closest city. I'm a Hawkeye alum, of course, but I moved out here. So,
all right. Well, the reason I ask you is because I had some family in Coeur d'Alene. So.
Oh, good deal. Yeah, I hear that's pretty over there.
It is beautiful. What'd you think of the game?
I think the thing that stuck out most to me, the offensive woes were predictable, but the running game was really good. I think that's worth talking about. I thought we were better without Tyler Goodson. Obviously, particularly in the second half. I mean, man, having big chunk run plays like that, where you're getting 10, 15 yards at play, that's something that you should be able to turn into a win. And I think a couple things that branch off of that. One, I think we're better with bigger running backs. I think it was clear that Kentucky was getting a little bit worn out. We bowled over a few of their linebackers, which was awesome. Gavin Williams, but I don't know if other people were playing as well. And then that's also just another indictment of Petrus, just another thing to add to the docket. Man, when you're running the ball like that, it makes your job as a quarterback, I would imagine, so much easier, and he just wasn't able to capitalize. So I think as much pressure as people are putting on the Ferentzes, and that's fair, they do deserve some credit for the running schemes. The offensive line looked as good as it had all year. And that's, of course, we know something they put focus on. So, I think that's something that we can't just skate by and think about the passing game, although it left so much to be desired. There were good running plays, and, if we certainly need to make changes offensively, but a few of the right changes could potentially get a passing offense that leads to balance and leads to yards and points.
I agree with you. I'll say this just in response. I agree the run game looked good. I will acknowledge, I think it's fair to acknowledge that Tyler Goodson did go for 1,100 yards this year. That's a fair point to bring up. I understand. I agree with you. I think Gavin has better vision. That's the first thing that stands out. Yeah, he's a bigger body. I also think he's got really good vision. And the second thing, and you alluded to this, is I wonder how much this bowl prep helped the offensive line. Now, I understand you're not going to get bigger, faster, stronger during December, but I wonder how much, from a technique standpoint, how much bowl prep helped them. And I agree with you on the big running back thing. And keep in mind, Iowa has a big one coming in next year in Caleb Johnson to complement. I thought LaShawn looked really good as well. These guys know how to lower their pads. They're not Akram Wadley. They're not Tyler Goodson. I think the future is bright at that position. And so, yeah, there's good things to take from this game. Unfortunately, you're still going to be one-dimensional if you cannot figure out how to get a passing game that's at least adequate.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, don't want to sort of overshadow Tyler Goodson. He deserves some respect, but it's just exciting that there is good, new, fresh, and different backs coming in after him. Certainly the passing game needs to be changed. I would hate to. I mean, obviously this isn't going to happen. The Ferences are staying. We know that, but if they were to leave, it would be awful to lose a decent running attack. And then you maybe end up with nothing. Sort of just playing devil's advocate to the Ferentz haters here. Although I certainly understand where that comes from.
Yeah, and let me just say one. I was just going to add one thing before you continue. Again, to play devil's advocate off that, let's remember that Iowa's run game is rarely good.
Yeah, that's true. That definitely has been disappointing this year. But let's hope that if they were to play like that, because again, man, having those. It was really only maybe a quarter and a half, but 10, 15-yard chunk plays like that, that's something you should be able to win off of.
I agree.
So let's find a way to get consistent at that and then have a quarterback who can, be better at those play actions. I don't know. I don't want to sell the whole baby with the bathwater. I understand it's a whole the offense. There's a lot going on there and a lot to think about, but good to have one high point and, hopefully something we can build off there.
Absolutely, sir. I appreciate your optimism.
I started out when I first came to school. What was it, 2012? And we were awful. So it's been fun. We still improve in general. I would say I wasn't really a fan in like the Brad Banks, Ricky Stanley era. So the way I see it, we do generally get better as, the last 5 or 8 years have gone. So we're not going to blow anybody's socks off next year, but, if we continue to build slowly, maybe we can turn into something better and then, transition out of the Ferentz era feeling pretty good about ourselves.
Well, let's hope that's the approach and the outcome. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, just wanted to call in and point that out. But, yeah, thanks for your show, man.
Appreciate.
Enjoy the off-season, and, you have a good one.
Absolutely, you as well. Enjoy Montana.
Thank you. Will do. Yeah.
And absolutely agree with our caller there. And before we get to our next line of calls, I want to give a shout out to this user, Labus Season 2020. Now, I have not seen Joey Labus. Now, everything we've heard about Joey is that he's really progressed throughout fall and that he's looked good during bowl prep. Am I surprised that we didn't even see Alex Padilla? I'm not surprised. I'm disappointed. I'm certainly not shocked. So maybe I'm a little surprised, but Kirk has basically made it clear that Alex Padilla never played. He really never played when Spencer was fully healthy, right? Like we found out almost every time Alex was in the game that Spencer was dinged up, right? So like even the Big Ten championship game, you're down, what was the score? Was it like 20-3? And finally, we get a look at Alex, and then we're told after the game, well, that was because Spencer got dinged up. Really? We're going to wait. How much of a hole do we have to dig ourselves before we look at the guy behind him who has not played any worse than Spencer Petras? These guys are on the same level right now. Padilla does bring in a mobile aspect to the quarterback position, but I am frustrated by the fact that we are kind of – that the Ferentz way is stubborn at the quarterback position when the quarterback position – has not been elite really ever, at least since Brad Banks. It was good under CJ Beathard in 2015. It was okay. It was good. I shouldn't say good. I don't know how to really rank Nate Stanley's tenure because he won a ton of games, never could get over the hump. But it's not like any other quarterbacks really get over the hump, with the exception being, again, CJ Beathard in 2015. Let's get to our next call. Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame at the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
This is Blake from Guthrie County.
All right, Blake, what'd you think?
Oh, I'm just calling the vent like everyone else. Pretty frustrated with the play calling from Brian Ferentz and Kirk Ferentz. That last offensive drive when Iowa had the lead, 3 straight runs. We can't be any more predictable. You run right in between the tackles. I'm glad they didn't give it to the fullback for once. But, I don't know if you guys mentioned this earlier. I don't know why they didn't do a rollout. At least then Peters could have threw it away, maybe scramble for a few yards. Everybody came from Kentucky's defense on the line. I don't know why when it was 2nd and 3 or 2nd and 2, I don't know why you don't do a quarterback sneak. You've lived off it all year. I know Linderbaum wasn't in at the time, but I feel like that could have caught him off guard a little bit. I don't know. I disagreed with a lot of it, and it's hard to sit the rest of the year thinking about that.
Well, I wonder if there was a thought. Did the offensive coaching staff even think about going for it on 4th and it was 4th and 1, but it was really 4th and inches. I wonder if the staff thought about going for it there, because I would not have ran the fullback there. I would not have ran Gavin there. I've said it before. I'd run your quarterback out on a play action boot because that's something Iowa never does. It doesn't help when you have a quarterback who's not mobile, but at the same time, do something different. And I thought for a second when they lined up, when Spencer lined up under center, I thought, hey, we're trying to win the game. And I thought, no, I forgot. They're just trying to draw the team off sides, which again is part of football. I get that. But if you're constantly putting pressure on your defense, at some point they're going to break.
Well, and that's my concern. When you have over 4 minutes left in the game, when you got the lead and you're playing that conservative, that means you're scared. I'm a Chiefs fan. If Mahomes is in that situation, you trust him to get the first down. You trust Andy Reid to get the first down. They have the win now mentality. Iowa hasn't had that for years. They play scared, they play conservative, and it shows. Every defense in the Big Ten and every defense that has 6 weeks or 5 weeks or 4 weeks to prepare for them for a bowl game knows what they're going to do. They're going to do run, pass, run, pass. And Petras has got to get better. As bad as I want Ferentz out, it's not going to happen, because who are you going to get to replace him? He's going to average 8-9 wins a season, and that's good for Iowa football. Who's his replacement that wants to come into that culture that doesn't really have that national fan base outside the state?
I know
we're never going to be in Oklahoma.
I know someone who I think would come in.
Who's that?
I think Bob Stoops would come here. If Kirk retired right now, I think Bob Stoops would take this job. I think he is a huge Hawkeye homer, and regardless of everything you just said, I think he would come here now. Now, if Kirk retires in 5 years and Bobby's like 66 or whatever he is, probably not. But I'm just saying, if Kirk retired now, I do believe if Iowa wanted to get Bob Stoops, they could get him.
I 100% agree with you. He's the only one that stands out to me. He's the only one that could bring wins to Iowa football with no Ferentz on the table. But like you said, if it's 5 years from now, Bob's going to be too old. He's not going to want the stress. And that's my concern, is 5 years from now, after we dig ourselves a hole and either Ferentz retires, I do not want them to give the reins to Brian, who's going to come in. And it's going to be the same thing every year. We're not going to get a mobile quarterback. We're going to keep doing run, pass. It gets old as a Hawkeye fan. I haven't missed the Iowa game in 22 years. I've changed weddings. I've changed, hunting trips. I've changed family barbecues around Iowa games so I don't miss one. And then to see this, it's hard,
I totally understand. And you have a right to be upset. Like people who, if you're making any sort of an investment in the program, and you can put these coaches on the line for making as much money as they make. It's fine to complain about it. And your criticism has been more than fair. You absolutely have a right to be frustrated. And I love Kirk Ferentz. I respect him as a human being to the infinite degree. But the fact of the matter is, you've got to put water in front of blood in this situation. And I'm not saying it means you fire Brian Ferentz, but you have to figure out a way to either humble yourself or humble your son, whatever the case may be. Whoever is responsible for this, and we can debate as to who we think is responsible, there needs to be major changes on offense. And if there is not, then shame on Kirk Ferentz, because he's the head coach of this program.
Right. And my fear is that, I know Kirk and Gary Barta, I think Gary's the only one that oversees that. I think Kirk and Gary are going to have a mutual decision to where Gary says, hey, I'm getting a lot of backlash here. You got to help me out. The only answer, I think, is to get a co-offensive coordinator, which would probably be Ken O'Keefe, which is the same thing, basically.
Yeah,
if you had Brian be the run coordinator and Ken O'Keefe be the pass coordinator, that's the only thing I could see. But regardless, we're going to have the same problems if Peters is under center next year.
I don't think any of that's going to happen. I think Brian Ferentz will be the OC next year. Kirk Ferentz will be the head coach, and Ken O'Keefe will be the quarterback's coach.
And you're probably right.
Like it or not, that's what I think. So,
yep, I would agree with you. That's probably what's going to happen. But I just wanted to call and vent. I appreciate everything, and I enjoy listening to your show.
Appreciate it, sir. Have a great night.
Thanks, you too.
All right, trucking along here again. We're waiting Coach Don Patterson, who should be here as soon as possible. He was en route to a place where he could grab some internet and jump on with us. So we appreciate him jumping on. And we want to let everybody know while we've got a chance here. I know we've got about 300 people on the stream. We appreciate you subscribing here. If you haven't already subscribed, please subscribe to our channel here. We're going to continue to produce content, live and recorded content throughout the season. All right, we do an Iowa Live show with Mark Rogers every Tuesday at 4:30. So we're going to be covering recruiting. We're going to be covering spring football, the transfer portal, everything. So please subscribe. And also, if you're an Iowa basketball fan, subscribe to From the Hawkeye of the Storm on YouTube. Now, I said Iowa basketball because we have an Iowa Basketball Postgame show with Coach Gary Close on that channel, but we also cover Iowa football on that channel. So if you're subscribed here, please subscribe to From the Hawkeye of the Storm on YouTube. Help us get to 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. That helps us immensely. And again, we'll be with you throughout the coming off season and throughout basketball season, which is fully underway. Let's get to our next caller. Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame at the voice of college football. Who's on the line?
Hey, Corey, it's Darrell MVP. How you doing?
I'm doing good, Darrell MVP, and congratulations on the win. You have been a more than respectful fan to our show, so I appreciate that, and I'm happy for your Wildcats.
Yeah, thank you, Corey. I'm not going to come in here and trash talk of anything. That's, in my opinion, disrespectful to kick people down after this tough loss. So I would just want to congratulate Iowa on the hard-fought game. And I'm a Kentucky fan. I don't watch many Iowa games, but even I can see your quarterback, Patterson. What's his name? Patterson. Yeah, Peters.
Close enough.
He's not the answer. You need to get rid of him like yesterday. In 2019, Kentucky had a wide receiver play quarterback, and he was able to throw the ball better than this. I mean,
well,
it's
yeah, I think a lot of Iowa fans would agree with you. I'll say that.
Yeah, and in 2020, we were ranked 108th in points per game. So we had a horrible offense, and we fired our entire offensive staff. We got Liam Cohen in there, and this year we're one of the top 35 offenses in the entire country. So if you all do that, you all could become a great team. I mean, your defense, well, other than your secondary, which I think got exposed today by Wandale Robinson.
Well, it got exposed by David Bell, too. Let's not forget.
Yeah,
David Bell caught like a dozen catches for like 240 yards. So, and I'm not putting this loss on the defense, but there is a bit of, and now Iowa, you got to recognize this as well. Iowa was depleted at corner because on that touchdown pass, Iowa was down arguably they were down 3 of their top 4 corners at that point. Now, I'm not making an excuse. Wandale was terrific, but I'm just saying that I'm not going to focus on the defense. It's disappointing that we had to give up the touchdown pass there at the end. But again, injuries, as they tend to affect Iowa in the defensive backfield, they affected them during this game.
Yeah, I would agree with that, yeah. And that's, in my opinion, that 4th down call, him not going for it. First off, you're playing to lose the game. You're playing not to lose the game, and that's a horrible decision in the first place. Second off, you should at least never call a timeout in that situation, because as we saw from the punt, if he would have pinned it down at the 1 or the 5 or the 10, that could have made the difference. Because Kentucky, outside of like big plays, they really weren't doing a whole lot the second half anyway on offense.
You're right.
So
the Iowa defense, The Iowa defense dominated most of the game. Once we got out of that first quarter, it was pretty routine for Iowa's defense. But when you have an offense that can't complement it, you're never gonna be able to pull away from anybody. And that's why Iowa didn't really do that unless they got these ridiculous turnover numbers like Indiana, Maryland, Iowa State. Those are the only games that Iowa could pull away from the opponent because you can't overcome 7 turnovers like Iowa had against Maryland.
Right. Well, I'm not sure if you realize this, but Iowa had a -2 turnover margin this game.
Yeah, I do realize that because I commented on it during the game.
I never would have guessed that.
Well, I'm not surprised by it because sometimes those stats that should seem overwhelmingly in favor of one team flip, and that's absolutely the epitome of it. The fact that Kentucky is one of the worst teams in the country in turnover margin, and Iowa found a way to lose that, not by 1, but by 2 turnovers. Now, the Hail Mary at the end of the first half didn't really do anything, but they still lost the turnover margin, and the last one, of course, was the biggest.
Well, I could say the same thing about Will Levis's interception. If anything, he should have made the ball hit the ground because that cost Iowa 10 yards.
Yeah, you're right. But it's still a good play. That at least that was indicative of a good play. And you could say the same thing, I guess, on the Hail Mary, that it was Reganey had a chance at catching that. So yeah, you're right. I see where you're coming from.
Yeah. So I'm a Kentucky fan, so I don't know everything about Iowa. But if I asked you, what is the number one thing? Is it a person that needs to change? Is it the quarterback? Is it the mindset? What is the one thing that needs to change?
There isn't one thing. There is not one thing. That's what I keep trying to tell people. There is not one thing that needs to be changed. There's a number of things that need improvement. And because I've accepted the fact that the coaching staff is not going to change dramatically anytime soon, I'm not even going to talk about that because it's not going to happen. And I'd rather waste my breath on other stuff that's more likely to happen, even though it's still not likely to happen. But I would focus more on, I brought up the quarterback. You've heard me just continue to beat that horse into the ground, that Iowa needs to look at the transfer portal. They need to at least contact people. The idea that Iowa can't get transfer portal quarterbacks, we don't know because I don't think we're trying. That's the first thing. Second thing is we've got really poor clock management skills. Now, again, there's other development issues. Offensive line needs to develop during the offseason, but I'm assuming that will happen because I believe they have the right personnel. But game management, clock management, I know play calling is a frustration, all of those things. But it starts, I believe, with coaching and quarterback play. And because I don't think we're going to see a big change on the coaching staff, I'd choose to focus on how can this coaching staff improve quarterback play? And I don't think they're doing it. They've got a quarterbacks coach. Again, I get tired of talking about it, but it's just a fact. The highest paid quarterbacks coach in the country. Can you believe that? You're a Kentucky fan. Can you believe that Iowa has the highest paid quarterbacks coach in the country?
No.
Well, it's a fact. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, but it's a fact.
It's not showing on the field.
It hasn't shown on the field.
Not showed up on the field.
It hasn't shown on the field. We're shipping Iowa ships its quarterbacks off to Tony Racioppi on the East Coast. Spencer Petras is coached by Tony Racioppi. Nate Stanley is coached by Tony Racioppi. Iowa 2023 commit Marco Lainez is coached by Tony Racioppi. So I don't understand it. I don't get it.
I don't have an answer for you, Corey, and I know that's frustrating.
Well, I appreciate how gracious you've been. And again, congratulations. Kentucky earned this win.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far. We were gifted it, is what I would say. But I appreciate it, Corey. And I'll let some Iowa fans call in and vent.
Okay. Appreciate the call and call us anytime.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks, Corey.
Always a pleasure to talk to Darrell MVP. And I want to give credit here to Erica. Thank you for this. The donation and the super chat. Petras lost it for us again. All right. Thank you, Erica. And I know I'm missing one down the line. I'll get to you, I promise. But I am so far behind in the chat, so we'll try to catch up here. Let's get to our next caller. And by the way, Coach John Patterson is coming. I promise you that. In fact, I thought that was him texting me. He is going to be here soon, folks. So just stay Stay tuned. Be patient, please. Again, I know Coach is doing his best to get on here with us for Iowa Postgame. Let's get to our next caller here. Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame at the Voice of College Football. And I believe we have somebody who was at the game because I accidentally didn't turn auto screen off. So I think I know who this is, but who's calling? Who's on the line?
Hi, Corey. This is Destiny Pirate. You're right. We're at the game.
Yep. So what's the aura around the fans who are leaving the Camping World Stadium there in Orlando?
Well, I'll tell you what my son said when we were walking out of the game. He said that was pretty good, and that's the sad part.
Well, I'm glad you.
The sad part is we felt lucky to see the first touchdown since Nebraska.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. That's what he said. He said, oh, Dad, at least it was a game.
You're right. They made it a game, and the run game worked. That's why this game was even close, is because Iowa's run game was working. It wasn't the pass game.
First of all, real MVP, I think that's his name, the Kentucky fan. He is indicative of some people. We had some Kentucky fans over on the Iowa side. Gentlemen, really nice people. Congratulate them on the win. And, of course, we chatted a bit in the game, and I said, the one thing about our quarterback you'll notice is his feet are stable to the ground. And the only way we're going to win is if the defense wins for us. And, of course, that wasn't prescient. We've seen that all year long. We could get into the details of it, but, back to the stapled feet on the ground, when that pocket was collapsing, we never saw him, take off. We never saw him move. The only thing that really hurt their defense is they became tired.
I'm sure. I mean, they dominated time of possession, dominated it. So you're going to get gassed.
Yeah, they became tired. We saw number 50 sitting on the field, and that was the time to push harder at them. Not predictable run play. I think they should have run more. I'm not a great play caller. I don't know if it should have been more reverses or maybe some short screen plays. I do think they should have pushed harder at them. But then I said to my son, this is good news. And I'm being a little sarcastic. Because I said, if Peters had come back and won this game, that might be, more credit to him coming into next year. But could anyone more literally have thrown the game away?
Well, I hate picking on a student athlete, but I don't know how else to put it. I will say this: it's not his fault that he's in there. Like Spencer's in the game because the coaches are putting him in the game.
Yeah, I don't like pick. I mean, Iowa people, we're loyal. We're loyal to have our coaches. We'll keep the same governor for 40 years. So we don't have a problem with loyalty. But there's something called loyal to a fault.
You're right.
And you allude to the coaches. They're getting paid well. These students they're also getting scholarships. There's some accountability, and it wasn't. I'm going to get into his passing now. It wasn't just when he was rushed or when he was hit. There were times where he threw passes that I felt like I was out duck hunting. There was no spiral on the ball. Laporta was able to grab one, a couple of them here and there, but it felt like a non-existent passing game. And in support of student athletes, you give them time to develop, and you give them time, chances. You give them second chances. I don't know. Do you give them 17th chances?
Well, you and I both know, if you've been listening to me for a while, you and I both know that I probably would have started a different quarterback today. So to even hypothesize as to how many chances I would give someone, it's not even a matter of how many chances I'm going to give Spencer Petras. I'm going to play the guy who I believe has the best chance to help us win a game. And I'm not at practice every day, so I don't have that advantage. But from what I've seen in a game, Alex Padilla would have been the guy I would have ran with today. And who knows? Maybe it would have been Joey Labus. Like because I'm not there in practice. I can't even make that assumption. But if I had been there, who knows? So, yeah, I would be turning to. I think Alex Padilla. I saw somebody in the chat comment that Alex Padilla is head of the portal. I would not be surprised by that at all. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I would not be surprised by that at all. And I don't blame.
Well, I mean, and that could be because of now. I mean, hopefully, we've got a little buzz going on about some underclassmen and new recruit quarterbacks. They're unproven, but they look good on paper. And so, you need to be lighting the bonfire and everybody, circling around and chanting, but this isn't really that. If 75% of us fans had sat down and scripted how this game would have gone, we would have said, well, the defense is going to make some plays and they're going to give us a chance and we'll get the ball in there. And then probably we won't have the passing game. We won't have the quarterback play and we'll lose a game that we should have won. And, and you're always very respectful. I think most of us are. You're not a coach. I'm not a coach. We're not there at practice. But when fans can predict this, that's starting to get a little bit into a point where it looks like it needs to be looked at. And we're loyal. Here we are. We had a good time. It was fun, but it's kind of sad when my son walks out of a game that we lost, that we had in hand, and said that was pretty good. And that's the level of expectation.
I can sympathize with you, buddy. If I was at that game, I probably would have said the same thing. At least I came down here and we scored 17 points, and that's really sad that 17 points is an accomplishment.
It is. We got 2 touchdowns. Halftime we're 3 points, and we're thinking, oh boy, this is Wisconsin, this is Michigan, and gosh, they had that game, and I can tell you, as far as the aura and the energy there. Most of the second half, Iowa had the momentum. You could feel it. They were pushing Kentucky's defense back on their heels. They were able to run the ball. Defense had energy. Our defense didn't really look that tired. And I'm not sure about that play. And I think they ran the same play twice in a row. I'm talking about the Kentucky's last touchdown. That one's hard for me. I don't know what you think, but I believe they ran the same play twice in a row. And so that does make me, wonder if we just lack the speed, to get over there, or how that could happen twice in a row.
Well, Iowa was in a zone, right? And clearly there was miscommunication between Riley Moss, or he got hung up on the outside receiver that came in. I'd have to watch the playback again, but I saw somebody comment that Iowa should have been in a man-tight defense with a safety over the top, and I have to probably agree with that. Again, I'm not claiming to be a coach either. I'll be anxious to get Don's opinion on this, but Iowa doesn't have. That's I think the problem. Iowa corners are not traditionally great in man-to-man coverage. There have been some, but I don't think Riley Moss is great in man-to-man coverage. So that's the problem. At times he was voted the defensive back of the year in the Big Ten, and I don't mean to knock him, but he is not the best defensive back in the Big Ten. That's just he's not
speed wise, not as an athlete. I think he plays with intelligence.
I don't think he's the best defensive back on this team, though. I think Dane Belton is a better defensive back, and I think Matt Hankins is a better defensive back. And that's not saying Riley Moss is garbage. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying that award just kind of irked me because we've seen him get burned. We saw him get burned today. We saw him get burned against Kent State earlier on in the year, and we saw him get burned in other games. I have to look back, but he's I'm not saying he's bad, but I just think in a situation like that, perhaps Iowa's not as comfortable as we'd think they would be putting him in man coverage against a guy like Wandale.
Well, and that's true. I mean, I think he got the award based on the first half of the season and production, and that's great. But that's what I was going to bring up as well as athletes. He was beat by an athlete. Wow. I mean, number one, that was the first player my son noticed. And I said, well, yeah, he might be trouble. And my son called it. And as you said, there's more than one problem on the team. But I'll say this: if we had an average, a quarterback who is producing on an average level, where our offense isn't ranked 100, I'm going to call it 130, but if we could be up to number 70, we would have won this game. And I think Iowa would have been competitive with Wisconsin. They would have been competitive with Purdue. I'm not sure about Michigan. We just need, if we had that would fix half of everything. But the other thing we need, I wish we had a great edge rusher, but we need athletes. If we want to go to the next level, all the teams that you're watching, they have at least one or two athletes. And the second half, Iowa adjusted. They came out with a better game plan. Defense was great. And their quarterback, he's a really tough guy. He reminds me of, I don't remember his name, but Minnesota's quarterback in 2015, really tough quarterback. Boy, it took 3-4 guys to bring him down. And then you've got number one, and he's an athlete. And that's what, a few mistakes, but that's what beat him. So I don't know. The recruiting pipeline looks pretty good. Do you think we have some athletes who are going to fill up the roster?
Well, I like the future at wide receiver because of guys like Arlen Bruce and Keegan Johnson, who, of course, did not play today, and he was banged up from an injury earlier this week. I like what Iowa's done building that running back room. It's not real deep, but it'll obviously get deeper with Caleb Johnson and Jazzy and Patterson next year. But I don't know. I think they've got good personnel. I agree with you. These last two classes have been exceptional. I don't think personnel is an issue. I think it comes down to what we keep talking about: coaching, schematics, mindset. And until those things change, I don't know that it matters what personnel we have.
Well, I guess the thought I would leave you with, and I wanted to say it to Coach Don, maybe you will, talking about the team, we're talking about coaching, but now I'm talking about fans. And if Don took this away, and I know they can't play to the fans, but here's the cause for concern. If we, the fans, start being okay with mediocrity, if we start lowering our expectations, then, given all that's put into this program, the amount of talent, the amount of money that goes to the coaches, I think that's pretty sad.
I don't disagree. I don't like the apologists who say you can't be upset with 10 wins. I've never claimed to be upset with 10 wins, but what I've claimed to be frustrated with is how bad the offense is. I'm frustrated with lack of West titles. And this year they got over the hump and won the West, but we haven't won a Big Ten title in, outright in decades. So I agree with you. It's okay to be frustrated with 10 wins. You're not frustrated with the number of wins. You're frustrated by the fact that you're so close to being able to achieve possibly elite status because of how good two of your three units are, but you can't do it because the offense is so bad.
Well, we were close in 2015, and if we had, I just think a saltier quarterback out there like C.J. Beathard, Beathard made a lot of mistakes. He wasn't perfect by any means, but he played with a lot of salt. He really played to win, and they were 3 points from the playoff. And I think as an Iowa fan, I'm not so unhappy to lose. I'm just unhappy not to, kind of reach for potential. And we're winning 10 years. We win 10, quite a few years. If you're Nebraska and you've been down for a while and they win 10 games, I think the fans are going to be pretty happy. But we have to aspire for a little more. And in 15, we were close enough that I think there's a little expectation. That's the year my son really got into watching them. And then we've had quarterbacks come in who really don't play to win the way C.J. Beathard did. I think they play not to lose. And so, you'll see a young fan who'll say, well, that's how Iowa plays.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. We're on the same page.
Well, thanks for having the show. And, we'll cross our fingers on some quarterback changes. I doubt there's a single fan who is thinking about anything else.
We'll cross our fingers, buddy, and safe travels back at Okoboji, okay?
Sounds good. All right. Take care.
All right.
Happy New Year.
Take care. Thank you. All right. Appreciate the calls. Again, we are waiting Coach Patterson, and our prediction, just for kind of some clarity here, our prediction was it was going to take Don about an hour to get somewhere, and we've been on for an hour. So I would anticipate any moment now. I will send a text out to Don just to make sure. And I do hear our next caller here, so let's go ahead and get to our next caller. Thank you for calling Iowa at the voice of college football. Who's on the line?
It's Hawkeye Howard.
Hawkeye Howard, are you snowed in, buddy?
No, it's really cold. We don't get much snow down here. We get ice.
Yeah.
So I'm waiting for the ice. I'm waiting for the ice storm to hit. So got the generator ready and everything ready to go, and extra fuel and everything. So disappointed. And first of all, let me back up. Happy New Year to you and everyone, all my Hawk fans and everything, everyone, and just a happy New Year. So, and disappointed in the game today, but like everybody was saying, there's some good spots, high spots. I'm trying to be positive, but I am very frustrated. Like you, everybody's been beating the, pardon my French, but dead horse. The play calling and the coaching. What I'm seeing here is with the quarterbacks. Correct me wrong, Corey. Correct me if I'm wrong. I've seen this in the past. I hate going to the past because a lot of Iowans do like to live in the past, but I'm a future kind of guy. But it's been a common thing with these quarterbacks besides CJ. They were not having good play. We're not having good play. They can't, like you said that one time, they can't slide. If they can't do this, that goes with coaching.
Yep.
We just don't have the production out of coaching. Here's my fear. We got these great quarterbacks coming in. They're going to get coached by the same people. It's going to be the same thing. I always felt I was just right there, right on that edge of taking that next step, but something's holding us back.
It's fair.
And I just don't know, and I don't know what it is. But you could say it's Kurt, you could say it's Brian Ferentz, you could say it's this or that. But I got a lot of feeling it's maybe a little, like you said, like we have a great defense, great special teams. That offense is lacking. So maybe we need to take a really dive look into that offense and the coaching staff, like you said. I'm kind of repeating everybody else. And then only way we're going to get them to hear us is the money. Money talks.
Yeah, it does.
Boosters don't donate. Donation purse people don't donate. People don't buy tickets. Then you get something done. I remember I was around when Hayden Fry came in and when he left. The sales went down bad at the end of his,
Yep.
and that's why they made a change. So that's the only way. You know as well as I do. Money talks. So only way we're going to get our voices heard, besides social media, which does help, is scream it loud with social media and withhold to say, "Hey, we want change."
Well, the only people who are going to really scream loud enough, Hawkeye Howard, are the boosters, the donors. Those are the only people who are going to make this change. It don't matter how loud we are on social media. It's going to be those people who are donating thousands. And I'm not one of those people, for the record. So, I can call for change all I want. But it's going to be those people that are donating, thousands, tens of thousands of dollars to that program every year. And I don't know what the feel is with the higher donating people out there, patrons, if you will. But you're right. Money is what does the talking.
Yeah. They're listening to your show. I mean, if you're a Hawkman, you got to listen to the show. I mean, they got to be.
Thank you.
So in a way, so that's my thing. That's my thing. And plus, we have to have an AD They have the condonas. I'm saying it wrong because I'm tired. The cojones to do something about Mr. Brian Ferentz or talk to Kurt about what's going on. Trouble is, they're all buddies, and they're not going to do anything. And next year, Hawk fans, if something don't change, buckle up. It's going to be a long year.
So I appreciate you saying that, but don't discourage people from coming on our other post-game show for basketball, because we still got 3 months of basketball, Hawkeye Howard.
I know we got basketball to look forward to.
That's right.
And they did pretty doggone good. I listened to the last game. They did pretty doggone good. So
yeah,
but fortunately, I mean, great. I don't have to run. I don't have to drive tonight because I ran last night to bypass the ice storm. So, but that's what I wanted to say. I'll keep it short and sweet because Don's probably wanting to come on, and make sure you tell Don a Happy New Year, and I appreciate him coming on all season long, and I hope they have him next year. So
I hope so too. Appreciate it, Hawkeye Howard. Stay safe out there, right?
All right, you too. Bye.
All right, take care. All right. Appreciate all the calls and the interaction, and yes, we are still awaiting Coach Patterson. I promise he's going to be here. It is happening. Again, Coach P, it's hard to navigate sometimes after a game, but he is going to be here talking with us. So stay tuned. If you need to get some housework done in the background, turn up your device, maybe throw us up on the television, smart TV, and just wait for Coach P. But he will be here, and I don't plan on logging off here until we've caught up on everybody's chats. This is the last Iowa football postgame show of the season. So we're going to be here talking Iowa football. And again, Coach Patterson will be with us soon. And some of these questions, by the way, Jermaine, Wilbur, Kenneth, I'm going to get to some of these questions. All right. I'm behind on some of the calls, but we're not going to forget your questions. So don't worry. We're going to get caught up here soon. Let's get to our next caller, though, who's been patiently waiting on hold for 22 minutes now. Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame at the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
Lomansky from Tomo, Wisconsin.
How are you, sir?
Good. I really appreciate your work, Corey. I like that you have an edge. That's what you should be when you have a program done. It's fantastic. I've got a couple points. I'm an Iowa graduate in 1985, and I thought the defense, like the whole year, has overcome a lot of, what do you want to call it, a lack of offensive production. And just I pay attention to your callers and your questions. The reason we didn't have Keegan at wide receiver, they didn't release it from the Iowa Sports Department. Friend says he did, but what happened was he either has gallbladder stones the night before or I forget what kidney stones. So that was a last minute scratch. The rumor, Dolph actually said we didn't want to be, they didn't want to guess. And of course, COVID was everybody's mind, but it was not COVID. It was some kind of a last minute illness. And that's all he said about it post game to Dolph. I think an interesting thing, and I don't want to be too long, but you heard when I went to school there. So I've seen the Hayden Fry years. That's before your time, but yeah. But he was a quarterback, and what an ingenious play caller. He played quarterback. He was aggressive, and I think part of the problem with Iowa's offense is that the offensive masterminds don't trust the quarterback play. So today it was in the second half. We called just as many runs and pass, and that was kind of from Dolph and Podolak, who are wonderful. They were kind of praising that. And I don't think they ran the ball enough. And here's why I say they didn't run the ball enough. I don't think the offensive masterminds, and I want to blame just one person, which is kind of the tendency of your calling show, which upsets me a little bit, but that's just my opinion. I could be wrong. But if the offensive masterminds include more, I'm not defending Brian. I'm just saying there's a lot of people responsible for that offensive program, and they're all to blame. But when you don't have a wide receiver that's scratched the night before, and you need a wrinkle, and you have, again, one play that I like that reserved for a touchdown. Why the hell wouldn't you put Padilla in the red zone? See what you got. The guy has earned some playing time. And I think that ability that's unlike Hayden Fry to think outside the box, I can guarantee you that last series, 4th and inches, and I got a great Cyclone fan out in Las Vegas. We talked while I was playing. I talked to him when Iowa State's playing. And it was like a 50-50 decision that last series where to go for it or punt. And you've got a great punter. I guarantee you Hayden Fry would have went for it. One play and he got that game won. So that decision that we don't have Hayden Fry in that last series, and that decision not to get Alex Padilla in the red zone in the second half to give yourself a spark is these are student athletes. And that's why I defended the defense in the opening, because I get very upset when anybody criticizes the defense this year. They've overcome so much adversity due to the offensive non-production that they just ran out of gas too. And Polak said that. He said the last series, even Iowa, because of the heat, ran out of gas. I know we rushed 4 instead of blitzing, and we just couldn't get to him. It was a gamble. But to not let Alex Padilla show Kentucky a different wrinkle, and guess what? They haven't, in film, they don't know what Alex Padilla can do. Where is our exotic with Alex Padilla in the red zone to get Petrus off and just show them that, hey, we haven't prepared for that. But anyway, I love this show. You'll do a good job on basketball, and I just hope, what I'm scared of, what I'm scared of next year is we kind of got lucky to go 10-win seasons and play Michigan and get blown off the field, and Michigan got blown off the field. Mm-hmm. And are we going to settle, or are we going to use all our assets? And I'm the only thing I'm upset about, I'm about a student athlete. And not to give Alex Padilla or whatever else you got on the bench, or you got to reward those kids for the effort during the year. And it was sad to see Hayden his last couple of years go downhill where he had to go out ungracefully. And I just hope the Iowa football program doesn't go out ungracefully either, because we've had such a great run. But I'll shut up, let you talk, Corey, and thanks for having an edge.
All right.
It makes me feel a little less pissed off.
Okay. That's what I'm trying to do. So I appreciate the call, sir. All right. I do appreciate that call, and thank you for the compliment. And I want to thank Mike here. I appreciate hearing this, because again, when we started the show up here at the beginning of the year, we had no followers. We were starting from scratch. Now, Mark Rogers, of course, has a big voice. He's an excellent college football analyst. If you're not already following MarkRogersTV, the voice of college football, on his main channel, I don't know what you're waiting for, because he had just got great college football content all the time. But when we started the show, we had no idea where we're going to go with it. And when we got Don Patterson on, it was a thing of beauty. So I give all the credit to Don and Mark. I appreciate the compliments, though. And our caller hit so many things on the head. I do believe Hayden Fry would have went for it on 4th and 1. I want to ask Don that question when he gets here. But there's so much to unpack from what he just said. I would have had Alex Padilla. To me, both these quarterbacks have earned playing time. Even Spencer Petras, he deserved at least a chance to play at some point in the game, right? Now, if Alex Padilla started and he's just tearing it up, no, we ride the guy who's hot. But the fact of the matter is, Spencer Petras came in the game, struggled the entire game, and yet we never saw a sniff of Alex. That's why I won't be surprised if and when Alex Padilla enters the portal. I'm also not surprised that Deuce Hogan entered the portal. I don't know if Deuce Hogan was better than Spencer Petras. I don't know that he was better than Alex Padilla, but he never saw the field. And then he was insulted by his head coach in Lincoln following a game where Iowa backed its way into another win against a 3-9 Husker team. So I'm not surprised that he transferred, and I'm not going to be surprised when Alex Padilla transfers. All right. Mike, thank you for being engaged in Iowa football. I do appreciate that, and I know you've been with us since the very beginning on this channel. So thank you very much. Let's get to our next caller here. Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame at the voice of college football. I hear you want to talk about the offense.
Hi, my name is Frustrated. I am frustrated. I got a whole bunch of notes written down.
Okay, let's hear them.
And I guess I'm going to, it's hard to criticize the 4th winningest coach in Big Ten history, but for whatever reason, he thinks offensive side of the ball means it's offensive. In other words, like something you don't want to do.
Sure.
And 17 points against this team is a joke. So I'm going to start with, we can blame Ken O'Keefe when he was OC, Greg Davis, or even Nepotism Brian. But the fact of the matter is there's one common denominator. We had an awesome offense in 2002 with the runner-up Heisman and scored, I believe, 36 points a game and went undefeated in the Big Ten with a mobile quarterback. And outside of 1 year of Drew Tate with no running back improvising, we did great with him. It's Kirk. He loves that boring offense. 17 points is dandy to him, but he's killing the defense doing that. I heard a caller talk about the C.J. Beathard era. And, I look back at the C.J. Beathard era, and it was kind of like not a lot of weapons. Now, Vandenberg was okay. George Kittle was on the team, and I realized he was hurt a decent amount of his Iowa career. But he also did slash big-time talent and was criminally underutilized. Kirk Ferentz has no business being around an offense with the exception of teaching offensive line technique. The other thing I'll say is, you look at our quarterback development in a lot of cases here. Like I said, CJ had some injuries with Kittle, didn't have a lot of talent around him, made it to the NFL. Petrus broke number 1 overall pick Jared Goff's high school records, and he's probably the worst quarterback we've had at least in 10 years. And another question I want to ask you is, did you read the Athletic article where Kirk talked about Joey Labas?
I'm not a subscriber to the Athletic, but I did hear some of the quotes that Kirk gave to the media about Joey.
Yeah, so basically Merriweather was talking about how he's got this Patrick Mahomes improvising ability, and he's flat out burned the one on defense in practice a few times through improvising. And there were quotes basically of Kirk saying, I guess essentially we got to dial him back a little bit because once you're in the 2 dates, you're really not allowed to improvise like you are running the scout team. And, I go back to Petrus. Petrus broke Jared Goff's high school records in San Ramon, California. And he should be a hell of a lot better than this. Is it the coaching? Is it Ken O'Keefe and Kirk? And you rip on the past offensive coordinators, but I don't know who you could get in here, and you're going to probably get similar results. It sounded to me from that Athletic article like he wants to dial Joey Labas back. And I guess until Kirk gets serious about quarterback play, we will always get close, but no cigar. We won't get to where we are so close to being until we get a little serious.
Well,
we got some good receivers that are underutilized. Of course, we use tight end. Laporta was awesome today. And I want to also give a shout out to both Williams guys, both running backs. They were fantastic.
Yeah, you're right. And here's what I'll say. Let me just respond to one thing you said. This is just I'm speaking for myself. I'm not speaking for anybody else. But we're sitting here talking about the quarterback. We do it every week, and I understand why. You are right in saying that it comes back to coaching. I'm not going to sit here just ripping on Spencer Petras all day. But if Ken O'Keefe is being paid $700,000 a year, we ought to have better quarterback play. That's just a fact. I don't care how you spin it. I don't care who's back there. We're going to spend that much money on a quarterback's coach. These guys better be exceptional with technique. They better be able to learn how to slide. They better be good at going through progressions. They better be comfortable in the offense, stepping up in the pocket. Their pre-snap reads. I mean, there's so many things that I think need improvement, and that comes back to coaching. So it comes back to your position coach and then ultimately it comes back to your head coach.
I agree wholeheartedly.
All right, sir. Appreciate the call as always, and call us anytime, okay?
Hey, thank you very much for taking my call.
All right. Have a great night. All right. And we've got Don Patterson here waiting, so we're going to get to our last call because I know you've been waiting on the line. Thank you for calling Iowa at the voice of college football. Who's on the line?
Hi, this is Kerry.
Hi, Kerry.
It's Kerry, Tery. Listen, I really like your show. I love when Coach and you are together. I really appreciate all of it. It's really great.
Thank you.
I have a few things to say, and obviously it involves the offense. I am very frustrated that they did not play Padilla. I just can't imagine he's that bad in practice not to give him a shot.
Well, does it matter if he's that bad in practice? He's proven what he can do in a game. Like, we don't even we understand there are guys who aren't great practice players. He's proven he's right there with Spencer during a game.
I would say he's better. I don't know why you don't give him a chance.
I don't either.
It's astounding to me. Like, this was a bowl game. Why don't you play one each half and see what happens? It's unbelievable to me. I mean, overthrows today, and it was shocking to me. So, I don't know Padilla's talent overall in the country, but I got to believe the guy's frustrated. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes into the portal, but that's going to depend on whether he thinks he can do better next year and get a shot. But if other guys come up, he may not. It's just astounding to me. I think he's earned the right to have a shot.
Yeah,
so
and I don't. For the record, I'm not claiming that Alex Padilla has lit the world on fire when he's been in the game, but the bar hasn't been set real high at quarterback for the last 2 years. So, if he's the best option, you got to look at.
Let me just say this: I don't think he's been given much of a chance. Yes, he played a couple games, but look at what Petrus has played. Look at all the chances he's had.
You're right.
I mean, if you gave him more of a chance, who knows? I don't know, but he's got to be, in my opinion, he's got to be better than this. I mean, that's just my opinion. But anyway, so that's the first thing. And the second thing is, what does it do to team morale to have a quarterback that cannot get it done? Now, I know that we scored a couple touchdowns today, but how many have we scored in the last, 4 games? I mean, when I was watching with my brother, and I said, when Petrus on that last drive, I said, this is not going to happen. This guy is not going to get it done. You watch. Sure enough. So I'm thinking, what happens to the players? I don't know what goes on in teams. I can only imagine. So that's my other comment. I'd be interested in what you have to say about that.
Well, I've always been told that Spencer Petras is respected by his teammates, and I have no doubt that he's a great person. We've seen him, I saw him give some tickets away to a fan on social media to the game this week. I saw him, pair up with Estella's Fresh Mex in Iowa City, donating a large sum of money to the Children's Hospital. He's a man of the people, as I say. He's a very charismatic kid, obviously. And so maybe he's got the respect of his teammates. At some point, it does come down to how you're playing on the football field. So I'm not going to sit here and say, well, he's more respected by Joey Labus or Alex Padilla, because I don't know. But I do think you're right. At some point, it comes down to, are you able to get, like Nico Reganey. How many times has Nico Reganey been overshot this year? Like, he hasn't been involved at all. This has been a really down year for Nico Reganey.
Well, there's just, there's one guy that Petrus goes to, it's the tight end. I don't see him going to much anybody else, really. Maybe I'm probably overreacting, but it's shocking to me. So anyway, I think I think he's probably a great kid. And I think, but you know what? But Padilla is a great kid. I've heard great things about him. But if you can't get, it's just anyway, objectively.
Yeah,
I'm talking just objectively, quarterback position. The third thing I want to say is, if Stoops were the coach, let's just pretend Stoops was the coach. How long do you think he'd have Petrus playing?
That's
Not
a great
long.
question. I have no idea. I mean, if we're assuming that, are you talking about Bob or Mark Stoops?
Bob Stoops.
So I'm assuming that Bob had this exact quarterback room, like he was filling in on an interim basis. I think it'd be my guess that Bob would deploy both guys and let them play it out during the game. That would be my guess, but I don't know Bob Stoops personally. But I did happen to watch Oklahoma's offensive fireworks against Oregon a couple of days ago, and it was impressive.
Well, I want to make sure I'm talking about the right guy. Bob Stoops used to coach Oklahoma, right?
Well, yeah, and he filled in for Oklahoma against Oregon in the bowl game as the interim coach. Yeah, 2 days ago.
Okay, so here's the thing. I used to watch them, and I didn't. I was not an Oklahoma fan, but that guy wins. There is no way he keeps playing Petrus. There's no way. And my point is that guy plays to win.
Yeah, he does.
He plays to win.
Yeah, he does.
And so I'm not suggesting that he's going to be the next coach. I'm not even saying he should be. All I'm saying is let's hypothesize. What would Bob Stoops do? It would be a completely different thing.
It would be interesting.
So,
I agree.
Yeah. And so anyway, I guess what I'm saying with that, and I've said it before, I called in earlier this year, is that there's just a lack of killer instinct. There's a lack of creative, we're going to do this come heck or high water. We are going to get this done. It's just lacking. They have it for the defense. It's just like, oh my God. Anyway, so those are the three things. But I do think Stoops would just kick butt.
I think he would too.
And I like, listen, and I want to say one other thing. I like Coach Ferentz. I think he's a decent man. I think he's done actually a good job. But I do think that for Iowa to get to the next level, there has to be more fire in the belly and more risk taking, whether that's an offensive coordinator, whether that's recruiting, I don't know. But it's like we need to fire Bob Stoops to make this happen. And I'm not saying Bob Stoops is the answer, but that character, that energy needs to be instilled somehow. That's my point.
I can't disagree with you, caller.
Anyway, thank you very much. It's been a great year listening, and I'll certainly keep listening. Thank you.
All right, sir. Thank you so much for the call. And I know we do have another caller on the line, but before we get to our next caller, let's welcome in the man of the hour, the man we've been waiting for, Coach Johnny P. Coach Patterson, how are you this evening? I know this game did not go as we wanted. It actually almost did, but unfortunately, Iowa coming up short in the 20-17 victory. I know you haven't had a chance to obviously look at this game on tape. I'm sure you'll do that in the coming days, but your initial thoughts. I know a lot of angry Iowa fans on the show tonight.
Yeah, it was. Can you hear me okay to begin with, Corey?
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay, I apologize for the lighting, but we're at the mercy of our hotel room. So it was a frustrating game in many ways. Of course, I was proud of the way our guys fought. A lot of guys played very, very well. Sam Laporta, 7 catches for 122 yards. Gavin Williams, very commendable, 16 carries for 98 yards. We actually outrushed Kentucky. That wasn't supposed to happen. We had more total offense, too, as I recall. That wasn't supposed to happen either. So we did a lot of good things. I made the comment to the guy I was sitting next to during the game. I said, our defense, this is maybe early fourth quarter. I said our defense has played well enough to win this game. And I thought that up to that point they had. Incidentally, didn't they score their touchdown early on that very first possession again? Was that their first opportunity? That's what I thought. That's been a recurring theme, hasn't it, Corey, that you're aware of?
Absolutely.
So that's frustrating. But we adjusted and we settled down and played really outstanding defense for a good part of the game. I was just looking at the play-by-play. We went ahead with, I forget, I think about maybe 11 minutes left in the game. Does that sound right?
Somewhere in there, yeah.
Yeah, what I couldn't help but notice, our next two possessions, we left the field without making a first down on either one of those next two possessions. And if my point is, if we would have just made one first down on each of those successive possessions, it would have made a difference in the clock late. The pressure would have really been on Kentucky in terms of time. As it was, they had plenty of time. The clock really wasn't much of a factor on that touchdown drive. And hats off to Wardell Robinson, 10 catches for 170 yards. A couple of them were very contested catches, too. He made a couple of really nice plays. One in the first half that I think was 40 yards, as I recall. And then at the end of the game, of course, I believe that was 52, if I'm not mistaken. So, I saw a lot of encouraging signs, a couple of young running backs playing and certainly doing okay for themselves. I thought Jack Campbell played another outstanding game. I think he ended up with 14 total tackles. Lots of plays being made by him. And yet we just did not get over the hump. I thought early on, I was frustrated early on because you've heard me make the comment. I made the comment before this game. I said, if we go with aggressive play calling on offense, we'll win the game. And if we choose not to, we'll lose the game. I couldn't help but feel, Corey, in the first half, we were very conservative again with our play calling. And, of course, we had 3 points to show for the first half. Finally, on that last possession of the first half, when it was obviously the only opportunity we had was a 2-minute opportunity. That's the first time we ran a screen pass, as I recall, is on that last possession of the first half. That worked well. Screen passes really were good for us all day long. Unfortunately, we only ran one in the first half. And in the second half, we did get more aggressive with our play calling, and we made some very good and timely calls. Prime example would be the reverse, of course, which set up an easy touchdown run on the reverse. That was an excellent call. There were other good calls that were made. We didn't get away from those screen passes. Of course, Weisgreen is the one that scored the touchdown late in the game in that fourth quarter. But lots of good things. I would just like for us to be aggressive with our play calling from the start. And I thought in the first quarter in particular, we were very conservative in the way we called the game. I understand you want to get the game started okay, and you want to try to run the ball and establish a running game. But it wouldn't be that hard. Again, I know you've always commented, how often do we utilize a waist down? We ran the ball well enough where we were in some second and shorts a few times here and there. And I don't know that we used a waist down in there. I don't recall that we did.
Don, we don't. Let me just interrupt. You and I both know we don't use waist downs. So I can tell you we didn't use a waist down.
Yeah. I couldn't help but notice there were several times when Kentucky had second and short, and they haven't used a waist down yet either. So I don't know what the deal is with waist downs. Apparently the younger generation doesn't understand that there is such a thing as a waist down. Yeah. It's okay to throw incomplete on second and one, especially if the rewards are great. You're trying to get something really big. Talking about missed opportunities, the one that came back to haunt us the most, I guess, I believe, as I recall, it was Reganey open deep downfield. No one anywhere nearby, and of course we shot it over his head. You heard me say before, it's a cardinal error. Do not overthrow a deep receiver that's open deep downfield. It's okay to underthrow him, just never ever overthrow him, and we did. We airmailed that one over his head, and that was unfortunate. I believe it was Reganey. Does that sound right?
Oh yeah, no, you're right. Spot on.
Yeah, so those are just some quick observations. As I look through the stats, one of the stats I'll share with the listeners now that we didn't talk about beforehand, because I thought it was interesting that it really held up well for all of Kentucky's season. As you're aware, Corey, an edge on explosive plays actually produced the highest winning percentage of all parameters. In the Big Ten, it's only ranked 20 or 22 or something. And yet, when you look specifically at Kentucky, over their 12 games, the team that had an edge on explosive plays, and that by definition, as you know, is plays that are 20 yards or more, the team that wins on explosive plays won 10 out of 11 games. And furthermore, all three teams that beat Kentucky all had an edge on explosive plays. The crazy part of it all is we might have actually had an edge on explosive plays. Probably pretty much a push, I think. We had any number of explosive plays, as did Kentucky. I don't know, honestly, who won that particular parameter. It might have been a split. It was a pretty even contest in terms of explosive and super explosive plays.
All right, Don, I know we got a lobby full of callers who want to talk to you, and certainly people who want to voice some frustration. We've been doing that over the past hour and a half, and we'll continue to give people a forum, again, to voice frustration, and fans have a right to be frustrated, as always. I always say that after a loss. I do want to give a shout-out to D-Dub here. Thank you for this. Keep up the awesome work, Corey. I do appreciate that compliment, and let's go ahead and take our first caller, Don. Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame at the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
Hey, Corey, this is Vincent.
Hey, Vincent, how are you?
Had better days. I do want to. I know a lot of people have been bagging on Petrus, and rightfully so. I've kind of been, to make it quick, I've been a kind of a Petrus supporter. I go back and forth with my brother about the Petrus-Padilla. Who should be in there, who should be starting. I guess, kind of give my take. I think Petrus today kind of, in my opinion, has walked himself out of that starting role versus Padilla. And I say that because you had just said it a few minutes ago. Too many plays or too many errors made by Petrus on the field, either with overthrows or underthrows to wide open receivers that you just can't make, and Petrus is making those. So I think, and again, just my opinion, come fall camp, I think you're going to probably see Petrus transfer out, and you're going to see a QB battle between Labus and Padilla. That's just my prediction. I don't know if you might see it that way, Corey, but I just agree with you that Petrus kind of walked himself out of that starting role with his play today. Even though he had some good throws, too many overwhelming critical mistakes by Petrus today.
That's how I feel, Vincent. And I just, the fact that we didn't see Alex Padilla in one snap, if I had to guess who's transferring out, I would not put my chips on Spencer.
Yeah, that's just my take.
Yeah, you could be right.
There's just too many, because what's going to happen is, Brian's going to pull the reins from, and then again, just opinion. But I think Brian's going to lose trust in Spencer, although he's given him multiple opportunities to be successful. There's just too many bonehead plays that you can't have from the quarterback position that are critical to making your offense go, and Spencer made those today. And again, I've been a supporter of Petrus, just based on, I think he's got a stronger arm. I think his decisions at the line for audibling are a little bit better than Padilla. But Padilla, although he had a couple picks in his 3 starts, he didn't miss throws like that. He didn't miss wide open guys, either terribly short or terribly overthrown. And you can't have that from your quarterback position. You actually just said it, Corey, yourself. It's detrimental, or they're backbreakers for your offense. I mean, you got guys, I saw replays, looking at Charlie Jones or Arlen Bruce after those throws were made, and you got your other offensive players shaking their heads like, how do you miss those? But again, that's just my opinion on the quarterback position. I know a lot of people are spending quite a bit of time on it. That's just kind of my take, is you'll see Padilla and Labus kind of battle it out come fall camp. I know Kirk has done in the past where he sat players down and said, hey, maybe this isn't the best venue or the best circumstance for you. We'll do everything we can to maybe put in a good word for you or help you with the transfer. That's kind of what I see happening, but I could be wrong.
I would not be shocked by it. I would like to see Joey given a fair chance, because Carson May's not going to be here this spring So if you've only got 2 quarterbacks on the roster, that's even more reason to go to the portal, in my opinion. If one of these quarterbacks opts, I mean, Don, let me throw it to you real quick. If one of these 2 quarterbacks who have played, and I'm talking about Padilla and Petrus, if one of them enters the portal, and I have no reason to think they will, but that's the day and age we live in. If one of them enters the portal over the next month, does Iowa then have to go to the portal for a quarterback with just 2 scholarship quarterbacks on the roster?
I would think so. It seems a little impractical to consider signing another high school player. Obviously, he wouldn't be able to show up this spring anyway, even if you signed one.
Because you got Carson May, Don. I don't want to interrupt you,
Right.
but you got Carson May, but he's not coming in until fall.
He's not going to be here either until the fall. So, correct me if I'm wrong. Now we do have the guy we brought back. He's a 4th person, right, to be on the team right now. Kapasak.
Is he on the roster? I didn't think Kapasak was on the roster.
I just simply heard that he was back and practicing with the team, as I understand it, because
okay, that might
he
be
was actually working with the scout team, and that gave Labus or Labus.
I think it's Labus. Yeah.
Labus gave Labus a chance to actually get some reps with the varsity, supposedly during the bowl preparation. So I believe that really did happen. So Kapasak, he's still a student, of course. Maybe he wasn't invited to be part of that final roster in the early fall, but for whatever reason, I guess most logically because Deuce turned his gear in. At that point, we needed a 4th quarterback to be able to prepare for the bowl game. And based on that occurrence, I think he was invited to rejoin the team. And I'm pretty sure he was working here over the last couple of weeks in preparation for the defense to play against Kentucky.
All right, Don. So here's the deal. I got a couple people who are wasting me in the chat because I made the comment earlier in the show that Matt Hankins is a better cornerback than Riley Moss. Hyperlocal says, Corey, you're crazy. You almost lost me as a subscriber saying Hankins is better than Moss. Did you watch Purdue game and Wisconsin game? Hankins was horrible. I've got another user saying Matt Hankins is not a better DB at all. Don, who would you take, Matt Hankins or Riley Moss?
If I was a general manager of an NFL team, I would take Hankins over Moss.
To me, it's not close, and I respect our users' opinions. I understand Matt didn't look good against Purdue, but I don't think David Bell's going to make anybody look good in man-to-man coverage. I'm not saying that I'm not saying I don't respect people's opinions on this. And Vincent, I don't mean to ignore you, but I wanted to address that because I did see it in the chat.
No, you're good. I'll be on I'll co-host with you. Go ahead.
Okay. No, do you have any other questions, Vincent, or comments?
Just a couple things, and I'm going to make them quick for you guys. I see Don still on. When we had that where we're under 4 minutes, and you have the 4th and inches, and this gentleman, this is a question for both of you. With what our tailbacks were doing, and man, I was so impressed with Gavin Williams and LaShawn Williams. Those guys ran hard. Those guys ran physical. They were not trying to get caught in the backfield like you saw with Tyler Goodson. And just a side note, how many zone or stretch zone plays did you guys see today?
I don't know, Don. Did you? I guess
I didn't
it's
see
hard.
any.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't really remember a bunch, Don.
You're talking about outside zone?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
It's
hard, if you're
zone, that's what I recall.
There weren't as many, Don, and I wouldn't wonder if that's also a factor of who they had at running back available. If Tyler Goodson had been there, perhaps they would have ran him more outside.
Maybe it's hard to know. I don't have the advantage of replay. I can't back plays up during the game, so it's hard for me to know how many. We certainly didn't try to emphasize outside zone. We ran. It seemed to me we were more vertical with our run game. You saw quite a bit of pro formation today. 2-back offense. That worked pretty well for us. There were other times, of course, where we were not in direct. We were in the gun and still ran the ball some, but you didn't see any fly sweeps. Incidentally, you didn't see any fly sweeps out of our opponent either. I'm sure you might have noticed if there was a motion man headed toward the football, typically that defensive end on that opposite side was up the field a long way just to remind Kentucky, don't be thinking fly sweep. I saw our defensive end several times way up the field. If they would have tried to fly sweep, we would have hit it in the head. Neither team ran fly sweeps today, as I recall. Outside zone, not much of it, not as much as normal. I think that's safe to say. I was proud of our guys for how we were able to – we actually ran the ball more effectively than Kentucky. I didn't expect that to happen. Our numbers are better than theirs, and yet they still ran the ball okay too. But I thought we gave you yardage grudgingly. Here's a key moment in the game that relates to what you guys are talking about. I assume it's been noted already, maybe not. But that last interception happened because we never, ever saw the corner blitz. Corey, you've heard me talk about it. Any quarterback has to have a standard cross check before the ball snapped. He looks to one perimeter of the defense. He scans the field. He's back over the ball with his eyes. Now he's looking to the other perimeter, and then he's back over the ball. And typically what I always coach quarterbacks to do is start off scanning to the field. Scan, if you're on the left hash mark, scan right to left. The reason being, before you put your eyes back over the ball, I want the last place you to look is on that short side corner, because that's the corner stunt that's going to get you. And it's safe to say I don't think Spencer saw it at all. The guy was around Spencer's torso as he threw the ball, and of course that made the ball fly out into space. And it all started when we didn't see the corner. Sometimes my wife asked me whose responsibility is that corner lightning, and I said, well, there are some pass protection schemes where the back is double reading. He might read from an inside linebacker to the corner. If the inside linebacker doesn't fire and the corner does, then the running back should pick him up. In other protection schemes, it's got to go to the quarterback. I think that was a one-back snap. So my guess is it was probably strictly the quarterback's responsibility to be aware of the corner that was coming. I give a lot of credit to Kentucky. To my knowledge, they never fired a corner all day long. They never blitzed a corner all day long, but they did it the perfect time, and we didn't pick it up. So it was well played on their part. You could argue it was poorly played on our part because it affected the throw and it cost us that last opportunity. So safe to say that was an outstanding call on their part. We had some well-timed calls too. I mentioned the reverse. That was an ideal time to call it. We almost walked into the end zone on the reverse. It was so well played. We didn't give up on the screen pass. Our last touchdown, of course, was Y screen, which is another good call, especially because Laporta, he takes offense at being tackled by the first guy. He's known to run over people, of course, and we had good blocking too. And that was maybe a 35-yard touchdown. I can't recall the exact yardage. So there were some promising signs, and yet the frustration is that we still only scored 17 points. How often can you win in college football today by scoring 17 points? It's hard to win with that point total, and it wasn't quite enough today either.
Anything else, Vincent?
Just two quick things. That second to last possession of the game where we had 4th and inches, would you guys have gone for it to try to run out the clock, or were you on the same page with the punting the ball out to Kentucky?
You're probably not going to want to hear this, but the guy sitting next to me asked me that same question. He said, "What would you do, Coach?" And I said, first off, they're not going to snap it here. They're going to try to draw them offside. I don't think we're going to go for it on 4th and inches or 4th and 1, whatever the necessary yardage was. Just out of curiosity, was it a foot? How much did we need there?
Maybe 2 feet.
2 feet. So it was not a gimme, certainly. Incidentally, let's talk about that other failed quarterback sneak too, because I want to know what you guys saw on TV. Because in the stadium, it really didn't tell us much. I would have tried to draw him offside, and of course it didn't work. But that's okay. The one thing I would not have done, I would not have burned a timeout there. We also burned a timeout. I would have saved that timeout. That would have given us 2 timeouts.
Don, take the penalty. Take the penalty.
Absolutely. Take the penalty. It's 5 yards. It simply means instead of the punt being 55 yards to the goal line, it'll be 60. And you might recall the punt went into the end zone anyway. So maybe if we were punting 5 yards back, maybe he would have fair caught it on the 9 or something. and we would have saved some yardage. We'll never know. But I made the comment. I said, I understand fans always would like to go for it, but the truth of it is, if we fail here, we're actually giving them plus territory for their first snap of this next drive. I'd rather give them a long field. Our defense has been playing well for so long. Really, ever since that first drive, they've played well. And, I just felt more comfortable turning the ball over to the defense if we would force Kentucky to be on a long field. That's exactly what happened after the punt. They took over on the 20, as I recall. Isn't that right, Corey? I think it was a touchback.
Yeah, it was a touchback.
Yeah. So they had 80 yards to go.
85.
85.
Go out to the 25, correct?
No, a touchback would be to the 20.
Oh, on a punt, it's to the 20.
No, a punt. Yeah, a touchback would be to the 20. Yeah. So was that the game-winning drive right after that punt? I guess it was.
Had to have been. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Pretty much.
my disappointment is those two previous drives before the winning touchdown drive, we made no first downs. If we could have just burned some clock and forced them to have to go 80 yards with a minute on the clock, I think it would have made a lot of difference. As it was, they had maybe 3 minutes, three or 4 minutes. I can't recall. Too much time.
No timeouts, but 3 minutes in college football is forever, as you know.
Yeah, they burned the timeouts. I thought that was a good decision. A lot of people were wondering, should they burn them then or wait? The bottom line, when you burn those 3 timeouts, just be sure that you absolutely cut short the clock in all 3 snaps. And they did that. They could have waited and burned 3 timeouts on our next possession, but they didn't. They went ahead and burned them then, and worked out just fine for them, of course. It gave them plenty of time on the clock so that the clock was really not an issue on that 80-yard drive. What was amazing is I went back and looked at the play-by-play. How many of those receptions were by Wardell on that last drive? I think he had maybe 4 key receptions. They kept getting the ball to him. Was that the same drive where we got the pass interference as well, or was that the previous drive?
Well, I believe so. I think so, but I don't remember. I know you're right. He didn't have more than – see, he ended up – what did we say? How many yards did he have?
He had 10 for 170 yards.
So I think he probably had just over 100 before that drive, maybe.
Gotcha.
I mean, almost every throw went to him on that drive.
Yeah, it was pretty obvious. That's where they're going to go with the ball. We simply couldn't stop them. Incidentally, a bright spot today was pass rush. I didn't dream we would win on sacks. It was 6-0 on sacks. I thought they'd sack us a few times. They didn't. And they had difficulty protecting their quarterback, even though he's a good runner. So sometimes, of course, he was forced to hold the ball a little bit longer than he wanted to. And that had something to do with a few of those sacks. They were coverage sacks in some cases.
Anything else, Spencer? Or Spencer? Vincent? Sorry.
Corey, what about you? Would you have gone for that, or would you have punted?
I would have gone for it on 4th and inches. So, but I disagree with Don respectfully. I mean, he's the OC. I'm not. I would have went for it. I said that earlier because I think, obviously, hindsight's 20/20. But I've been preaching for a month, Don, that I want a change in philosophy and a change in mindset. So I wouldn't have ran with the fullback or ran with Gavin. I would have faked it and I would have rolled out right and thrown the ball, or at least see if Spencer could maybe run for the yard. I wanted to see Iowa, even if we failed, it would have given me the idea that, hey, we're trying to be creative and do something different. That's why I encourage that.
Trying to be bold with our play calling.
Yeah.
Let's back up to the other failed 4th down. Tell me what happened there. Spencer was upset. What I wondered, did he ever get the ball? I'm not sure.
No, he never got the ball.
Didn't think so. Here's my question. I think his complaint was, and I'm curious what video showed, I thought maybe as the ball came up, there was a Kentucky guy that was actually in the neutral zone with his hand, and he actually swatted the ball maybe as it was snapped.
No, not that I saw. It looked like it just got jammed on the behind of Tyler Linderbaum, which would tell me that it's Spencer Petras to get down in there and grab that football, correct?
Well, the line I always had on any fumble snap, it's never one person's fault. The fault lies with both of you. So let's get our heads together and let's figure out why we botched the snap. I will admit, sometimes as you look at it, it's much more the fault of one player than the other. So that's why I was curious what the replay showed. You're saying, Corey, it appeared that the ball came up as it normally would, and Spencer didn't.
Looked like it was hard for me to tell whether it was Tyler. I mean, my understanding is the quarterback needs to be really down in there to grab that ball.
You need to ride the center, as we say. He's going to snap it and charge forward. That means you need to ride him with your hands. You're exactly right. You need to have your feet up pretty tight to the line of scrimmage, of course, so that you're in position to ride that center's movement forward. And if you don't ride his movement forward, of course, the snap may come up short. The ball's on the ground, and now, obviously, all I could see is at first I thought he slipped because I saw him go to the ground with his knee. And I guess at that moment he did possess the ball at that moment. I don't even know.
No, he never actually controlled the ball.
He never possessed it. That's the frustration of being in the stadium. We never saw a conclusive replay of that. So I was really confused. I did see him complaining to the officials. That's why I thought maybe in his mind the ball never came up because it was swatted by a Kentucky player. There was nothing down. There was a camera down the line of scrimmage. Nothing that saw Kentucky as being offside at all, even with the hand.
Maybe I missed it, but I did not see anything of the
Yeah, I was just curious what his complaint was with the officials. If you didn't ride the snap, then it's your fault as a quarterback. And of course, you need to be. You got an All-American center. Of course, he's going to get some movement after he snaps the ball. That's why you have to ride the snap. And go forward with your hands to follow the butt of the center.
All right. Ari Gold says, I get censored a lot on this channel. I'm not the one censoring you, Ari Gold. It'd be YouTube. But Vincent, do we answer all your questions?
Yes, I just want to end with this. And sorry, guys, the answers went so long. I really thought the offensive line did a fantastic job today, both in run blocking and in pass protection, which is quite the contrary to what we've kind of seen throughout the year, almost like a Jekyll and Hyde. And the same thing with the defensive line. A lot of people have complained about pressure from our front four. They produced 7 sacks today. You certainly can't fault those guys for their effort, nor can you fault the offensive line. Did a tremendous job, guys. And then lastly, Corey, I don't know if you remember after the Big Ten championship game, I know you got a call from a Michigan caller. It could have been Alex, not sure, but he was telling you, how could you have picked Iowa over Michigan? Was that right?
Mm-hmm. There wasn't just one caller, Vincent. You must not follow this channel enough. There was not just one caller, but yes.
No, there was one he was kind of a rear end about it, so to speak. He was not
clown.
real nice.
He was a clown.
Kind of a yes. And I'm not sure of his name, but I hope he's listening because I'm sure he picked Michigan over Georgia. And I just want to say, how can he in his right mind have picked Michigan over Georgia? They're not even on the same scope. Anyway,
I tweeted out. I tweeted out Jerry Seinfeld. That's a shame. The GIF last night. So sorry. I took a little bit of joy. I have to admit, I'm a Big Ten fan. I took some joy in that, Don, last night. Sorry.
Well, I did think it was only appropriate that Georgia scored a cheap touchdown late in the game, much as Michigan did against us. The only difference, of course, there were no style points last night. All you have to do is advance. And truthfully, Georgia should have taken out some of those starters late in the game.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
Go ahead, Don. Sorry.
I was simply stating that Georgia should have pulled some of those top players late in the game because you got another game to play.
Absolutely. We do have 2 callers who have been patiently waiting. Thank you for being patient and for calling Iowa post-game at the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
It's Minnesota Dave.
Minnesota Dave. First of all, before you go here, Minnesota Dave, and again, I appreciate you calling. Before you start talking, I want to acknowledge something that I did not forget. Your donation here. Hold on, let me swing back up here to it because I do appreciate it. And congratulations, by the way. I don't think I've talked to you. Maybe I have since the Gopher game. Congratulations on that win, and that certainly helps the Big Ten because the Big Ten struggled a bit today. I still can't believe Iowa lost this game to Kentucky, to be completely honest. But congratulations on your team's win, and thank you for I'm way behind in the numbers. Here it is. Thank you for this chat from Dave. Well, at least Minnesota won their bowl game. Maybe if Kentucky was wearing maroon and gold uniforms, you would have tried harder. tried to call a couple times, couldn't get through. I cheered for you guys because I hate the SEC. Now, Minnesota Dave, with that being said, you have the floor. Thank you for that.
Well, basically, I was going to call and basically ask about why did they not go for the field goal? I know they would have wanted the touchdown, but I would have taken the points because look what happened. This was a very offensively struggling game for both sides.
Are you talking about? Well, I don't think.
Control,
I think they were not quite in comfortable field goal range where they were. I mean, I think that, first of all,
they were on the 10-yard line.
Where?
They were on the 10-yard line.
Wait, what are we talking about here? What? I thought you were talking about the end of the game.
We're talking about. No. I'm not talking about the end of the game. I'm talking about when they went for it with like on the 10-yard line.
Oh yeah.
Went for it on the 10-yard line.
The third quarter.
Yeah.
I'm drawing a blank, Don.
He's talking about the failed quarterback sneak. I wasn't sure of the yard line, but I think he's right. We were clearly in field goal range. We had 4th and inches. That's the failed quarterback sneak, right?
Yeah, I mean, but
I don't know that we were on the 10, but it was certainly field goal range.
But Don, hindsight, Dave, hindsight is 20/20. I get it, but man, that was literally
that was before. I mean, I was saying this right when it happens. Like, okay, take the point. At least get your offense some momentum and feeling good about it. Because when the guy fumbles the snap, and I'm going to myself, my gosh, they could have easily. And I know what you're talking about hindsight, but I guess I'm saying, like, just take the points. Take the points, Kurt. Take the points. Come on, just take the points. And really, to be honest with you, in some ways, that play cost you the game.
I mean, I understand where you're coming from. I agreed with the decision at the time because, Dave, you're not an Iowa fan. You don't understand what it's like to continue to be disappointed by Iowa not having an aggressive mindset. So when you go for it on 4th and 1, there have been times where I've been very critical. I don't remember. That one didn't stand out to me as, man, I wish we hadn't gone for it, or I wish we had kicked a field goal. I understand what you're saying, though, and in hindsight, yeah, you're right. The 3 points would have at least evened up if things proceeded as they did. They would have, at least we would have talking about a different game.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing that I looked at is like whenever time you're playing an SEC school, especially with a one that is very, very good like Kentucky is, you have to try to at least score and take the points. And in a lot of ways, I agree with you on going for it on 4th down near the end of the game. Because you can never give any SEC team the ball. Because there's always a chance that they will easily could come back. They usually, and this is just my conspiracy opinion, I always think that the refs are always on the side of the SEC. Because if you look at that pass interference call that was called on Iowa later in the game when I think it was like
Moss.
I want to say the one where they called pass interference and it was way overthrown, and it was before the interception. It was the same drive as the interception for Iowa.
Yeah, that was the Riley Moss pass interference.
Yeah, I looked at that and like they're both had their hands on each other. Why is this called?
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a hold. I didn't think it was a pass interference. I thought it was a hold before the ball came out. But it whatever. I didn't get a great view of it even on the replay.
Oh, I looked at the replay and I was like, they're both pushing on each other, so they should cancel out each other. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, they call pass interference. Why do they call pass interference on this? First of all, this ball was uncatchable, in my opinion.
You could be right on that.
Dave, the 4th and 1 you're talking about, I went back and looked. It was our first possession of the second half. We drove the ball pretty convincingly, of course. And we had 4th and 1 at the 11. The score at the time was 13-3. That was the same halftime score as we had in the third quarter, 13-3. You are correct about one thing. We're down by 10. Even a field goal is going to be good because it makes it a one-score game again. A lot of times, of course, coaches think in terms, if we decide to go with a field goal, does it change it from a two-score game to a one-score game? The answer is, in that case, it would have. It would have been 13-6. I doubt that we would have missed a kick. It would have been a 29-yard field goal, but I'm sure even Caleb would tell you it's not automatic. There are things that can go wrong on kicks, as we know. Just looking back to the Michigan game.
In college football, yeah.
Yeah. So at the time, I remember, I'll say this, as we approached that 4th down, we had 3rd and 2. We ran for a yard, 4th and 1. We failed it with the sneak. I remember commenting to the guy next to me, even 3 points is okay here because we'll cut it to one score. That's what's critical, is that we get some kind of points out of this possession, because it was a good solid drive. That drive incidentally started on the -20. So we'd actually moved from the -20 to the +11. It was a good drive, 69-yard drive. And yet we came up dry when we failed on 4th down. So I'm sure of this. If it was 4th and 3, we would have kicked it. There's no doubt in my mind. 4th and maybe inches. I don't know. You tell me, Corey. Was it 1 inch or was it 1 foot? Or was it a foot and a half?
Inches, but I could be wrong.
4th and inches. That's kind of what I thought at the time. I could understand. We're down by 10. Who are we kidding? We need to get back in the game. 7 beats the hell out of 3. So I understand that we went for it. That's an argument either way as to what to do at that point. We failed, of course, therefore we were wrong. But a field goal is not a guarantee either. But the odds of him missing that were slim and none, I'd say that.
And let me tell you guys something. The way Ohio State's playing in the Rose Bowl right now, I think Iowa deserved the Rose Bowl because they would have given a better effort right now than the way Ohio State's playing.
Well, Ohio State's dealing with opt-outs everywhere. That's what's ridiculous about their bowl game, is they're playing in the Rose Bowl and they don't have their 2 best skill position players. So, or 2 of their.
That's the other thing I was about to say. Why is your star running back not playing? What is he waiting for? His Canadian dollars to come through?
I'll let you take that.
I don't think
you'd have to ask him that question. He's
going to have a nice career in the CFL.
I hope he succeeds in the NFL. Iowa needs a success story, but I see where you're coming from.
And I hope Stanley's ready to play against the Packlers.
Is he playing?
I don't know. I don't know who the quarterback is going to be for the Vikings.
I don't think it's going to be Stanley. I think it's going to be Mond.
Yeah, well, I mean, seriously, they'll probably try out anybody. Right now, Zimmer is playing for hope and a prayer right now to keep his job. So
yeah,
if one looks bad, he'll probably put the other one in.
Right. Well, no, we appreciate the call as always, Dave.
All right. Have a nice day.
You as well. Have a great night. And again, appreciate the call from Dave as always. I know, again, we've got a lot to talk about. Don, I've still got some notes that I want to share with you and some frustrations and some I try to make notes throughout the game so I can run them by you afterwards, some on this show and then some just privately with you and me. But again, we've been very blessed with a lot of callers this afternoon, and this caller has waited for 22 minutes now. So thank you for calling Iowa at the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
Hey, Corey and Coach, this is Eric from Calmer.
Hey, Eric. How are you, sir?
Good. Hey, I'm actually going to bring it back a little bit to the defensive part of the ball today. And I know Phil's called a great game. 7 sacks. You can't, in my opinion, you can't, go back and say he's done a bad job. But there's a few big plays over the last 2 games that Iowa's even given up. And it needs to be talked about a little bit because that's not typical Iowa football.
Don, do you want to comment on that?
The big thing for – go ahead, Coach.
Well, I was simply going to state something I mentioned to Corey a while back in time. Toward the end of the season, there was an alarming fact that involved the opposing offense scoring on their first possession against us. And I remember for sure against Nebraska. I remember for sure the week before, whoever that was, Illinois, as I recall. Yeah, it was Illinois because it's the first time all season that Illinois scored a touchdown on their opening possession. So it seemed as if we had trouble defensively. It was always with the first possession. And that reared its ugly head today, too. It seems to me that on that first possession, we're very, very basic with our calls. And maybe we're not presenting as many assignment problems for the other team as we do later in the game when we start getting into other varied types of defense. So if there's anything to learn from it, maybe it's to challenge the other team a little bit, even on that first possession. Maybe bring people that don't always come, give them some different alignments, different coverages than what they normally see. Just guard against being too vanilla on that first possession of the game. That might be a valid comment for our defense. Maybe that would help.
What about the 3rd and 26? There was no blitz. There was no line twist. I mean, up to that point, I think we had 5 sacks in the game, and every time we put pressure on Levis, it just seemed like it worked. I mean, for us, every time you put pressure on him, he was quick with the ball. He was either short, overthrown. Very rarely did he put the ball in the money.
Yeah, and 3rd and 26, as I recall, was the plus 40 to Wandale, right? That's the one you're talking about, first half?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a common practice, if you're looking at third and a mile, drop 8, rush 3. I don't know that we rushed 3 that time, maybe not, but a lot of people would argue that.
Or if I remember right.
That's not a bad way to play. Force them to dump the ball, then you tackle the guy and you make a punt. I am curious how Wandale got open so far down the field. I don't know what our coverage was. I'm not sure what we were playing at that moment. I didn't see any replay, but it's pretty amazing. A really obvious coverage choice at that point would be what we call cover 4. So you got 4 deep defenders. You got both corners that are soft, both safeties that are soft. Now you're defending those seams that people always attack if you play 3 deep. So I'm trying to figure out what our coverage was. It might have been a quarter, half look. I don't know without seeing the actual TV tape. But it's pretty amazing that a guy could get that open. Not that he was that open. We were contesting the throw, of course. But he was still
right.
He was open enough to make a play, and it was a nice throw, a nice catch. We contested the catch, but it didn't matter because he still caught it. If we're playing cover 4, I don't think that would have happened. Maybe we were playing cover 4. If it did, I don't know how it would fit into that 4 deep coverage.
I don't think we were in cover 4, Don, because there was a big gap on the field where he exploited it.
Yeah, was there a pretty good gap between safeties?
It looked like it to me. They showed the view from the quarterback's perspective, and he was pretty wide open, Don. I know there was pressure on the quarterback, but he was pretty darn open down the field.
Yeah. I remember vividly. Funny how you remember games. We were playing Wyoming years and years ago in the Holiday Bowl, you might recall, but the older listeners can recall. And Wyoming had a really good pass attack, especially for that particular era of football. And we just could not defend their seam routes. And finally at half, we played cover 4 the second half. We took all that away. We had 4 guys waiting downfield for all 4 of those seam routes. And we went on to beat Wyoming, come from behind to beat them, in large part because we decided to adjust to their formation that they were using to hurt us. We simply couldn't defend it with cover 3 or cover 2. So we went to cover 4, and it seemed to make all the difference in the world.
Yeah, I guess the other question I had outside of the big question going into the spring into the fall, assuming Petrus or Padilla enters the transfer portal, how much of a chance does somebody that doesn't have game experience at the quarterback position have at Iowa? During the Kirk Ferentz era, it's been the guy who's had game experience, so to speak, gets the nod. And with Padilla saying earlier this week that it takes a year and a half to get this Iowa offense, I mean, what's the reality of a Levis or a May having a chance in hell, so to speak, against a Peters or a Padilla who has that game experience.
Go ahead, Corey.
No, Don. This is all you. You're the QB
Okay.
guy.
Well, first off, I don't believe that that's entirely factual. The reason I say that, I can't imagine that Padilla is anything other than above average intelligence also. I don't know Alex well enough to say that definitively, but I can't imagine that he's not certainly above average intelligence. My point is you recruit guys that have above average intelligence because to play quarterback in college football is mentally challenging. You got to be a quick thinker because things are happening in a hurry. I believe both Alex and Spencer do have above average intelligence. They should be able to process at this point in their careers fast enough to get the job done. I'll say this as far as playing a younger player that offers great promise. I think you simply consider this. If he's got unusually good talent, without question, better talent than the more experienced quarterbacks, it's simple enough. You're not going to put him on the field that next fall if he's never taken a snap in a varsity game. You're not going to give him their entire offense to work with because at that point, you would give him so much rope that he would hang himself. So what do? You limit the offense so that a less experienced quarterback is still able to execute well because he doesn't have quite as much to learn as he will in later games. I hope that makes sense to you. I'm talking about playing in September if he's never taken a snap before that early game in the fall. Then you may have half the offense in that you would like to have simply because you got a new guy playing quarterback. The point is, don't overload him. Put him on the field, let him play. Just simplify the offense so that he's still able to execute it. That's all. Hope that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. But with the Iowa offensive line showing that improvement the last 3 games, does a backup quarterback or a guy that's never seen the field have that chance over, say, a Peters or a Padilla? Realistically?
Well, I certainly like to think so. But Coach Fry used to always say this. If you're having a hard time making a decision between an older player and a younger player, be sure the older player understands he has to be clearly better because if they're even, it would make sense to go with the younger player because he has more room for improvement. Our players understood that. So that there was a little bit of onus on the older experienced player. You better clearly be better than the guy behind you that's less experienced because he has more upside than you do. You've got the advantage of experience. You should be executing better than he. And if you're not, then shame on you. If you're not, then you're going to get passed up.
That's all I got, guys. I think you guys do a great job with the show. I enjoy watching and listening every week. And thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it, guys.
Thanks, Eric. Have a great night.
You too.
All right. Before we get to, again, I appreciate that the line has we've been on here. I've been on here for about 2.5 hours, and we have had no empty lines. The lines have been jam-packed full. So we appreciate everybody's engagement. I do want to thank Erica. She says, so Corey, when should I make that 4-hour drive to IC? Well, we got a basketball game on Monday. We need people to pack Carver, Don. The football season's we got spring game coming up in a few months, so there are still reasons to make the trek from Illinois to Iowa City. But yes, if you're thinking about coming to Iowa City, Eric, get over for a basketball game because Carver needs some help as far as attendance. Let's get to our next caller here. Thank you for calling Iowa at the voice of college football. Who's on the line?
Lomansky from Toma, Wisconsin.
Lomansky, I think you want to talk to Don.
Boy, you are. I see why you run the show. I guess I got 2 things to run by Don, but I want to open with, he mentioned Hayden Fry, and it's kind of interesting that, his wife was a key to going to Iowa, but would Don thank his wife for putting up with this show during a hotel room in Florida and thank her for moving from Texas to Iowa? I sure appreciate it. As an 85 Iowa graduate.
I think I hear her in the background. She heard that, sir. So,
yeah, you realize, of course, it's going to be a late dinner for us, and she's a sweetheart to tolerate all of this because I'm sure her stomach's growling just like mine is.
Well, I tell you what, she married Burt Reynolds, so that's she gets back the other direction.
I need a reminder of that from time to time, I think.
Well, I'll get to my two comments, Don, and I'm just the first time I got to talk to you, and I appreciate it. Two things run by my mind. I'm going to link it right back to Hayden. And it's my second's a recruiting question, but my first question I want you to dive into. If Hayden Fry had a beer before the game and it was 4th and 2 feet, and you can punt and rely on your defense, or you got a deck of cards in your deck of cards to call an offensive play, in my stupid opinion, being an Iowa graduate, I think he goes for it. And the second question, and I'll listen, if you have an offensive production like we've had this year, doesn't that hurt recruiting to get your hands on a good QB to come to Iowa? Because I just hate that Levis was pursued by us. We didn't get Levis, and now we get it in the teeth from him. I'll listen.
Yeah, I have to admit, Levis was impressive. You know, we did a decent job containing him, but you can see that added dimension if you have a mobile quarterback. Any number of times, of course, he's faking to a back and carrying the ball himself. And we did a solid job of containing him, but he made some nice runs, as you would expect. His mobility didn't help him enough on those sacks, of course. So he had his difficulties dealing with pass rush, certainly. And hats off to our guys for doing such a good job of getting the heat on the quarterback. As far as Hayden going forward on 4th and inches, he did like to gamble in that regard, and it wouldn't have shocked me. It would have been a tough call, I think, for him. I simply say that because our defense had been playing really well up until that moment. And in my mind, that was the second failed possession, right, Corey? We were 3 and out on the previous possession. And I think when we went ahead, I think there was 11 minutes left. We had the next 2 possessions. We didn't make a first down, not once. The second of those 2 possessions was the hard decision to punt on 4th and 1. You're right. The fact that we failed on the previous possession, that might have been an argument for Hayden to go ahead and go for it. It would simply depend. It wouldn't have shocked me at all knowing Hayden. He would have maybe taken a timeout. I don't believe we took a timeout on that particular play. But he would have maybe taken a timeout, called Chuck Long over to the bench, and said to Chuck Long, "Charlie, what do you think?" And Chuck would have given him an honest response. Chuck, and the beauty of getting your quarterback's input, you know, he's out there in the huddle with that offensive line, and he has an idea of their mentality at that moment. And let's face it, one way to guarantee you're going to convert on short yardage is for you to have the mentality that one way or the other, by hook or crook, you're going to find a way to convert. You know, if you got a bunch of offensive linemen that are anxious to go for it, that's a good sign, of course. If they're not sure about whether we should go for it or not, that's a good reason to punt.
Don, say it to me if you think I'm out of bounds, but you highly mentioned about you don't overthrow a guy wide open, you underthrow. And if you're trying to do a wrinkle, what do you think of Padilla, at least in the game, to give Kentucky a different look and run something in your deck of cards that's different? In fact, even if you want the last possession, even if you want to not go for it, would you bring him in to make Kentucky think you're really going to do some guy, new quarterback in there? The lack of Padilla at some kind of exotic or different to show a different look frustrated me.
That would have been a good thought. The team I always talk about, of course, is Purdue. Purdue has I think in every game I ever saw Purdue play this year, they had a definite plan for the backup quarterback. And they put him in the game any number of times. Against us, they played 3 quarterbacks. And they all had different plays that they were prepared to run. I'm pretty sure that Plummer is the backup. I'm pretty sure he had a very small list of plays that he might run against Iowa. And the ones they called were the ones they practiced. And the same can be said for the number 3 quarterback that also played in that game. You know, you bring up a great point. You've heard me say it before, Corey. There's nothing wrong with having a few plays that are ready for that backup quarterback, because maybe he does have a slightly different skill set. And as you said, caller, you're just kind of messing with their mind a little bit. If you put Padilla in, even if you put him in a direct formation, the first thing you're thinking is it's not going to be a sneak, because we sneak with the bigger quarterback, right? That's one way to think about what what their reaction might be. They're thinking, Padilla's in the game. It's not going to be a quarterback sneak because they brag about being able to sneak the ball with Petrus for 2 yards at a time. Why would they use a smaller quarterback to run that same play? So not that that's necessarily what we should run with Padilla. I don't mean that. But your point is well taken. Let's just have a few plays that are available to be inserted into the game plan that involve the backup quarterback. We do the same thing with wide receivers and tight ends and maybe a backup running back. Maybe he has a small group of plays that he's better at, and those are the ones we call when he's in the game. So no reason that a backup quarterback couldn't have that same thing working for him.
Anything else, caller?
Nope. I thank you for your time.
All right. Appreciate the call as always. And I do want to address this before we get to our next call. Jermaine, he says, what happened to the supposedly trick plays that our defense was getting frustrated with at practice? I didn't see them run one all game. It's interesting, Don, because Riley Moss did make a point of telling the media this past week that it was frustrating because the defense was getting hit on some trick plays. And he's absolutely right. There wasn't a single trick play, Don, in this game. And I'm just wondering, is that perhaps coaching staff telling Riley to throw a curveball at the heads of Mark Stoops and that coaching staff over?
Well, my question to Riley would be, is he talking about that part of practice that's 1 against 1? Because as you know, Corey, a lot of the practice would be the varsity 1 and 2 versus the scouts. That's the majority of the practice when you get into teamwork. There's maybe only a small portion of the practice set aside for 1 against 1. So to be honest with you, I'd be surprised if the number one offense would be running their trick plays against the number one defense. Maybe so. If so, then Riley should be smart enough not to talk about it because we're trying to prepare for the game. So I don't know if he's referring to the scout team or referring to the varsity. I'm not sure.
So could it just be mind games? Could it just be mind games?
I suppose, but I kind of hard me to believe that somehow we suggested to Riley that we throw off Kentucky by talking about our offense running a bunch of trick plays. Kind of hard to imagine if we actually planned to do so that we'd want to suggest to them that we might do that.
Right.
We did run a trick play. It was the reverse. It was our touchdown. That was very definitely a trick play.
Okay.
Right.
We ran that before, though, right? I mean, that's not.
But it's still a misdirection play, i.e., a reverse. That is by definition a trick play.
Okay. All right.
Maybe
misdirection.
Maybe you don't see it that way, but
well,
most people would consider that to be exotic. A reverse, yeah, that's a trick.
And Wilbur asks, is Reganey coming back next year or heard any rumors he's declaring? Would he be day 1 or day 2 pick? I don't think Nico would be drafted, Don. I don't think nothing against Reganey, but I don't think the issue is him coming back or going to the NFL draft. I think the question would be, might he be one of the receivers that leaves? Could he leave because of being passed up? Kind of like Tyrone Tracy decided to leave because of the emergence of Arlen Bruce and Keegan Johnson. I think they need him because we don't even know if Charlie Jones is coming back yet, Don.
Right.
Tracy gone and Jones gone. I think Reganey would have a chance to at least be in the 3 to 4 man rotation. Maybe he thinks there's greener pastures. I don't know. I have not heard any rumors on that.
Here's one frustration I have with our offense right now. Think about this. This really was a sobering thought. In my research, I realized Wandale, I should say. I'm getting his name confused.
Yeah.
Wandale Robinson caught 94 balls this year. Can you imagine that's more catches than our top 4 receivers on our football team this year? Combined. None of the 4, when you combined all their receptions, they still had less than Robinson.
And didn't he just get there? Am I wrong in saying that he just got there this year, correct?
Yeah. I don't know if he was there for spring ball or not.
Okay. Yeah. I get, and I know some of it's quarterback related, but these people that say you can't really grab offensive transfers and be effective at what you're trying to do, that's got totally blown up by guys like Wandale and even Will Levis.
Absolutely. He had a nice year.
Excellent year. All right. I know our caller's been waiting on hold forever, so thank you for waiting on hold, and thank you for calling Iowa Postgame with the voice of college football. Who's on the line?
Hey, is this me?
it's you.
Okay, perfect. No, I've been waiting a while. I appreciate you guys. I'm actually calling Bowling Green, Kentucky, Kentucky alumni, diehard Kentucky fan. I was watching some post-game highlights and stuff on YouTube and stuff, and I came up on y'all's channel, and I've literally been watching y'all's episode for about an hour, a little more now.
Appreciate
and
that.
I really enjoy it. Yes, sir. I wanted to call and let you guys know that it was a great game, man. And I mean, y'all played a great game, and I know there was some things in the first half that I can tell, you guys and your fan base aren't really happy with. But I mean, second half, y'all came out and y'all just ran all over us, and I thought we were done, to be honest. But I just wanted to congratulate you guys. I know you didn't get to win, but it was a hard-fought game, very hard-fought game. I'm very happy. Obviously UK came out on top, and typical SEC fans, and of course I am one as well, but they're not the biggest Big Ten lovers or anything like that, and nor am I. But if I was going to be a Big Ten fan and somebody had to tell me that I had to be a fan of one team, I'd be an Iowa fan, because y'all play great defense. You're very sound at what you do, and I respect y'all's program, and I respect the game y'all played today, and I just wanted to hop on here and tell you guys that.
Well, appreciate those kind words. And I'll say, I don't know about Don and Lisa. You guys were at the game today. As far as your game day experience, I've had nothing but good experiences virtually with Kentucky fans. I've got a lot of respect for Mark Stoops, as I know you do, Don.
Yes.
You know Mark personally. But thank you for that call, and I do appreciate the respect from Kentucky fans.
I did see nothing but good sportsmanship out of those Kentucky fans at the game today.
I appreciate you guys. Y'all keep going, and I will follow you guys, and look forward to hearing from you guys later. Y'all have a great day, and let's look forward to 2022.
Sounds good, sir. Thank you so much. And Don, I know we've got a couple calls here on the line, but I'm not going to keep you here forever. I want to get to a couple things because I want to let you get loose and enjoy some Orlando restauranting, if you will, because I know you guys are probably hungry and you've had a long day already. Couple things before we let you go. And again, I'm going to stay here with our callers here. So if you're on the line or you want to call in, I'm going to stay here as long as people are calling in. What else can I do when it's like 5 degrees outside and snowing, Don? So
Yeah, I understand. We've got some winter weather.
Yeah. Kenneth wanted to ask Coach Don, from a coaching perspective, is it obvious that Iowa doesn't have more than 8 pass plays? Come on, man.
Well, you have heard me make the comment, Corey. One of the things that made us difficult to defend, and just think of it this way, part of the joy of coaching in my mind is, and Coach Fry and Coach Snyder certainly felt that way, the game planning that goes on. As you look at video, you got to have a really inquisitive mind. You got to have a really good imagination. And you're continually asking the question, what if? As you look at that video, what if they would have done this instead of what they did? Simple example. What if instead of running that run play, it would have been a play action pass? And what if, as you see the DBs react to the run, what if it was a good fake? What kind of opportunity do you have to make a big play against them? That's part of the fun of the game. That's the game planning that goes on. It takes hours and hours and hours of preparation, but it's what we always did. And the result of that, Corey, is that from one week to the next, you're continually putting in new wrinkles to the offense. And the beauty of that, let's imagine in week 1, you run these plays. In week 2, you run a few of those same plays from week 1, but you run some new plays too. The same happens in week 3, week 4, week 5. Well, as you can imagine, if you're down to game 10, it's impossible to get ready for that opponent, for Iowa's offense, because there's too many plays. And what people fail to realize, one reason we're effective in game 10, we may go back and pull some plays out of game 5 that we haven't run since game 5. And obviously the other team didn't work on them because they were forced to make a decision. Which plays are we going to see? Here's my best guess. I think we're going to see these plays. Well, invariably they guess wrong some of the time. And that made us more difficult to defend. There's no doubt in my mind of that. I've heard that from opposing defensive coaches. It made it more difficult to defend Iowa because there were too many plays to get ready for. And that is the argument for having more plays. It's something that we always took to heart. And it was always a lot of fun to pick and choose which plays to insert that week, because maybe some of them hadn't been run in a month or some of them been 2 months, but you pull them out and you use them again. And the fact that you've already got them in the offense, of course, it doesn't require a lot of practice time. You simply shine them up from when you used them before. And that was very effective for us. And I think any defensive coordinator will tell you, I'd prefer that you not run a lot of different plays because that'll give us a chance to zero in on those plays you do run and to have our best chance to stop them.
And Don, quite frankly, I think we maybe ran that misdirection pass play back across the field a little bit too much, although it kept working today. But at some point, that is showing up on tape. We're running that. It seems like sometimes Iowa's offensive coaching staff, when they find something they like, and I'm not saying it's ever that creative, but when they find something they like, they just run it to death, like the fullback dive. We run it so much, and then eventually it kind of bites you in the butt. That misdirection pass play, remember we tried to run that against Michigan, and it got completely destroyed.
Yeah.
So I'm surprised that it actually worked. Now, we overthrew Reganey on the one, but we hit Laporta on a deep one
Right.
at one point. So, but I understand the frustration.
Deep over routes. Matter of fact, that's what they connected with Wandell on, was a deep over route too.
Yeah, and the man here asks, Coach, did you get a chance to see Mickey and Minnie?
You know, we missed them both. I told Lisa I had my eyes peeled. I just wanted to see one alligator. I haven't seen one yet, so that's been a
Did you go to
disappointment.
Disney World?
No, but I was just, in my way of thinking, we're going to see one crossing the street here at any minute. And I guess I didn't give Orlando enough credit for being a civilized society. I haven't seen one yet.
You've been down there and seen them, though, before, right? I mean, you've been to Florida a number of times over the years.
Well, yeah, we played a few bowl games down here, and we've had some other trips down here too, just to see friends. But yeah, I've seen a few alligators in my day, but I'd still like to see one more. Just one.
Before we let you go, Don, this is the last caller I'm going to take for you because I want to let you get back to your evening. But again, the caller line is going to stay open, so if you want to call in, you're welcome to do that. But this will be the last one with Coach Peon. Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame at the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
Hi, my name is Brad from Naperville.
Brad, how are you today, sir?
Hey, thanks. And I'm glad I barely could catch Coach Patterson. I just wanted to ask him about our overall quarterback development in his opinion. I know he mentioned once, and if I'm paraphrasing, he had a Western Illinois quarterback that would, in his opinion, start for us right now. When I read this article in The Athletic about Joey Labas, the comments from Kirk were basically like, even though I guess he's very good at improvising, and I guess he's got that Patrick Mahomes sidearm pass even, and they give you a little more latitude on the scout team. Kirk's comments basically implied he's not ready because we got to dial him back and get him a little more structured. I'm not so sure the structure is great. And I guess I would like to hear from Hayden's offensive coordinator what he thinks of that situation. Thank you.
Don?
Well, you've heard me say before, there's nothing wrong with playing a young quarterback. You simply don't give him too much at any particular time. You spoon feed him, so to speak. And if you give him too much rope, then he will mess up. He will hang himself. So you simply dial it back a little bit. You simplify the offense to be sure he's not in over his head mentally. And that gives you a chance to play a guy early in his career, even though he doesn't thoroughly understand the entire offense. He understands enough to be able to execute successfully against any and all opponents. Hope that makes sense.
Thank you.
Thanks, caller. Appreciate that. And I do want to get to this. The real Hayden says, not sure if it's been talked about. We did talk about it, but Petrus said the Kentucky D lineman encroached and hit the ball before Linderbaum snapped the ball on 4th and 1 from the 11. So I guess that's what Petrus is claiming. I did not see that on tape. Maybe it happened and I missed it, Don. But you'll, I'm sure, look back at that when you get a chance to see if that indeed happened. And because, again, we haven't really seen snap issues between Petrus and Linderbaum, so it was odd. And there was one final comment. So this one is directed straight to you, Don. Coach Don, my dad predicted this game, which is sad, and says we need personnel changes, athletes. Is that true or just adjustments, and which?
Well, I think we have good athletes. You know, you might say some teams are more superior athletically than we are, but athleticism is just part of the equation. You know, teams routinely win that don't beat themselves. That's one reason we had a good record this year. We have very disciplined young men that are good athletes. Are they as good as Ohio State or Michigan? That's debatable, I guess. But I think we're recruiting a lot of character. I think that stands us in good stead week after week after week. That's one reason we beat people that we really, in the eyes of the experts, we're not supposed to beat. We don't beat ourselves very often. And even today, I can't say that we beat ourselves. There are obviously plays that we'd like to have back that made a difference. But let's give Kentucky a lot of credit. I'll be honest with you too, Corey. I made this observation. It may sound crazy, but this is just based on 37 years of coaching. I flashed back to games in warm conditions when teams are not used to it. And obviously, we're not used to playing in 85-degree weather. And I remember thinking I was relieved when I heard we're the visiting team. Great, because white jerseys are cooler than black jerseys. So I was glad to know that Kentucky was going to come out in dark colors. We were going to be wearing white, and we were going to be on the shady side of the stadium. We were on the west side. We had shade in that second half, and there's poor old Kentucky over there. In my mind, they appeared to be wilting in the heat a little bit. During that third quarter, it seemed as if we were gaining momentum slowly but surely over Kentucky. And I give them credit. And you heard me say, even though I often say I'd go for it, the way our defense had been playing and we had a lead, I was arguing, go ahead and punt it and make them play from 80 or 90 yards away, and let's win the game by turning it over to our defense. To Kentucky's credit, they seem to find a second wind, if you will. You know, they seem to rally, and I give them credit for that. They showed a lot of mental toughness too. We like to think that we've cornered the market on mental toughness. Well, let's give Kentucky a lot of credit. They showed excellent grit in that second half, specifically in the fourth quarter, because our guys were fighting and fighting hard, and yet Kentucky clearly was matching our effort, and they were fortunate on a few plays. Robinson's a difference maker. I give him a lot of credit. I can't imagine he wasn't the MVP today. Who won the MVP award? I assume it was Wandale.
Yeah.
Because, my gosh, he goes out for 170 yards in receiving. And half of it came at the end of the game when it mattered the most. So hats off to him. And he would give a lot of credit, I'm sure, to the quarterback, because there were some nice throws in that fourth quarter for them.
And Don, Gary asked that. And you've told me this before, but Gary says, where is Coach P from, as in what city in Texas?
I was born in Corsicana, Texas. That's about an hour south of Dallas. And I went to a school in a little town called Blooming Grove. It's halfway between Corsicana and Hillsboro. And again, it's about an hour south of Dallas. So that's why I was recruited North Texas, because I grew up in North Texas. And Carl Jackson was from Port Arthur, Texas. And Carl, for that reason, recruited South Texas, which was really, in our way of thinking, mostly the Houston area, of course.
All right, Don. I'm caught up on comments, but I did want to just give you a few notes here. And again, I try to take notes throughout the game to share them with you later. And if anything stands out to me, just point it out and let me know. If you disagree, feel free to disagree. I brought up what you brought up, the opening touchdown. We give up another touchdown on opening drive. That just baffles me how we can continue to do that, although I'm not complaining about the defense overall, but it does make it harder. 3rd and 2 in the first quarter, we go shotgun with Gavin Williams, and then Spencer Petras throws a grounder in the direction of Sam Laporta. I'm not sure why we are ever in my opinion, maybe I'm wrong on this, but why ever go in shotgun in that situation where you're, again, with a back, it's different than going in empty. But I thought that was, at that point in the game, we were running the ball well.
Incidentally, in the second half, we did go empty. And I remember thinking,
and it worked. It somehow worked.
And I don't remember the down and distance, but I remember thinking, I hate empty with Spencer in the game because there's zero chance of run. And we threw the ball. It was a quick, I believe it was what we call a stick route to the tight end for a first down. So it worked, but I just hate that we declare by formation whether or not it's 100% run or not, or 100% pass. In that case, 100% pass.
And 3rd down sack in the first quarter for Van Valkenburg. And he beat his guy one-on-one a lot more than I've ever seen him do that. And I think he helped his draft stock today immensely. And that line looked like it got better during bowl prep. Iowa's been outscored 89-49 in the first quarter this year. I'll give credit to Chad Leistiko for throwing out that stat on Twitter. But that is astonishing. 89-49 in the first quarter for Iowa this year. Second quarter, 3rd and 4 at the Kentucky 5. And we go Wildcat with Gavin and Potabom. We get a false start on Colby. And my only thought here is you don't go Wildcat. That false start probably doesn't happen, would be my guess. To me, it's confusing as to, now maybe they know something I don't, but that Wildcat is so plain and bland, Don. We've never thrown out of it. Now that Tyler's gone, we just line up the same as we did before. We saw it ran later in the game. And, Gavin's going to get 2 or 3 yards with this little stutter step and go up the middle, but it's just so plain and bland, Don. And I just thought that was I didn't like that play call on 3rd and 4 at the Kentucky 5.
Yeah, I haven't charted our Wildcat snaps, but I would suspect, as you said, Corey, I would suspect that in almost every case, the ball carrier was the Wildcat quarterback. One obvious thing you can do to throw them off a little bit is get in Wildcat and then go ahead and give the ball to the other back, because they expect that you're going to fake and then keep it. Well, obviously, if you give the ball, that's a surprise in itself, because typically you do keep the ball.
All right. Forward progress was not called on Will Levis, and yet I watched the Music City Bowl the other night, and I see forward progress called against Tennessee. That's another rule that the officials, I think, need to look at, because it's completely up into interpretation when forward progress is stopped. Even though in the Tennessee game, I see the guy clear the ball carrier, clearly still moving forward, and yet my understanding is they called forward progress on that call, on that overtime play. And here we saw Levis today not called for forward progress. That's a little bit confusing to me. 3rd and 26. We brought that up. The zone gives up a wide open deep conversion to Wandell. I saw somebody in the chat earlier tonight say, would Iowa ever throw like that on 3rd and 26? The answer is no. I mean, at least we haven't seen it much, Don. It's usually a run on 3rd down. With a minute, this is maybe my most maddening thing, Don, and I've complained to you about this all season. I respect Kirk. I respect this coaching staff, but we have no idea what we're doing when it relates to clock management. And I say it every single game. Minute 40 to go, Don. Kentucky has the ball at the Iowa 11. All right. We've got 3 timeouts. I made a mark of that. We had 3 timeouts in that situation. Is there any reason not to call a timeout when Kentucky has the ball at the 11? The clock is no longer a factor for Kentucky. They're going to be either getting in 3 or 4 plays or not getting in 3 or 4 plays.
What was their yard line at the time?
We were at the Kentucky 11. Or excuse me, Iowa. Kentucky was at the Iowa 11.
They were 11 yards from a touchdown.
With a minute 40, Iowa's got 3 timeouts to go.
Okay, we had all 3 of ours. They burned theirs, of course.
Yeah, what would be the reason for not calling a timeout there? What would be the reason?
I know probably what would happen in that situation. Here's what Hayden would do. You still there, Corey?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, I lost you here on this end. One thing that we very seldom did back in the day was the defense very seldom took a timeout. Nowadays, you see it more often. And to be honest with you, head coach typically would, let's face it, we were winded at that point. They'd done a good job of working their way down the field, right? That's probably going to be your point, Corey. they had us on our heels. That's safe to say, right?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe a timeout would give us an effect to give us a chance to grab our breath. And obviously, we're not just grabbing our breath. We're also talking about what our plan needs to be on the 11-yard line. So you're right. If they score, we're behind. And it's you might argue, I don't want to burn a timeout because I want to keep them all for the offense. But our defense they were gassed at that point, I guess. One way or the other, they worked their way down the field against us. And we had a chance to stop it down there, and yet we didn't get it done.
No, I'm not even talking specifically because we needed a break or we needed to regather ourselves. But what I'm saying is, as you and I both know, you being an OC, you have control of the clock even without timeouts when you're on offense, right? You can get first downs, you can get out of bounds, you can spike the ball. But in that situation, the clock is not a negative factor for Kentucky. They got 1:40. They've got 3 or 4 plays regardless, okay? So the whole playbook is open. They can run, they can pass, they can do whatever from the 11-yard line. They're not going to get a first down at the 1. Very unlikely, right? So you have that situation. To me, you call a timeout on defense because you know you're getting the ball back. Iowa eventually got the ball back with 43 seconds, and of course we did nothing with it, which is a shock to no one.
Yeah.
But to me, there's just no reason that the clock was not a negative factor for Kentucky at that point.
Right. The clock was not going to be an issue for them.
Right.
I think there's 2 good reasons to call that timeout at that point in the game. One is simply for us to grab our breath and have a chance to actually discuss what our plan needs to be with the ball on the 11-yard line. And then beyond that, of course, at least we're not going to allow Kentucky to run the clock down to nothing. One of the things I was afraid of from the 1-yard line, I was afraid that they were going to – it was first and goal at the 1, as I recall. So we're back to that scenario. They'd like to score, but they'd prefer to score on 3rd down, not 1st or 2nd, so that there's no time left to amount to anything. And that didn't happen. Of course, they scored, I guess, on that very next play. So you bring up a good point. I think there's a good argument nowadays, especially when you're on your heels and you're a little bit discombobulated. Take a timeout, give the defense a chance to come to the bench, talk to the coaches, allow some time to decide on what the plan needs to be going forward, because maybe the plan needs a radical change from what it was. At least it needs to be debated what to do next. And of course, the head coach has a chance to get involved at that point because we've got our clock stoppage and we have a chance to talk. So it's entirely possible that timeout would produce a goal line stand. It didn't happen. We didn't use the timeout, so we're never going to know.
Yeah, and for the record, Hyperlocal says Corey Riley Moss ranks in Pro Football Focus 48th. Hankins is 165. Don, I think you feel the same way. Pro Football Focus ratings. Do you read into those at all?
I don't think it's worth the paper it's printed on.
I agree. Now, if you want to take stock in them, Hyperlocal, I have no problem. We appreciate you listening to the show, but I don't know. Nobody's going to convince me that that Riley Moss is a better cornerback than Matt Hankins. Not any way on this planet am I going to admit to that. Now, again, I respect the opinion. Third, let me go on with our notes here, Don. 3rd quarter, botched snap on 4th down and 1, deep in Kentucky territory. It looked to me like it was on Petrus, but again, I'll have to see the replay if Kentucky was a factor there. 4th quarter, we were fortunate not to get a running into the punter penalty on John Wagner. I was very surprised. Now, he didn't have any intent, but he clearly ran into the punter, and I don't think it really matters what the intent is, correct? He was not blocked into him.
Yeah, I think Lisa asked me at that point in time, should that have been a flag? I said, well, if it was going to be a flag, it would be a 5-yarder. It wouldn't be roughing the punter. It would be running into the punter. But I do believe maybe it was something like 4th and 3 at the time. I think it would have given him a first down. So you're right. We were a little bit lucky because Wagner did bump the guy. And of course the guy fell down, but the officials chose to ignore it, thankfully. Just out of curiosity, what conference were the officials from? Any idea?
I believe they were ACC.
Okay. Well, I thought they did an okay job. I know when Riley was flagged for holding, as I saw it, that was a good call. I know I heard one of our listeners say it looked like both players were pushing and
Well, they
shoving
called
each other.
pass interference, though, Don. That was the problem. They called pass interference. Are we talking about the same play?
Yeah, I'm sure we're talking about the same play.
Should have been a hold, but they called pass interference.
I got you. So they actually ruled it pass interference. There was a play too. It was a really. We had a guy down the middle of the field. Their free safety arrived maybe a split second early. When the replay happened,
It
our
was
fans,
pretty darn good timing, Don, on Bruce.
That's kind of how I saw it. I said, honestly, he couldn't have timed it up much better. The bottom line, of course, we shouldn't be running a guy right at that free safety anyway. But I think he timed it up well. I think most people would have allowed that play to stand. If he got there early, it was 100th of a second early. It was almost perfectly timed.
Yeah, and D. Chown, he brings up the 4th and inches. Why didn't we keep the same aggressive mentality? Again, I see your way too, Don. I was kind of going back and forth on that, and part of my stance on that is because of the struggles and because of my thing on changing the philosophy and changing the mindset. But again, that's basically all I have. I did make a note that the booing from Iowa fans on the player going down with an injury, I did not approve of that, Don. I don't know how much of the Iowa fans were booing. First of all, Mark Stoops is not going to tell his guys to take a dive. All right, I have full confidence in that. So it's 100 degrees on the field. It's 100 degrees on the field. Who's to say these guys aren't cramping? It's not like the Penn State situation at all.
Exactly. October in the Midwest is a lot different than Orlando today. Yeah. I thought all the guys that were down were legitimately down. Yes. I did think it was kind of amusing. Did you notice we had a guy that went down? Well, it was Linderbaum, and Kentucky's fans booed to suggest that we might be down to mess, but we're messing with the wrong team. It should be the defense faking an injury to slow down the offense. Here we were; they were booing us for having an injury on offense. So I think that's just a very uneducated fan group there that decided to boo us when our guy was legitimately injured late in the game.
But for the record, I was disappointed in Iowa fans for booing on one of those. I only heard it on one. But I didn't think that was called for.
Yeah, it's not, because anybody that knows anything about playing a football game in warm weather, it's very easy to get dehydrated. You guard against it as the game plays out, but you go through a ton of fluid, and it's not hard to imagine that players might cramp up, especially in the second half of a game like today's.
And the final comment I had written down, Don, screen game, all caps, finally. Because It doesn't make any sense is why we didn't use a screen game against Michigan when they were susceptible to the screen. We saw it working today. We saw the screen game with Laporta, which why not use that more when he's one of the best ball-carrying tight ends we've had? So I'll leave it at that, Don.
We've only called 3 screens to the tight end this year, I think. I believe today was the 3rd one.
That is absolutely mind-boggling, Don. That is absolutely mind-boggling. All right, Coach. I appreciate it. Anything else to add before we let you and your wife get something delicious? I know you're going to treat her to 5-star eating.
Well, tonight it's going to be her choice, obviously, because she's been so patient to put up with you and I.
So not Arby's. Is that what you're saying?
Not going to be Arby's. Not going to be. I don't believe it's going to be the Golden Arches. I'm guessing it's going to cost me a lot more.
All right. Well, tell her to enjoy her Whopper, and we will talk to you again soon, Don. Are we going to do a show after the playoff?
I'd be happy to if you want to do that, Corey. If our listeners would be interested.
Let's do that, because I want to kind of wrap up everything. We know we've talked so much about this game today. Let's do a show after the playoff. We can react to the playoff and, of course, wrap up the season. But as always, it's been a pleasure to have you on the post game.
Corey, let me give you another option. You may not want to go this route, but I do have. I am going to do analytics on both Alabama and Georgia. I did it a couple of years ago. I'm doing it for the quarterback club in Iowa City. I'm going to preview the game on the 10th, on the luncheons on the 10th. So I'm going to have all kinds of research on these two teams, and I'm going to be basing it, of course, on their entire body of work this season. If you think there's any interest before the game, I'll be happy to do it if that's what you guys would like to do. If you want to hold off until after the game, that's fine too.
Well, let's do it. We can talk about when. When is is it a week from Monday?
It's on Monday night, the 10th.
So why don't we do it a week from tomorrow? Does that work for you?
Sure. Our usual Sunday at 7.
Yep, a week from tomorrow, so it'd be the 9th at 7 o'clock.
We've been previewing the game the day before. I think that's a great idea. I bet we'll get a lot of interest out of a lot of good college football fans.
Absolutely. So, yeah, we'll plan on that a week from tomorrow. Safe travels in and around Orlando, and safe travels back to Iowa City, and we will talk to you soon.
Thanks, Corey. You stay warm.
Thanks, Coach. Always appreciate the time from Coach Don Patterson and giving us great insight, as he always does, on the game today. Unfortunately, a loss for the Hawkeyes, and a lot of appreciation I see in the chat for Coach and his expertise, as always. Our lines are open. If you want to give us a call, our number, of course, is 515-758-7773. 515-758-7773. So I'm going to stay on here as long as people want to talk football. All right. If you want to talk football and you are here, whether we're talking Iowa's loss to Kentucky or we're talking about the offense moving forward, are we talking about 2022? Where is this team going? Where is the offense going? We don't talk about transfer portal. We can talk about that because the schedule next year doesn't get any easier. In fact, it gets a lot harder. And unlike the schedule this year where Indiana proved not to be what we wanted or what we thought they would be, Iowa State, even to a degree, ended up at 7-6. The schedule next year is not going to get easier. You're going to have a really good Michigan team. You're going to have a really good Ohio State team, and you're going to have a Purdue team I think is going to be just fine without David Bell. We saw that against Tennessee. They add Tyrone Tracy. So certainly we can discuss that in full. Let's get to our next caller. Thank you for calling Iowa at the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
Lomansky from Matoma again, Corey. I want your input into the comment that Don said about the differences between your quarterback and your younger football player. In your opinion, how you read that? Because if you take Don's statement, don't you have to say that Kirk and the offensive staff sees there's a big drop-off, or they're just stubborn? I want to hear your opinion.
That's a great question. Yeah, Don has made that clear. And for anybody who's just logging on, I want to kind of paraphrase what Don said here a few minutes ago, and that is that if guys are neck and neck, at least with Coach Patterson's teams and Hayden Fry's teams, if you're neck and neck, especially at the quarterback position, but really any position, you better, as an more experienced guy, you better be well outperforming the younger players on the roster and on the depth chart. So I guess the question you're asking me is, does this mean that the Iowa coaching staff sees a large gap between Spencer Petras and Alex Padilla because Alex Padilla is younger? Am I correct?
Yep. And if it's true, what kind of crappy recruiting are we doing?
Well, here's the deal. I don't know what's going on in practice. All right, I'll make that clear. I have no idea what's going on in practice. What I do know is what Coach Patterson has told me over the years, or over the months, I should say. I haven't really known Coach Patterson for more than a year. But what I do know is that sometimes players perform better in games. They call them gamers for a reason. They may not perform great in practice, but they perform better in games. And I don't think Alex Padilla has been spectacular in games. But I think you and I both know we can look at this and watch Iowa play, whether it's Alex Padilla or Spencer Petras, and we can both say there's no big drop-off. In fact, the argument could be made that Alex Padilla may actually be a little ahead of Spencer Petras. Now, if you want to argue the opposite, fine, but don't tell me that there's some huge gap between the two players. Can you agree? Can we agree on that, caller?
Yes, and the other thing is, I do understand totally about, we're a defensive, special teams, improve player football team. And that makes sense. And we've got great record since the regime of Kirk. But I just got to go back to, like, our recruiting it's not a compliment on our recruiting if the performance of Petras, and I hate to come down on student athletes too hard, I just don't like to do that, but we saw Padilla on the field, we saw him in a game situation, this is a reward for our players. I just think Padilla deserves some snaps. I just can't believe you can't reward him with something during that game.
I agree with you, but let me go back to something that a caller brought up here weeks and weeks ago, and he asked the question, is it possible, and I'm not saying I endorse this or that Coach P endorses this, but he asked the question, is it possible that Iowa's coaching staff doesn't want to look dumb admitting they made the wrong choice at quarterback? Now, I'm not saying that's what's happened, but there is, even if it's a subconscious leaning towards a guy that you endorsed so early in quarterback competition. If you remember, caller, back in January of 2020, Nate Stanley had just graduated. Iowa had a terrific performance in the Holiday Bowl. And following that game, Coach Ferentz publicly endorsed Spencer Petras as the heir incumbent. Do you remember that? He made a comment in January, which he never does, that Spencer Petras, he was confident in Petras being the next guy in. Do you remember that?
I do.
So he made that comment. So let's just look at that from a unbiased standpoint as much as we can as Iowa fans. We know Kirk Ferentz doesn't make a habit of doing that. Is it crazy to think, this is just me speaking and me, brainstorming here, is it crazy to think that Kirk felt like he put all his chips in on Spencer Petras, and because he did that so early, because he endorsed him as the guy, it would not look good for this coaching staff if Alex passed him up? And I'm not saying that's not saying that's the truth, but let's remember there's a human element to all of this. And I'm not saying Kirk is not playing the guy that gives them the best chance of winning, or doesn't believe he's playing the guy that gives them the best chance at winning. But from what I've seen on the field, that huge gap that Kirk acted like there was, and maybe there was a bigger gap back in 2020, but that big gap that he talked about in January, he alluded to that there's some big gap between Spencer and everybody below him, so I'm going to endorse him 8 months before the season starts. That big gap to me is non-existent. We've seen Alex Padilla play. We've seen Spencer Petras play. There is no big gap there. So I'm not saying Kirk's doing it on purpose or if this is definitely what's happening, but I do wonder if that endorsement, which was done so early in the cycle, if you will, of the QB evaluating cycle that Kirk normally allows, I wonder if that endorsement affects who plays on game day now, unfortunately.
I'll just throw one more thing at you. I've listened to a lot of old Hayden Fry stuff. And one of the things he said, he always hired an assistant that would go on and be a head coach. Otherwise, you wouldn't work for Hayden Fry. He always wanted somebody on his staff. I don't want to say to challenge him, but yeah, challenge him. Let me give you, I want your input. I want all the information to make the right decisions in case I get into a rut.
Yeah, well, honestly, if you looked at this coaching staff, who has the who would you say on this offensive coaching staff, not being Kirk Ferentz, who has the experience to give that sort of advice to Brian Ferentz and to Kirk? There's only one guy that comes to mind. Who on this coaching staff comes to your mind?
Parker has some political capital.
Well, I'm talking
my
offensive.
defense is being abused.
Well, you're right, but I'm talking as far as people who are employed on the offensive side of the ball.
Nobody.
Well, I'm not saying that I'm endorsing him, but
Well, are you saying Brian and Kirk are in cahoots? Is that what you're implying?
No, I'm implying that Ken O'Keefe, you're talking about somebody being able to give Iowa some active advice from an experience standpoint. Ken O'Keefe has been an OC. Go ahead.
I don't even think Ken O'Keefe can trump Brian. Sorry,
well,
my opinion.
I don't either, but I'm just saying that would be the logical choice to be someone. If Kirk was honestly looking at this and saying, Brian, you're not cutting it. I don't want to demote you. I don't want to fire you. We need to help you without having a lot of outside noise. Because if they go hire, if Kirk says we're going to hire an offensive analyst, or we're going to hire whoever you want to talk about, but if they want to hire an outside analyst, that's not going to look good for Brian. But see, you could do that if you said to Brian, hey, we don't want to make this messy, but we're going to have Ken kind of help you play calling, help you wherever behind the scenes. I'm not saying that Ken O'Keefe is the right man for that, but that would be the only person on this staff, offensive staff, to me, that would have the experience where you could do that.
I understand your point, and nothing's being done from Ken.
Well, listen here. I don't mean to. I try not to rip, and I don't rip Brian. I don't think I rip Brian a lot on here. I hope people don't feel like I am, because I try not to. But I have been critical of Ken O'Keefe. I like Ken, but the fact of the matter is, I bring it up over and over again. He's the highest paid quarterbacks coach in the country, and our quarterbacks don't consistently get better. That's just how it is. I know there's some data, especially since he's been here. Again, that's what we can look at, is since he's been the quarterbacks coach. When he came back from Miami, he's been the quarterbacks coach. We're talking Nate Stanley and Spencer Petras. Caller, would you say Nate Stanley and Spencer Petras improved exponentially or even noticeably over their careers?
I would not.
And to me, if you're going to be the highest paid QB's coach in the country, it better be an exceptional QB room. That's just my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong.
I just don't even know if we go out in the field with either the quarterbacks, Stanley or Petras, against the Big Ten. I don't know if we're in the upper half of the Big Ten quarterback-wise.
No, not quarterback-wise. Now, Nate had his moments, but see, the problem I have with Nate, I love Nate. He was a quiet guy. He led the team. He was a quiet leader, and he stuck with it, and he won a lot of games here. But again, if you're looking at this from a quarterback coaching standpoint, I brought up the sliding issue, like not the fact that CJ Beathard. Now, I know this was before Ken was here, so it's not just Ken responsible for this, but the fact that CJ Beathard never learned how to slide. The fact that Nate Stanley never learned how to slide. The fact that Spencer Petras can't slide. That is so simple. I mean, maybe I'm crazy. I didn't play baseball in high school, but I would think that it wouldn't be hard to teach a quarterback how to slide. And that's a basic element of being a quarterback. It's just one element, one aspect of running an offense and protecting your body as a quarterback. So that would be my question. Like, how do these guys not even know how to slide? And we got a quarterbacks coach that's his only job. He's not an OC and quarterbacks coach. He is a quarterbacks coach. That's why he's here. That's why he's making $650,000, $670,000 a year. So that's confusing to me as to how those things aren't working. And those aren't the only other problems. There are issues with, and again, I'm going on good word because I'm no QB guru, but there are just technique issues. I mean, we're talking basic elements of footwork as a quarterback. We've talked about stepping up in the pocket, which we never see Spencer Petras do, or very rarely do we see him do that. Going through his pre-snap reads. These are things at this point in his career I would think would be further along. So you have to look at coaching. I'm not sitting here ripping Spencer.
I think you're making a great point that most of us Iowa fans have not dug into enough, because you look at the developments under Hayden Fry. Chuck Long had one other offer, and all those quarterbacks that were recruited under his regime, how they progressed. I think your point is an excellent one about improving. Well, let's just compare them to the positions in defense that get improved with non-5-star recruits. Your point is well taken if you compare both sides of the ball.
Well, I appreciate that.
It's really clear.
That's about as strong as an opinion as I'm going to give on staff, because I think it's ridiculous that.
But don't you think that's a good comparison? Let's look at the improvement on defense over time compared to the offensive side of the ball and say, is it different? Is it the same? I mean, that's a good litmus test.
I think so. And there have been, let's give credit to the people who have been here coaching offensive linemen, because there have been individuals who have really gotten better. And certainly that's shown in NFL draft picks. It hasn't always shown in cumulative blocking performances as far as run results, but there has been a lot of development over the years on the line. But as far as skill position players, that's a fair assessment, especially
Corey,
with quarterback.
Excuse me. Sorry about that.
Go ahead.
So what's so interesting on TV, this is the first time I've seen it. They showed 6 tight ends in the pro football right now, or have been historically.
Yeah.
From Marv Kirk on. I guess I wouldn't be upset if the tight ends position coach was the highest paid assistant coach that we had.
Well, you're right. And I will say this. Tight ends are currently coached by Brian Ferentz, but I can't give Brian a ton of credit, although, I mean, like you brought up, it's been tremendous as far as tight end development since Kirk has been here and even back into the Hayden era.
Well, Campbell he does not have a special teams head coach, so to speak, of the special teams, my Cyclone friend tells me. So why is Brian Frent's duties being split? Like I didn't know that. That's absurd.
Well, typically an OC will be a quarterback's coach as well. So that's the thing. I keep bringing up the fact that Ken O'Keefe is the highest paid quarterback's coach. Oftentimes, your OC, I believe that was the case with Greg Davis. He was the offensive coordinator and the quarterback's coach. Don Patterson, throughout his career, was at times a offensive coordinator and a quarterback's coach. But this situation's unique. Brian Ferentz is coaching tight ends and he's the offensive coordinator, whereas Ken O'Keefe is exclusively the quarterback's coach. So that does kind of trim down the sample size as far as analyzing these higher end paying quarterback coaches, if you will. So I understand that, but that would still make me believe that Ken O'Keefe should be able to produce better results at that position.
I'll throw a softball out you. Don't you really respect Jim Harbaugh for changing and reinventing himself with his assistants? You got to look at that and go, way to go, Jim Harbaugh.
Well, John Beilein did the same thing in basketball years ago, and he was they were scoring a lot of points. They didn't play defense. He went out and hired the best defensive coach in the country at Northern Illinois, and they went to Final Fours after that. That's exactly what I wish Fran McCaffrey would do in basketball. It's kind of the same thing. We're kind of in the opposite situations with football and basketball.
Thanks, Corey.
Appreciate the call, sir, as always. And we are here taking calls. The line is open, 515-758-7773. Christopher says, Corey, imagine for a moment for fun this is not necessarily fun, if we're talking about Iowa's offense right now. If you were in charge of the Facebook program, FB reads Facebook for me, football program, what would you do to change, get rid of, and keep the football program to help make Iowa a top 5 team? Well, first of all, I don't have the expertise or the resume to ever be hired for that. Obviously, I'm stating the obvious in that. But from my amateur standpoint, I'm not talking staff. I'm not talking personnel, right? If I was in charge of the program, first of all, I would surround myself with people who are elite, right? Who have proven themselves. I would try I would be very careful to hire friends. I'd be very careful to hire buddies because or family, especially because it can get dicey, right? We're seeing that with fans upset with Brian, and I'm not saying it's not rightfully so, but I would again get people in there that know how to develop, who know how to create plays, who know how to create exotics. And Don Patterson's a perfect example of somebody who understands how to be balanced, right? Be balanced with your offense, but also mix in exotic plays and have balance in the pass and run game. I mean, I think what Iowa's done with special teams and defense over the years has been tremendous, especially these last few years. So I'm not criticizing the coaching staff and the administration for not putting those sides of the ball in a good position to succeed. But I do believe there need to be some major changes. I would like to think that if I was in the position that Kirk Ferentz was in, that I'd be willing to make some heavy changes, because I think that's what's needed. Is to make heavy changes. But again, in answer to your question, Christopher, I would have to first acknowledge the fact that there's no way we're going to be a top 5 team unless we can get better quarterback play, all right, and we get better play calling and game management, clock management. I'd hire a clock management specialist. Now, maybe it's somebody in-house, maybe it's just Kelton Copeland, but somebody who can study clock management and know exactly when to call timeout, right? When to spike the ball. When to do all the kinds of these, because our clock management right now is not very good. So those are just a few things. But again, I'm not going to be claimed to be qualified. All right, we got a couple calls here piling up on the line. Thank you for calling Iowa at the voice of college football. Who's on the line? Hello, caller. Are you with us? Hello. Well, we can't hear our caller. Let's see if we can get that resolved here. Oh, and he just dropped off, so maybe having some technical issues on his end. Let's see if we can get our next caller on the air. Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame at the voice of college football. Who's on the line?
Hey, Corey, it's Blake again. I just wanted to call and run this past you. I don't know if it was mentioned earlier or not. Watching the game, it sure looked like there was, a whole lot more Kentucky fans than there were Iowa fans. And I find that odd considering we travel so well. And, you know, playing in the Big Ten championship game, it was the highest attended Big Ten championship games. And, you know, they're tired of investing all their hard-earned money into a game for 3 hours to get no results, especially when them as taxpayers are paying for the Ferentz's salary and so on and so forth. And then you see teams with losing records have high-octane offenses. We always wonder, why can't that be us? And I know you've probably been talking about it the last few hours, but if you could go out and hire a new offensive coordinator, who would you do?
That's a great question. I mean, I there's a lot of people that come to mind, but people that would, I don't know if these people would be willing to take a coordinator position. Like, I'll be honest, both Stoop brothers appeal to me as the next head coach here at Iowa. I don't think that's probably going to happen because I think Kirk is going to be here for several more years. But as far as coordinators are concerned, Jim Leonard would come to mind. Well, on the defensive end of things, but of course he's never going to just make a lateral move from Wisconsin to Iowa. On offense, though, man, that's hard for me to say, and maybe I won't even try because obviously what we saw from Bob Stoops. Can you imagine if Bob Stoops was willing to take a coordinator job at Iowa?
Oh, it'd be amazing. It'd be amazing.
It won't
it's something
happen.
We need. You know, I lost my train of thought, but my concern is that it's going to be really tough to get recruits. If you had to choose between a bunch of Power 5 schools, why would you go to Iowa if you're a quarterback? Well, you know, they haven't been drafted, and I know Stanley did, but he hasn't performed in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the reason you go to Iowa now, that's the reason, and I know Mark Rogers has brought this up, the reason why I think Iowa would have a chance if they went out and tried to get a transfer quarterback is you're looking at this roster.
Yes.
And it's going to retain most of its parts. We don't know about Linderbaum yet. I'm doubtful he comes back, but you are going to get Laporta back. You probably get Dane Belton back. We hope. You're going to get some of your main pieces on. You know, Charlie Jones could come back. To me, I'm looking at this roster and saying, hey, they went 10-2 in the regular season. They won the West. Quarterback play was bad. If I come in there, and I believe in myself, if I come in there, we're going to have a terrific special teams unit, terrific defensive unit, and I'm going to be able to make a significant difference at quarterback. So I think there are reasons to come here. I understand what you're saying as far as schematics and just history of not producing NFL talent, but I do think there are reasons that Iowa could use to be able to go grab somebody right now before this next season. And that's why I keep bringing it up. I don't have any question that Iowa has done well recruiting for 23 and 22 with the likes of Carson May and Marco Lainez. But the fact of the matter is, May's not going to be here until summer. Lainez won't be here until 23. We need a guy here this coming spring to start competing for snaps because the schedule next year is brutal.
Yeah, I agree. Who would be your wild card transfer guy to come to Iowa if it would ever happen for quarterback?
Well, that's a good question. I've been yelling. Well, it's not a wild card necessarily because I've been screaming it for weeks. But Zach Calzada from Texas A&M, because the kid has. First of all, he's got a relationship with Iowa. They recruited him. They offered him. There were rumors he was going to commit to Pitt. Keaton Slovis ends up going to Pitt. I mean, I would assume that means he's available. He hasn't committed anybody publicly. The kid from Missouri, I would look at. I know people say, oh, he lost his job to a freshman, but Connor Bazelak, because he was recruited by Iowa and offered by Iowa, and he did win co-SEC Freshman of the Year a year ago for Missouri. So I'd look at him, and there's lots of guys I'd look at. I'd look at Tyson Fumachan. I keep saying that. He's a dual threat kid out of high school from Connecticut. His brother plays for UConn, where Coach Patterson coached most recently. He's a 4-star kid in high school. He didn't play much at Clemson, but he's dual threat, and he, again, was offered by Iowa. And there's others. I would have looked at Bo Nix. Go ahead.
What about Rocky Lombardi?
Is he in the portal again?
I don't know if he is or not. I'm just saying I know when he transferred to Northern Illinois, he only did anything from taking from terrible to win the MAC championship.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
he looked much more improved in Northern Illinois compared to his, getting thrown in the ringer at Michigan State.
He's still a bit erratic, and I don't know if Kirk would entertain that. And I don't know if he would transfer again that quickly, but I'd look at him. He's a Des Moines guy. Another kid I'd look at, the kid from Texas, Casey Thompson. I don't think there's probably much of a chance Iowa gets him, but I have heard that TCU is the favorite to land him. So if TCU lands Thompson, then wouldn't it be conceivable to assume that potentially Max Dugan enters the portal? Wouldn't that be conceivable?
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that.
So I would look at Max Dugan.
I feel like you're right. I don't think we're going to be able to recruit high school kids to come to Iowa to play quarterback. We're going to have to get to the transfer portal. And I really hope, I don't know how it works on their end, but I really hope Ferentz is making some calls.
Well, yeah, that's all you got to do. These guys are in the portal. Call them. Calzada, you can call them. You can call, you can't call Dugan, but you can call Casey Thompson. You can call, I mean, heck, I know people don't really like Braxton Burmeister from Virginia Tech, but he was a starting Power 5 quarterback. He's out there. I mean, there's guys to at least look at, talk to, get a feel for where they're at. And I haven't heard reports that Iowa has done that at all. So I know Iowa's heavy in the portal at defensive back. They're in the portal on the offensive line and at wide receiver, but I have not heard anything about quarterback. And that doesn't surprise me, quite frankly.
Right. I don't want to take up much more of your time. I know there's other callers, but what do you think Brian Ferentz has to do next year to, in his 6th year, show Iowa fans this is going to be different? We're not going to be predictable. We're going to move the ball downfield. We're going to average, over 28 points a game. What do you think he has to do?
Well, what you just said is spot on. You got to figure out a way to reverse the trends, right? You've got to figure out a way to not be so predictable. One thing I've always sworn by, I try to not act like first of all, quarterback's an issue, right? There are certain things that we know are issues, but I'm not an offensive mind or an offensive guru. And I try not to act like I have all the solutions, but that's okay. Like you and me, whoever else who's complaining about the offense, we're not paid $1 million a year or however much Kirk's makes more than that. But we're not paid millions of dollars a year to fix the issues, right? We can look at the program and say, there are issues here, here, and here. And I'm not going to act like I know the solutions. I don't. I can tell you what the issues are. All I know is Brian and Kirk, it starts with those two guys, starts with Kirk and then Brian. They are getting paid the big bucks to figure out the solutions. That's the bottom line. So I don't really have an answer for you. Again, being less predictable, I'd like to not be an empty so much with Spencer Petras, a statue at quarterback. I'd like to play a guy who's more mobile. There are certain little things here and there I would recommend, but again, I'm not getting paid to figure out these solutions, and I don't think it's wrong of you or me to bring out the fact that there are issues. Again, these guys are making enough money they can take some criticism at times.
Right, and like you mentioned, me and you, we're just sitting here, we're average Joes, but I've been screaming all year that they need to get the screen game involved, and then all of a sudden they do it today.
I know. Well, they didn't do it though until,
and I feel like they could have done that all year.
They didn't do it till way too late. And remember, if you listen to our pregame stuff with Coach Patterson before the Michigan game, that was the one thing Michigan had been susceptible to all year was screenplays. And I think we pulled one out maybe in the third quarter against Michigan when we were down 20-3. I mean, that's just, to me, that's unacceptable.
Yeah, and the screen game is what had us upset Michigan at home a couple of years ago. I mean,
you're right.
We lived and died by it with Akram Wadley, and then you're going to have it with Goodson, who I think was even more athletic than Wadley. You're not going to use him in that situation. And
very odd.
Then you use it today with two guys in their first co-start, I guess, if you want to call it. The play calling makes no sense to me, and it's frustrating. And I know you've ranted and raved about it for hours now, but anyhow, I just wanted to call and say hi again, and appreciate the show and look forward to next year.
Thanks, sir. And appreciate the call as always. And I do want to get to a couple of these questions in the chat. Hayden, Corey, I know we've been beating a dead horse for weeks now, but how does one justify supporting this QB play? Well, you can't justify it, Hayden. I mean, the bottom line is we hope that they're playing the best guy. I question that because I think Padilla has been a little bit better, although it's been close. Padilla has not lit the world on fire, although I do believe he deserves more of a chance in games. I would not be surprised to see Alex Padilla transfer out. If that's the best they have in the quarterback room, what are you going to do? But then I question Hayden. I say, well, okay, regardless of who's playing a game, why aren't these guys more prepared? Why isn't Alex Padilla in his third year more prepared, or Spencer Petras in his, third year? But of course, he's played 2 full seasons now. Why hasn't he been more prepared? That's a question that's valid to ask. So there is no justifying it or supporting QB play. Opinions on Xavier Williams. I did see the Hawkeye, the newspaper, the Hawkeye, I believe it's called. They did do a story in advance of this game about Xavier Williams. Of course, if you don't know who Xavier Williams is, he transferred in from UNI, a defensive back, didn't really play much this year. He is moving on. He's going to try to play professionally. I think he probably could have had an extra year had he wanted one, but he's moving on. It's frustrating because he was a kid that we were excited about that came out of the portal last year, and similar to Matt Quarles from New Mexico several years ago. The hype, he did not live up to the hype, unfortunately. And Iowa was pretty decimated at cornerback late, especially in this game. They had to turn to Cooper DeJean. So I don't blame Xavier Williams for moving on. I don't think he sees playing time in his future, and that's unfortunate. I wish him the best at the next level. Steve, Corey, with my gold-colored glasses on, what do you think the realistic chance of Petras taking a gigantic step forward next year? That's a great question. The realistic chances of Petras taking a gigantic step forward, I would say slim. And that's nothing against Spencer Petras personally, but I'm talking when you look at quarterbacks under this administration, do they typically take big steps forward? I don't remember the last quarterback that's taken a big step forward. I go back to Ricky Stanzi. Yeah, he threw a ton of picks in 2009, but are we really going to sit here and say he was better in 2010 than 9? Maybe he was. The team certainly wasn't better. He threw less picks in 2010, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're better, right? That may mean you're a better game manager, or you protect the ball better. I could say the same thing about Nate Stanley. 2017, nobody forget his first Cyhawk game. Threw for a ton of yards, threw for like 4 or 5 touchdowns against Iowa State. And again, I thought he put up good numbers throughout his career. There's a reason why he nearly broke every passing record at Iowa. But again, I had not seen this massive jump for quarterbacks. I could say the same thing about James Vandenberg. He comes in for in relief of Ricky Stanzi in 2009, looked like Superman for a while against Ohio State. And then, of course, we know when he finally got the reins in 11 and 12, it wasn't always so great. So, it's not the student. I go back to development and coaching at that position I don't believe has been very good. That's just my take. And especially when you are paying a guy right now as much as you're paying Ken O'Keefe. And it's not all on him. Again, it's before him. But ultimately, it comes down to the coaches, the coaching staff. And if it's not cutting it, Kirk Ferentz, as the head man, needs to make some adjustments. Maybe he will. I'm sure Ken O'Keefe looks at this and says, I'm not doing well enough, right? Our quarterback room isn't developed enough. I would give Ken O'Keefe the benefit of the doubt that he realizes he's got to get better. His players got to get better. So you hope that happens, Steve. If you're not going for a portal quarterback, then you just got to hope that these guys get better. You hope they get better regardless. But if you're not going to go for a portal quarterback, then you're riding the guys you have. You hope they get better. Spaghetti Factory, you've been on for 3 hours. Yes, I have been. We had Coach Patterson on a little bit ago, and I told people it's the final post game of the season. We are going to be live with Coach Patterson a week from tomorrow, previewing the playoff championship game and kind of looking back at the Iowa season. But we've been on for the long haul today, and I'm going to stay on until interest completely dies out. So if you want to give us a call, our number's at the bottom of the screen, 515-758-7773, 515-758-7773. I do see comment here from the real Hayden. Yes, the real Hayden, actually, it was. The problem for Padilla, they use the same playbook for him and Petras. Padilla should have some different plays that suits his skill set more. I wouldn't disagree with that. Didn't see enough of him on the ground to believe that he was as mobile as we made him out to be, but I don't think necessarily he was given those play calls, to be quite frank. Spaghetti Factory, I thought that was one of the better games Iowa's offense played this year. If Iowa can run the ball, their passing game looks a lot better. Christopher, interesting point, Corey, about the QB dynamic with what Kirk said. I'm assuming you're talking about the comments on Labus, and I have not heard him following the game, so I'll be sure to do that once we jump off. Erica, there's no big gap at quarterback, just a different set of skills, which is why we should alternate QBs depending on what situation is in front of us. I would have been just fine with both guys getting snaps tonight, getting series, if you will, or at least drives. To me, there would have been no harm in doing that. Lost the game anyways. You're not playing for a Rose Bowl. You're not playing for a playoff. This would have been a good time to do that. And I don't know why. I don't know why Pete Padilla rode the bench. I would not be surprised to see him enter the portal, although I have no basis for that assumption. Elon, follow up for Coach Don. Apologize, I didn't get to this when Don was on. You are the GM of the Hawkeyes franchise. What moves would you like to make in the offseason in real life? To what degree might you suggest these to the coaches, staff? Elon, good question. Maybe bring it up a week from tomorrow on our show on Sunday the 9th when he's on live with us again. I know that when I talked to Coach Patterson, I asked him directly just the other day, what are the biggest needs for Iowa in the transfer portal? To me, and he agrees with this, it's quarterback and offensive line, and I'd say quarterback's above that. I think the personnel on the offensive line is actually okay. They did really well in the recruiting class in 2021, and they did well this year with a couple tackles. So I think the personnel are there. Maybe you go grab a tackle in the portal you like for right tackle, or perhaps you move Richmond to right and you slide this experienced kid, whoever you can grab, at left tackle. But I know quarterback and offensive line have been two positions Coach Patterson has brought up in the past. Let's see here. Gary Lewis says that Iowa's going to make a run to the says 22 Iowa college football is in a rut right now. Okay, I thought you were alluding to the fact that Iowa should make the playoff. Corey, you are the GM of the Hawkeyes franchise. What moves would you intend to make? And in real life, to what degree can you convey those to Don or the coaches? Again, I keep saying it over and over again. You got to make a personnel change at quarterback, or at least insert someone who can provide you better competition. I think they did well recruiting at running back. I liked what I saw from LaShawn and Gavin Williams today. I think wide receiver will be okay, although maybe you make a move, especially if you lose somebody. We don't know what's going to happen with the portal. Could Nico Reganey transfer out? We're going to lose Max Cooper, which I know he didn't play much this year, but he does provide depth at that position. Jackson Ritter got a catch today. He's probably going to be awarded a scholarship if he hasn't already. There's lots of positions you look at as far as positions that need to improve, but as far as personnel, again, I go back to quarterback. And certainly center, right? If Linderbaum leaves, do we have a center we can rely on? I believe it was Schott that came in and played center today. So that makes me question, is Matt Fagan, who was second on the depth chart most of the year, is he healthy? Is he not far enough along? That would be a question. Gary, appreciate this. Yes, please subscribe to our Hoops show. Thank you for doing that. And if you're not already subscribed to From the Hawkeye of the Storm, it's a different channel than what you're listening to right now, all right? We have From the Hawkeye of the Storm on YouTube. That's where we do our Iowa basketball coverage and Iowa football coverage. We have a postgame show with former Iowa assistant coach Gary Close. He was an assistant under the Tom Davis regime, if you will. Please subscribe to From the Hawkeye of the Storm on YouTube. And thank you, Gary, for doing that. Real Hayden, Petrus would have to learn how to run before he learned how to slide. Valid point. Gary Lewis, Corey, you're not crazy. Lack of QB development shows. Hugo Main, I want to be the Hawkeyes GM. I'd start with stopping the wave hurts momentum. Nah, I wouldn't agree with that, Hugo Main. The wave is great. Come on now. I know you're down on the game, but I love the wave. Let's see here. DDB, this game is on Kirk. 3rd and 1 to close out the game. 2 sneaks. The only thing Petrus is good at. What does Kirk do? Punt. Any other coach in the country would have gone for that to ice game. I wouldn't sneak it twice, DDB. What I would do would have been to fake a fullback dive or fake a run and then roll out. The sneak issue was exposed against Purdue. Not that it never works, but to do it back-to-back, Coach Patterson, I know, has spoken out against running back-to-back sneaks. I would have not done that, but I agree. I would have went for it there, but it was not as obvious as maybe I made it out to be earlier, and Coach Patterson validated that. Lee, it's a bowl game. Why wouldn't you try to win it? Absolutely. Ron, Petrus was slowing on pulling the trigger and had accuracy problems as he has all season, especially the huge overthrow and a wide open Reganey. So predictable. Unfortunately, I can't disagree. All thumbs. Field goal. Why would we kick a field goal? All right, I hope you're responding to someone else. Maybe you're talking about the 4th and 1 where they had the botch snap. But I didn't disagree with that call. I know our caller did earlier. I did not disagree with going for it on 4th and 1 in that situation. Christopher wants heavy changes. Lee says Iowa doesn't recruit the athletic player like Ohio State gets or Alabama, and they need that. Never going to be able to out-recruit those two schools, Lee. I just don't think that's ever going to be conceivable. Dr. Pisswater, he says the one change you make is that Padilla is your guy. That makes a decent difference. It doesn't fix everything, but it is the one thing that makes things better. Second, learn to coach in the situation. Earl Hayden, a lot of us went to Indy. I wasn't going to go to Orlando. I knew this would happen. Can't watch Spencer at a game ever. A lot of fans upset with Spencer Petras. Again, I understand the frustration. But you know, again, it comes back to coaching, right? If Spencer's not the right guy to be on the field, if that's the fact, then why is he being inserted? That'd be my question. Let's see here. Patrick says the team needs a quarterback. The coordinator is a secondary concern. Brandy, Kentucky loves Mark Stoops. He has completely flipped the script of the football team in Lexington. And I'll tell you, Brandy, fans in Iowa would love Coach Stoops. Mark, I'm talking about Mark. I'm talking about Bob or Mark, really. Maybe not Mike. Mike's a tougher personality, as I understand. But I think both of those brothers would do tremendous here when and if, when Kirk Ferentz fires, if those guys were interested at the time. All thumbs, who made the call to go for it on 4th down instead of kicking a field goal? That decision ultimately cost Iowa the game. I'm assuming that's probably Kirk Ferentz that made that decision because ultimately Brian can have an opinion, but Kirk's going to overrule him in a situation like that. I don't know, but I would guess it was ultimately Kirk. Let's take our next call. Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame at the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
Kurt.
Is this Kirk?
Kurt, K-U-R-T.
Oh, I was hoping it was Kirk Ferentz. I apologize.
No. Unfortunately, no, it's not Kirk
Okay.
Ferentz, no.
How are you, sir?
Good. How are you? Well, it could be better. We could have won the game.
Well, we can all say that.
But I don't know. I did not disagree with kicking it on 4th down there.
I didn't.
did not disagree with that. But I did disagree with taking the timeout. I did not understand why we wasted the timeout. I thought
agree.
maybe we should have saved that.
Yeah, I agree with that. That killed you because you're gonna have a situation where you're gonna need that timeout, and certainly Iowa ended up being in that situation. That's just a wasted timeout. You can take the penalty even before you take the. I mean, I understand trying to draw the team off sides, but just take the 5-yard penalty.
Exactly. And the one thing nobody's talking about is we got called for that. We got called for offsides on a 3rd down and short. And then on that 4th down play where the botch snap, they're really close to the goal line. And they actually looked like they lined up offsides compared to called it, which was ridiculous.
Yeah, I thought the helmet offsides was a little bit close. When I saw it down from the camera view, that was a little bit closer than I expected them to call that. But if he was offsides, he was offside. I don't know what the play you're talking about for Kentucky, but there was a couple missed calls.
That was the botch snap. The whole right side of Kentucky was on the ball.
All right.
With their hands. Not the helmets, with their hands.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. And again, I know Spencer did accuse, according to one of our chatters, he did accuse Kentucky of knocking that ball, I guess.
Yeah, and I think he was guessing a lot too, because a few plays later, he jumped off sides and pushed Linderbaum over. And I think he was guessing the snap. I think he just guessed it just right. But
yeah, and I just want to bring this up before we get to your next topic, if you have one. Brett asked, does Iowa's hardest game being last week affect their poor play today? Well, first of all, the game wasn't last week, but I think he's talking about the Big Ten Championship game. I don't know why that would affect it. I don't see why that would affect it. To me, that should have been motivation to play better today. And there were moments where they played well today, but no, I don't think that had a factor. But you're right. The schedule was weak, until you got to that championship game. They played okay teams, but Penn State lost today to Arkansas. We know Iowa State lost to Clemson. Minnesota's probably the best team they played all year. But I digress. We'll throw it back to you, caller. Are you still with us, caller?
Yeah, I'm here. Yes. Well, I thought the line played better than they have all year. They look good. I mean, they're going to look great next year.
I hope so. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to understand that. But he cannot throw down the middle. He's too inaccurate to throw down the middle. I mean, you're just asking for trouble. I mean, he does great with the sideline plays and all that, but if you try and throw him down the middle, he's too inaccurate. You're just asking for trouble.
Yeah, he's been good down the sidelines on go routes. You got to give him that. He's been good this year with that. But
yes, I agree with you. Yes.
Yeah, but yeah, you're right. He hasn't been very accurate anywhere else.
But yeah, so I guess that's all I have. So
all right, appreciate the call, sir.
So
Call us anytime.
Everybody, be careful. Be careful. The weather's bad, so everybody be careful. So
absolutely, sir. Drive safe and take care.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, it's we got snowy weather here in Iowa today, and that's why I have no problem staying on here the extra mile. James says, do you think Labus has a real chance of starting next year? Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I think he has a real chance. I think he's got a chance. I hope he's got a chance. I mean, if he doesn't have a chance, what are we doing here? If we basically are saying to Joey Labus, hey, Joey, you're coming here and you have no chance of starting your first 2 years, I wouldn't sign here to save my life. I'd rather play in Division II football if you're going to say I have no chance of competing the first 2 years, not to say that you're going to be guaranteed to start, but good Lord, what are we doing here? Not giving a guy a chance to start. So I hope he's got a chance at starting next year. And again, I haven't seen him in a game, so we have no idea. I do see this update, Rose Bowl 38 apiece. Spring practice. Courtney, that's a great question. That's the first time anybody's asked me this. Iowa spring practice. Let me see if I have this here on my schedule. Let's see. Yeah, so it's usually late March, right? Am I wrong on that? So in 2021, it was March 30th. So we're probably looking at about 3 months, right? But that's a great question, and I don't have the exact answer for you. Whenever that may be, they need to do some work, right, between now and then, because, again, I think I would not be shocked to see one of these quarterbacks leave, and I don't see it being Spencer Petras. I don't know why it would be Spencer Petras. Right now, Kirk has completely endorsed him, at least from our vantage point, has completely endorsed Spencer as being the guy at quarterback. So I'd feel a bit slighted. I'd kind of feel like Deuce Hogan felt with Alex Padilla. There haven't been a whole lot of compliments towards Alex. I mean, I'm not saying Spencer's insulted him or Kirk has insulted him, but let's be honest. Every time Alex has come in, it's Kirk has basically went to the media and said, well, Spencer's banged up. Whether that's the truth or not, at some point you got to give a vote of confidence to your backup, right? You're trying to instill all this confidence in Spencer. So, yeah, I don't know. Spring practice is probably about 3 months away. Between now and then, they got work to do. DDB, can Kirk enter the transfer portal? I am a Kirk fan. All right, I understand the fans that have gotten tired of this administration. I am a Kirk Ferentz fan. I'm not asking for his head, but I do encourage him to make some serious changes heading into this coming season. Let's get to our next caller. Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame at the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
Hey, Corey, this is Vincent. I'm sorry to call again, but I know
you're good.
When Don just got on earlier, it was busier, and
sure.
You were trying to get everybody taken care of. But anyway, I just wanted to ask you, were you as impressed as I was with the Iowa backs today, being Gavin and or both Williams?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I think LaShawn might be. LaShawn looks like, I know you've followed my recruiting stuff, Vincent, but I've commented about Jazzy and Patterson and Caleb Johnson that I think they have a chance of being the type of tweener back that Iowa has missed, as opposed to the guys that Wisconsin seems to get every year. I think LaShawn Daniels has a chance to be that. And I'll say this about Gavin. I don't think Gavin probably has the speed that LaShawn has, but Gavin has excellent vision. I mean, he really makes he decides where he's going. He makes his cuts; they're clean. I like how he hits the hole, and they both know how to lower their shoulders.
Yeah, they both know how to lower the boom on the defender, and I agree with you with Gabe. And the offensive line just the same.
Yeah, and I give credit to Ivory Kelly Martin. He didn't fumble. He did get the ball today, and he did not fumble. I'm glad they were able to finish his career off on a fairly good note. I don't know how many carries. I guess I could look that up. Vincent, you know probably from my coverage heading into this game, I thought it was hilarious. You remember me saying this on this channel. I said midweek I thought it was hilarious that fans were falling for the clickbait all week about who was starting at quarterback. That was so ridiculous that we were having conversations about that. And I said it, and I'm not the only person that said it, but logic would tell you that it was going to be Spencer Petras. Of course it was. We never saw Alex Padilla. And at running back, everybody was freaking out when Ivory Kelly Martin was listed as the starter. Vincent, he got one carry today. One.
Well, he didn't even start.
Well, but he was listed as the starter on the depth chart about a week ago.
Correct. Yeah, he was listed, but Gavin got the first carry, the first series of the game.
Gavin got the initial carries. He had 16 carries. LaShawn had 10.
Yeah, those guys just ran hard, and they, and they're always going forward, falling forward, that proverbial falling forward, getting that extra yard or two and staying ahead of the chains. I just thought those guys played exceptionally well for young backs, just really well.
Yeah, no, I agree.
The other thing I know you had a caller just a little bit ago talk about the Labus QB situation and how he's scout team and so on and so forth. And Kirk is not a fan of that, I guess. And I revert back to interviews I've seen with Drew Tate, which I'm sure you remember Drew Tate. He was pretty vocal too during his time in Iowa, saying that the coaching staff was kind of telling him the same thing. They weren't a fan of his improv or his scrambling too early, I guess, or just the improvisational stuff. They weren't a fan of it and tried to dial him back too, which I don't get. I mean, if you can buy extra time in the pocket or buy extra time per play by scrambling from the pocket to try to let your receivers break free, I don't know why you'd be opposed to that as a coaching staff. That would be, as long as you're doing it. Go ahead, sir.
I was just going to say, I think it's just a matter of whether we like it or not. It's just a matter of you're running your quarterback, then there's bad things that happen. The quarterback's at greater risk of getting hurt. He's at greater risk of fumbling the ball. And I just don't think the Iowa coaching staff I don't think Kirk is comfortable with those variables.
Well, I'd like to see him on the field and see what he does, see how he
hopefully
himself.
We should see Joey Labus a lot in the spring. I would hope. Man alive, if we don't see him a lot spring, what are we doing here? I mean, the quarterback play was not good this year.
Yeah. Another thing, and I won't tie up your line for too long. I just appreciate you taking the second call. I did hear a Kentucky fan call in, or maybe even a couple, which were very what's the word I'm looking for? They were very complimentary of the Iowa football team staff and so on, which is always nice to hear. And I wanted to say the same thing, just as you did, Corey, to the caller. Kentucky just played a good game. I thought made just a few more plays than we did. They really executed on their last touchdown drive to go up 20-17. So much respect to the Kentucky Wildcat program and what the youngest Stoops brother has done. Can't give them enough credit and respect for what they did. A heck of a game. We just fell a few plays short, or a Spencer Petras pick short. of either tying it up and seeing what else we could do. But just much respect to the Wildcat program, the fan base. They're showing that respect towards us. I just wanted to also show that respect back to those guys.
Absolutely, sir. Well said.
Well, sir, I can't think of anything else. Again, I'm sure you saw the sack totals by the defensive line. Very pleased to see some pressure. And they were winning one-on-one battles. I don't know if that was more of a stunt action that was allowing that or more blitzing from Phil. But, man, we certainly got to the quarterback, so you can't fault those guys. I think our secondary, as good as they've been at the start of the season, kind of, I don't want to say let us down, because Kentucky and is it Levis, right?
Yeah.
The Penn State transfer.
Mm-hmm.
Him and Wandale Moore, they just made plays, and you have to give credit to those guys for making those plays.
I think you meant Wandale Robinson, not Rondell Moore. You're thinking Purdue.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Credit to that kid too for, I know on that long third down completion that he got, he got popped by Meriwether as soon as he got it. I didn't think he was going to be able to hold on to that ball, but credit to him for hanging on to it and then coming back in and being even as productive as he was prior to that. So anyway, credit to those guys.
Absolutely. I would totally agree with you. Those guys, and again, that shows you the transfer portal can work.
Yeah, I know you'd mentioned it earlier. Are we going to delve into it? I'm on the same page as you. I don't see that happening at all. This isn't the 2000-2001 team where we don't have anything in the closet. I just don't see us doing that. But anyway, again, Corey, thanks for the platform, letting us call in. It's a great opportunity for us as fans to interact with other fans or those of you, just like you, Corey, that have the podcast. So just greatly appreciate it, bud.
Thanks, Vincent. Have a great night, and hopefully we'll talk to you next week.
You too, sir. Thank you.
All right. I appreciate the support for Kirk, and certainly I'm not calling for his head, but something needs to change on offense. That's no question about it. And hey, Blau, again, I understand what you're saying. It's not Kirk, it's Brian, but the offense has never been good. So at some point, if you're Kirk, you have to man up and say, Brian, you're not doing the job. If it's on Brian, then it ultimately comes back to the head coach, right? I mean, that's what I would say. It comes down to the head coach. But you're right. Certainly, the offensive coordinator has to take some responsibility there. No questions. No questions about it. J Mac, any ideas for projected depth chart next season? We will cover that, and I'll cover that on my channel, From the Hawkeye of the Storm on YouTube. Again, I keep telling everybody to subscribe to From the Hawkeye of the Storm on YouTube. We'll cover that, and we'll talk about it with Mark Rogers right here on this channel. We've got months to do that. And, yeah, I want to delve into it. And, again, this is a really good class they have coming in. Xavier Wampa, I'm sure, will factor in next year. They've got at least another guy or two who will be enrolling early. But, yeah, we certainly will talk about that in the coming days and weeks. And we do have another call here, so let's get to our next call. Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame at the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
Hey, Corey, Richard Heyman here.
Hey, Richard. How are you, sir?
Doing pretty well. How about you?
Oh, doing all right. We've been on here, it seems like forever, but we're happy that we at least have a game to talk about, and sad that college football is over for Iowa fans for the time being.
Yeah. And I'm sorry I missed you guys. I generally watch the game on DVR delay, and this game caused me to have to take several timeouts.
I can't blame you.
Yeah, it's and look, I mean the guys played hard. Obviously, a good Kentucky team, and a good game and all that. And I just finished the game, so now I'm at that disappointment place. So,
I was there 4 hours ago, sir. With all due respect.
Yeah, I understand. And so I don't want to bring all of that negative energy back to the show.
It's okay.
But, just a lot of missed opportunities for us. And I don't like to point fingers because all these guys are playing hard. The thing I was struck with today is that, I mean, it's Division I football, Power 5, and there are some plays that you just have to be able to make at this level. And I mean, if you can't, I mean, there are a lot of other positions, with smaller schools, at different schools, but again, Power 5, and for our Hawkeyes, and I just see a couple of players, one in particular that consistently is not making the plays that we need to have made at that position, and I don't know if we don't have the depth there, but at some point, don't we just have to say, son, you have to make these plays, or sit on the bench beside me.
Are you talking about Spencer? Am I wrong?
Spencer had a rough game, right? 3 interceptions and a fumble. And I look at least twice I saw where we had plenty of time to throw the ball, and wide open receivers and layers, right? So multiple open receivers, and we couldn't get it to anyone.
Well,
I think there was a play early in the game that wasn't on him where we got pass happy when we were running the ball effectively. It was that series where LaShawn got popped on the first down run, but we got a good second down run, and we were sitting at 3rd and 2, and we decided that we're going to throw the ball. Let's put it on Spencer's arm when we're running the ball effectively. So but again, it's easy to second guess, and I could be critical. I think the guys played hard, and I'm sure they didn't make the mistakes on purpose, but it's disappointing to have the plays left on the field and be playing at this level and leave those kind of plays out there.
Well, I'll say this. Spencer Petras is not entitled to starting. So you're talking about, having to sit him down and say, son, you got to make certain plays. If he's not making certain plays, you don't got to do anything but play the next guy who is making the plays. And if you don't have any quarterback making the plays, then you have to look at yourself in the mirror and say either we're not recruiting well enough, or we're not developing well enough, or both. So there's no Spencer Petras ain't entitled to the starting job. Alex Padilla isn't entitled to the starting job. Should be may the best guy win. And again, if our best isn't good enough, then again, as coaches, we need to look in the mirror and say, why isn't it good enough? Why aren't we recruiting and developing better?
Yeah. I mean, I couldn't agree more. I mean, there's something that we expect the players to do, but if that's the best we can do as an organization, then we can't put that on the players. That's an organizational issue.
Right, and I do see this comment from Hugo May, and have to ask yourself, why would a portal QB want to come to Iowa? I've outlined that early. The reason a quarterback from the portal may want to come to Iowa is because Iowa just won the West, despite porous play at quarterback. So what happens if Iowa gets elite play or just good play at quarterback? I mean, seriously, think about that. If you're talking about a team with as good of a special teams unit as Iowa has and as good of a defense as Iowa has, you get a good quarterback in here with an offense that can at least be competent, you're competing for a Big Ten title immediately. They were already in the championship game.
Yeah, and I think the analytics that Coach shares with us, I mean, we see over and over again that whenever we have just a competent offense, we have wild success, right? And so, yeah, I'm looking forward to next year, see what we can do. We had a young offensive line this year, and couple of head scratchers in there, but overall a good year. I'm glad to have caught you. I'm sorry that I missed Coach, but I just wanted to say before the season was over that, like a lot of listeners, I really appreciate you and Coach, and even though I don't get a chance to talk with you, I appreciate your insight and your discussion.
Well, I appreciate the compliment, and we'll be back a week from tomorrow. Don will be doing a college football preview or a championship preview next Sunday, so a week from tomorrow at 7 p.m. So we hope you can join us then.
Outstanding. Well, let me clear the line for other callers that are in queue.
Alrighty.
And you have a happy new year.
Appreciate the time as always. Thanks for calling in. Thanks for the support.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Always enjoy the kind callers here. And I do want to, before we get to our next caller, I do want to get to 2 comments here in the chat. So we got our caller on hold. Appreciate you waiting. So first of all, as I go back up here in the chat, 1977 Punks Unite. Would Iowa have beaten Minnesota if Petrus started? Obviously, that's all hypothetical. I have no idea. Fact of the matter is, Alex Padilla made some really nice throws in that play. He also made some passes that were just dropped by the defense, so could have easily been interceptions. So I don't know. That's a good question. Is if I recall that day, I think Padilla was like 6 of 17. It was not a great day for Padilla. So it kind of backed our way into a win that game as well. So I would say Iowa probably would have beaten Minnesota, although I can't say that definitively. And what was the other comment that I wanted to get to before we moved on? I believe it was from Lee. Am I mistaking? It's okay. Here it is. Had Goodson played today, would he have had the day Williams had? That's a great question. Let me pull up Gavin Williams' numbers again for everybody. He was on the day. Gavin Williams had 16 carries for 98 yards, average of over 6 a carry. It's a really good day. I don't know. I mean, I would have expected he would have gotten more volume. So I don't know. I think he would have probably, been close because I think the line, you got to give the line a lot of credit. They blocked well today. I'm not saying you don't give Gavin and LaShawn Williams credit, but I think Goodson would have ran well. You can't take away the over 1,100 yards he rushed for this season, but certainly the Williams guys were spectacular. Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame at the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
This is Jeff from Dubuque. How you doing, Corey?
I'm good, Jeff. How are you tonight?
Good. Now, first of all, thanks for doing the show. I love watching you, and then I forget his name, but the Voice of College Football.
Mark. Yeah.
Mark. Yes. So thanks for doing this, you guys.
Absolutely.
I love your content. I love the people you have on. So
appreciate that.
My question is more of a larger, bigger picture. It seems like the staff that we have in place, 8-4, 9-3, just seems to be the target that they shoot for. I know they say, I know all players try to win every game, but it doesn't seem like at this point, after so many years, that there's been we've never really taken that next step.
Well, let's remember a couple.
And I think this year we got lucky to get into the Big Ten championship game. I don't think anybody would have thought Wisconsin would have lost to Minnesota, but
you're right. But in Iowa's defense, they did win it outright. I mean, I understand that Minnesota happened to beat Wisconsin, but that'd be like saying, well, Iowa, it had Wisconsin won that game. We said, well, Iowa lost to Purdue, so Wisconsin should. Now I know that was a lopsided game, but they won it outright. So
right.
I don't think you can take that away from them. What I will say is I've always had a problem with Kirk Ferentz's contract with University because I believe he gets a fairly large bonus every time he wins 7 games. And I don't quite understand. Right. Now, first of all, it's credit to him and his agent for making these deals work. But from an Iowa standpoint, why are we awarding or rewarding the head coach with tens of $1,000s in bonuses for winning 7 games? Why not make an incentive of, hey, you win 10 games or you win the West? And maybe those things are built into the contract. But I certainly wouldn't be rewarding my coach for winning 7 games. To me, that's ridiculous.
And here's my predicament. We have Kirk Ferentz, the man, and the coach. And I think nobody will disagree that the man is awesome.
Yeah.
The guy's the same.
Absolutely.
Personally. From a football coach, and he said that in a lot of his press conferences, that he doesn't want to get into shootouts. He doesn't like the big scoring games.
No.
And given the state of college football, the defense is great. We know that. It just seems like at some point it's like the philosophy needs to catch up to where the players are now and what the philosophy of the football game is now. That's my 2 cents.
I don't disagree with you. I hope that this offseason is a time for reflection and some change, because I think I think Kirk worries that if you evolve offensively, that you lose the foundation of what he built this program on after Hayden Fry retired. And that is conservative, but also protecting the ball, controlling the clock, although Iowa's not been controlling the clock very well this year because they can't stay on the field on offense. But I think there's a way to change, to make wholesale changes on offense without giving up the foundation of what you built success on. And again, we talk about the defense, we talk about special teams, controlling the clock when they're really good at controlling the clock. So I hope they use this offseason as a reflection, because I agree there are changes that need to be made. Part of those are just evolving over time. But you talk to a guy like Don Patterson. I think Don Patterson has a terrific offensive mind, and he's older than Kirk. So I don't think it has anything to do with age.
And this whole thing with, well, we want to be balanced. Well, if a team passed for 330 and ran for 130, to me that's balanced, because the running game is going to do what it needs to do to help your playmakers on the outside to get open. So I don't think being balanced is that big of a thing anymore, especially when you look at the top echelon teams. I mean, they're pass happy. It's becoming to look more like the NFL for like Alabama, Georgia, Michigan, Ohio State. So
right.
But I think it's more of a more of the philosophy of the game more than any player or position. That I just think they did look and say, at what point do we really want to throw our hats in the ring every year with the big boys and say we are going to compete and we're going to score 40 points a game or whatever. But
yeah, I agree with you, and I think you and I both know that Brian Ferentz ain't going nowhere. So whether you want to blame Brian Ferentz or not, he's not getting fired. So unless he were to take a different job, and I don't expect that, he's not going anywhere. So let's not continue to drive that horse into the ground about how we need to make a change in the coaching staff, because that ain't happening unless it's voluntary from Brian. And again, I doubt that will happen. So let's talk about what we can do with the personnel we have, with the portal that's very active, and in philosophy. I agree with you.
Yeah. Well, thank you for taking my call. Have a good evening, and we'll see what happens come spring ball.
Appreciate it, sir. Just a few months away. Have a great night.
You too.
And I do see a couple comments here. It's Christopher. According to Corey, I hope this offensive off-season is a time for reflection and change. Will be good for them personally and psychologically. Well, offensively, right? Reflection and change on offense. Got to figure out why we're giving up touchdowns on opening drives so much. But most of these changes are on offense, right? Lee says, if Iowa doesn't get a bowl bid next year, how much money does a school lose? I don't know. You could probably Google this. I don't know how much these schools are getting for getting entry into bowl games, but certainly it would hurt. And I don't know what happened last year with the Music City Bowl, but of course they didn't get that revenue, I'm assuming. Maybe they did, but I would doubt it with Missouri opting out. I did see a comment here. Courtney says, are they sticking with Spencer for now because they know neither Spencer or Alex can get the job done? Is one more year with Spencer while developing the next guys rather than 2+ with disappointing Alex better? Well, I don't know why they're sticking with Spencer. I've outlined some possibilities as to why. Again, Kirk Ferentz endorsed Spencer in early 2020, and he rarely ever does that. I don't ever remember him doing that in January or February of a season. So I thought that was odd. So perhaps he feels some sort of loyalty to Spencer in that regard. I've seen Alex play in games, as we all have, and I don't think there's this big gap. I do think Alex provides a little bit bigger of an upside because of his ability to move and be mobile. So that's why I would be playing Alex right now. And I also think if you don't play Alex, and he's played in games and he's seen what Spencer does, he's going to eventually probably transfer. That's what Deuce Hogan did, right? Now you hope that a guy like Joey Labus, the third string quarterback, can get some time this spring and develop and hopefully get a chance. But that's a good question. I don't think I don't think they're necessarily looking at this and saying, well, we're just going to play Spencer to be safe and then develop the guys behind him. I think they think, at least at this point, that Spencer's the best guy out there. And I'm not there at practice, but I would have to disagree from what I have seen. I do want to give credit to one of our listeners here. Let me pull it up. Spaghetti Factory, thank you for this donation. He says, I actually think Iowa's offense could take a leap next year. I don't see the offensive line being as pathetic, and that Williams looks like he's going to need 20 touches a game. I struggle with you have a right to your opinion. I'm not saying they won't improve. I do think the offensive line should improve. I think it probably will. But let's remember, even Iowa's better offensive lines, they struggle to run the ball effectively, consistently. So I'll say that. You look back at the numbers. Now, they did last year, but COVID was a factor. It was a shortened season. It was kind of a weird year for everybody. So maybe that played a role. But I just look at the history of Kirk Ferentz's offenses, and there's rarely an offense that's good or that takes this big leap. Hope I'm wrong, but I think quarterback play has to improve. I mean, we can talk about the offensive line and the running backs all we want, but unless quarterback play takes a big step forward, I think we're really going to struggle to see a big leap. And again, this offense needs to take a big leap because you have a much tougher schedule with the likes of Ohio State and Michigan on the schedule next year. But thank you for the donation again, Spaghetti Factory, and I hope you're right. I hope you're right that there's going to be a big jump as far as the overall offensive production, but I have to see it to believe it at this point. Lee, where does Iowa stand in terms of players drafted in the NFL? They're top 5, I believe, right now with players on active rosters in the NFL. So they're doing a great job of developing, and you're up there with the likes of Clemson, Alabama, Ohio State, etc. So the development seems to be there, which tells me they're just missing a couple pieces. I think one big one, and that's the offense as a whole, right? Because they're developing guys. They got tons of guys in the league on defense. They got guys that, let's be honest, they've got you look at what Iowa's been able to produce even on the offensive line. Despite the fact that Iowa's offense is rarely good, they develop pieces constantly. Brandon Scherf, Marshall Yonda, James Daniels, obviously Alaric Jackson now, Tristan Wirfs. You can go down the line. It never ends. Austin Blythe. But there's a few things holding back this Iowa offense at the collegiate level from being elite. And that's what's frustrating. I get fans who are frustrated with that. Why can we produce so many guys to the NFL and yet we can't seem to win Big Ten championships? One reason it's hard to win Big Ten championships is because you're competing with Ohio State year in and year out. But it is a valid question to say, why can't we get to the title game more? You got to it this year. There's no reason for Wisconsin to dominate Iowa the way they do every year. And that is something that is a totally fair question and assessment to make. There's no question about it. All right. Winding down here. Last call. If you want to give us a call here, these last couple minutes of the show. Heck, I can't be on here. I'm going to be glued to this seat eventually if I don't get up and walk around and get something to eat. 515-758-7773. 515-758-7773. And thank you to the 150 people who are still on here, despite the fact that Don Patterson had to take his leave, or we allowed Don Patterson. I didn't allow him. I encouraged him to take his leave. Again, give us a call. This is the last chance. I'll call it the last call for giving us a call. Small Town Movie Critic. Sorry, just getting here. How did you think the game was called offensively? How did I think it was called? I thought Brian made some really nice choices, but once again, I thought Brian made some really confounding choices. I brought it up to Don earlier in the show when he was on. As I pull this back up here in my notes. 3rd and 2 in the first quarter, going shotgun with Gavin Williams. Maybe there's the threat of handing off in the shotgun, but man, I'd much rather be under center in that situation. 3rd and 4 at the Kentucky 5 in the second quarter. You go Wildcat with Gavin Williams. You get a false start on Connor Colby. I didn't like that call at all. And I don't know why we don't go to the screen game earlier and more often. It was working. It worked when it happened. We didn't run. I think Don said we ran like 3 or 4 screens to Laporta all year. That's insane, given how great he is at running the football. We did it a lot more with TJ Hawkinson, so I don't know why we can't do it more with Sam Laporta. But overall, there were some nice calls. The reverse that scored a touchdown with Arlen Bruce, of course, the misdirection throw back across the field to Laporta. We missed one to Reganey. That was a good call. It just didn't work out. Petrus overthrew his man. So overall, thought it was okay. I haven't watched the game back again, but I thought it was okay from Brian. You got to give him credit for what he did do. The real Hayden. Corey, you're the real MVP for holding our 6-hour group therapy session. Well, we're almost 4.5, and I think I'm not going to make it past that. So 6 hours, you're giving me more credit than I deserve, but thank you for that. And DDB says, geez, I just watched Stroud dropping dimes in the Rose Bowl. He's from Cali. Petrus is from Cali. Isn't there a transitive property for QB talent? Well, again, Spencer broke all kinds of records out there at his high school in California, but at some point you got to develop quarterbacks, and I don't know that Iowa was doing a good enough job at this point, to be quite honest. Thank you for calling Iowa Postgame at the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
Hey, Dave from Waukon. Enjoy your show here.
Thanks, Dave.
I agree with you when you said Brian isn't going anywhere. I was been thinking about this, like, to take the pressure off of like the Kirk and Brian criticism. Maybe it's time to get Ken O'Keefe to step away and hire somebody like a pass game coordinator and quarterback coach to help Brian develop this passing game more, and maybe the quarterbacks too.
Yeah, the quarterback development just isn't good enough right now. It's just not. And the problem right now, I think, with the makeup of this staff is that you have your son as the offensive coordinator and you have your close friend Ken O'Keefe as the quarterback's coach. And some people will say that's not a problem. I think it's a problem because I think it's hard to really have any movement when you have a setup like that. I don't think Ken. I think Ken will probably leave once he retires, and Brian will either be promoted. I don't think he'll get the head coaching job, but he'll either be promoted to head coach or he will leave for another job. It's almost impossible to fire or demote guys like that when you're that close, right? Blood's thicker than water. And I think it's a difficult position, but the head coach, you kind of put yourself in this position by hiring on your buddy and your son. That's just a fact, I think.
Yep, I agree. Okay. Yep, thanks.
All right, sir. Thank you for the call. And yeah, I see this comment from Hayden. And if Tony Rasiopi is so great, why is he not on the staff? Well, I don't have the answer to that, and I don't know why we're shipping quarterbacks out there when you have a quarterbacks coach right here. I know that's the new way of doing things, but I don't understand it. Eric, Brian isn't going anywhere, but this is not Brian's offense, in my opinion. It's the same offense for 23 years, despite having different OCs in that span. I understand that vantage point. I know Don has talked about the fact that, Brian's still got to do better, because regardless of if Kirk has his mitts on the offense, which I'm sure he does to a degree, there are times when Brian's calling the shots. I'd have to think there are times when Brian's calling the shots. So at some point, you've got to figure out a way. But you're right, the fact that there have been different OCs and it hasn't made a whole lot of difference. That's been well documented. And Christopher, you agree with that? I can totally see where you're coming from, and that's why if I'm Kirk's got to do a reflection. I don't think Brian needs to. Maybe Brian needs to do a reflection this offseason. I think Kirk needs to look at this and say, okay, we're great on defense and special teams. That's awesome. Maybe we can win 7-8 games next year. That might be 9 wins might be the ceiling next year in the regular season, given the schedule, if this offense doesn't get a lot better. They're not winning the West next year unless this offense gets better. I'll say that right now. Wisconsin's got too much coming back. I wouldn't be surprised to see Northwestern good again, and I think Purdue will be good again. But and Minnesota, let's not forget about them. So I think Kirk needs to reflect and say, how can we figure out how to do something different with this offense? All right. Instead of just saying, well, we need to keep grinding and develop. That's all great and fine, but you got to at some point figure out how to, change things, because the offense is really, really bad. We know that. The numbers indicate that. It's not a shot at anybody. The offense is just really bad. It's one of the worst in the FBS in almost every category. I shared these stats. I'll pull these stats up again. I shared these stats a couple days ago on a show that I did as a guest, and this is ridiculous. This is before the Kentucky game, folks. These are Iowa's ranks in the FBS. Now, keep in mind, there's 130 teams in the FBS. Here are Iowa's rankings nationally. Scoring offense, 96th. Total offense, 123rd. Rushing offense, 111th. Passing offense, 111th. Passing efficiency, 117th. Third down success, 109th. Fourth down success, 121st. Red zone success, 121st. First downs, 110th. Sacks allowed, 87th. That's just it's unacceptable. It's unacceptable unless you want to be a bottom-feeding team. And Iowa somehow has not been that because they've had elite defensive play and elite special teams play. But you're just not going to take a big jump in offensive production unless I think you, again, look at yourself in the mirror and figure out how can we do something drastically different. All right. I'll say it one more time. Final call on the phone line, 515-758-7773, 515-758-7773. Erica says, I really like Kirk, but I think he may need to start thinking about walking away. Isn't it better to go out while the team is still pretty good? I'm not calling for Kirk to retire, but I don't want to see, with a tougher schedule in the coming couple of seasons, I don't want to see things end badly. I'll say that. I don't want to see things end badly. Thank you for this compliment, DDB. Says Corey does a great show. Someday he could be on ESPN pimping for the SEC. That's in their contracts, prenups. I wouldn't be caught dead working for the SEC, DDB. Wouldn't be caught dead. I'm not listening to no Paul Feinbaum all day, believe you me. But thank you for the compliment. I do appreciate that and appreciate you listening to the show. As always, elite means having elite staff, says Nathan. Need an elite coach, Tom Herman, anyone, maybe assistant head coach and QB coach. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, we can talk about personnel, but I just don't think it's going to change. So I just hate talking about it. My biggest concern right now, as far as staff, I have several, but my biggest concern is development at the quarterback position. I just, the fact that, well, I'm not going to go into it again. If you're going to pay a quarterbacks coach $600,000 a year, he better be able to develop quarterbacks. And now it's not getting the job done. I don't know how you could argue that. Yes, I am telling you how I feel about the SEC. So I'm a Big Ten guy at heart. Spaghetti Factory. Whenever Brian got hired is when Kirk got way too comfy here. And again, I understand the difficult position that this staff and Kirk and Barta, they put themselves in when you hire the coach's son and you elevate him to positions that I don't know necessarily that he had the resume for when he was elevated to those positions. That's just my opinion. I don't believe the resume is there. I still don't, but it is what it is. Small Town Movie Critic. Small Town Movie Critic. Thank you for this. Appreciate this donation. He says, thanks for the show. Glad I found you on YouTube. And we're glad. I am glad that you found us on YouTube. And for anybody who didn't catch Don Patterson's appearance earlier in the show, we'll have this as a podcast. Of course, you can watch it back here on YouTube. But we do upload this as a podcast. I'm going to throw this up on the bottom of the screen for anybody who hasn't followed our podcast on Spotify, Apple, Anchor, Google, Amazon, wherever you listen to podcasts. This show and every other postgame we do, including our basketball postgames with Gary Close, they can be found at From the Hawkeye of the Storm on your favorite podcast platform. So, again, thank you for that donation, Small Town Movie Critic, and the compliment. Thank you for listening. And, again, if you missed any of Don Patterson's appearance, check it out this evening. And Don Patterson will be back with us live on this channel a week from tomorrow. So a week from tomorrow, we'll be here 7 p.m. on the 9th of January, previewing the College Football National Championship game. And I'm sure we'll reflect on Iowa. Hopefully, maybe we get some news about the portal next Sunday. Wouldn't that be great to talk to Don about? We'll just wait and see on that. But again, appreciate everybody listening this afternoon. And again, this compliment and this donation. 1977 Punks Unite. Says, Corey, I love how honest you are. A lot of Hawkeye outlets are very reserved and rarely speak their mind. Huge fan of your show. Yeah, I don't think anybody's ever going to say that I don't speak my mind. So I try not to let it get myself in trouble. I know some Michigan fans really took offense when I spoke my mind a couple of weeks ago, and I couldn't really care less. You get mad at all you want. I have to say I took some joy in watching Georgia win yesterday, and that's too bad because I don't want to take joy in an SEC team winning, but man alive, I just so much disrespect from the Michigan fan base, and as I said before, some really nice fans that have reached out, but some people who use this platform, social media, to be antagonists and just rip other people. It's just classless, and you need to find something better to do with your life. Maybe sports isn't the thing for you. Maybe it's, going out in parking lots and picking up trash, or maybe it's becoming a big brother, or, going and opening up a bra company. I don't care what you do. Do something that's going to be more productive than going on social media and ripping other people. So, and it's not just Michigan fans, and it's not all Michigan fans, but fans that do that are just so frustrating. And again, thank you, 1977 Punks Unite. I try to be honest, and I'm going to continue to be honest this off season and on basketball, because there are frustrating things that happen in basketball. We kind of have the opposite. We have the opposite issues in basketball, right? The offense is elite. The defense at times is non-existent. So it's frustrating. Spaghetti Factory. I like Kirk. Don't want him gone, but nepotism is lame. Absolutely. Yeah, Michigan fans thought they were back. They got some work to do still. They definitely got some work to do. Penn State fans, they were kind of rough at times as well. I agree. And thank you for this from Erica. Appreciate the therapy session, as the one listener put it. It's therapy session for me too, right? So I always enjoy it. Christopher, can you talk about the pregame interview with Brian? I want to hear your thoughts on his philosophy of the offense. How much of this is his dad's voice philosophy inside of him or his own? I'll be completely honest. I haven't heard it, Christopher. I have not heard it. I will listen back to it this week. Now that the season's over, I'll listen back to it. I did hear Alex Padilla said that the offense takes a year and a half to learn. I think that's a bit absurd. I'm not an offensive guru, but I know some people who have, coached offense in their lives, and I think a year and a half is a bit much to learn this offense. I'll just say that. But I will listen back, Christopher. I'll listen back this week. I'll give you my take next Sunday on what Brian had to say. Michael, right on, Corey. Thanks for a great year of football. Looking forward to basketball season. Thank you, Michael. And again, if anybody missed that earlier, you can catch our content over at From the Hawkeye of the Storm on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. We're not going anywhere. We're not disappearing from this channel, believe me. But we are going to continue basketball and football content on this channel and From the Hawkeye of the Storm. Basketball exclusively on From the Hawkeye of the Storm. Let's take our next call. Thank you for calling Iowa at the voice of college football. Who's on the line?
Kurt.
Kurt.
Okay, I've called before. I'm just a bit of a novice, and I see that you need somebody to donate money to you. Is that correct?
Well, I don't need it, but we appreciate it.
Well, I mean, I'm a bit of a novice, so how could I do that?
Oh, that's a great question. Thank you for asking. First of all, if you want to donate to this channel, proceeds go in part to myself, in part to the owner of this channel, which is Mark Rogers. If you want to donate exclusively to my channel, you can go over to From the Hawkeye of the Storm on YouTube, and there's a link in the description to donate. But if you want to donate here, there should be a button. Are you listening on your phone, sir?
I'm on my iPad.
Okay. If you're on your iPad, you should still have a link. So let me pull it up here.
It's an old iPad.
I gotcha. Well, maybe the link isn't on there. But there should be, I don't see a link on my phone. There should be a link somewhere that says donate. Maybe somebody in the chat can help. But there is, if you go under the description, open the description below the video, and you can donate. If you really want to, again, you don't have to, but if you really want to get help doing that, feel free to reach out to me. I'll post my email up on here, and you're feel free to reach out to me, and I can walk you through it over email. But yeah, there should be a link in the description on this channel if you want to donate to our channel here, football. But if you want to donate to just my channel, you'll have to find our other YouTube channel. Hopefully that's not too confusing.
Okay. Yeah. Sounds great.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
So, you too.
All right.
You have a great show, bud.
Thank you, sir. Have a great night.
You too. Bye.
All right. I'm going to put that up here for everybody. So, of course, my show is From the Hawkeye of the Storm. So I'm not going to confuse you too much here. I'm going to make this very clear. our email, my email here, for anybody that wants it, needs it, wants to reach out for whatever reason, if it's to donate or whatever, and you have confusions on this, I just put the chat out here. So that's the email, and I capitalized the first letter of every word so you could see it. The email is From the Eye of the Storm. Again, my outlet, my platform is From the Hawkeye of the Storm, but this is my email, Kurt, right there, From the Eye of the Storm at Outlook.com. So you need to contact me, reach out to me if you're interested in sponsoring the show, sponsoring my show, sponsoring the football show, whatever the case may be. I know football's winding down for now. You can reach out to me, or you can reach out to Mark Rogers. But again, if you're interested in sponsoring my show over at From the Hawkeye of the Storm, email me from the Eye of the Storm at Outlook.com. From the Hawkeye of the Storm was a little long when we set up that email. So the email is From the Eye of the Storm, all one word, at Outlook.com. But thank you for being willing to donate and help the cause. And we did go much of the year without being able to have access to super chats and super stickers, which are a way that YouTube allows us to receive donations. So that should be a link below this video. If you see that link that says donate or give or whatever the little button says, should be on there. But again, if you're on an older device, you may have to just go either email me directly or find the link in the description of the video. All right. So again, thank you for all the kind comments here. And Hugo Main, thank you. Appreciate the compliment here. Eric says, if Kirk doesn't change anything, I would like to see him. I would like him to see Iowa be more of an attacking team on offense in that point, and to that point, defense as well. When this team attacks, they show potential. Absolutely. And yes, please listen to our basketball postgame show. I think that's what Christopher's referring to, From the Hawkeye of the Storm. Search that on YouTube. Find our channel, From the Hawkeye of the Storm, our postgame with Gary Close. Spaghetti Factory, let's also not act like Iowa fans are saints. I seen Kinnick turn a little nasty, not counting the Penn State game. Yeah, well, let's remember, I called Iowa fans out earlier today for booing the injury because I thought it was ridiculous. It's 100 degrees down the field. I don't think Mark's teams are going to be taking a dive. So I agree with that. And Hugo Main, what did Michigan fans do? I missed that show. I really don't want to get into it. Hugo Main, if you want to go back and scour the comments through our different shows, you can do that. I've never dealt with a fan base that just couldn't let go, and that you win a game and you just can't let go of what an opposing, I guess you consider me an opposing talking head. So, but I don't want to get into it. You're welcome to reach out or look back and find out. Yes, Erica, the icon with the dollar sign, there should be that, but I didn't see that on my phone. So perhaps it's not available on some devices. Perhaps you have an old device that can't update the app. That's possible as well. Yep, everybody quick to the strike on this. Thank you for everybody helping out with directions on again how to donate, and thank you to everyone who's willing to do that. Christopher, yep, I will listen to that interview with Brian and hopefully gain some insight on it. Absolutely. I'll tell you what. All right, Michael, I love this comment. How much would a 30-second commercial advocating for Petrus transfer cost? I love this. This is, I'm going to crown this the comment of the night. All right. So here's the deal. When I did radio, if an advertiser wanted to pay, for the most part, unless it was inappropriate, we would run your ad, right? If you paid a certain amount. So you're welcome to email me, Michael, right? You want to run a 30-second commercial advocating for Petrus transfer. We can talk about dollar amounts to run that ad. That would be an outside advertiser, and that would be just fine. That's the email, From the Eye of the Storm, if you want to advertise on any of our channels. So again, comment of the day right there from Michael. I love it. Billy says there is a money sign in the live chat. So yep, you should see it there. And Michael says look out for it. I'll be watching that email, Michael. Send us an email. We'll get that all figured out for you. Okay. I have to figure out a way to get out of here because I'm tired. I'm hungry. I'm worn out. All of the above. If you haven't already subscribed here, subscribe. As you'll see on the bottom line, live football content every day at the Voice of College Football on YouTube, so be sure to subscribe there. As I mentioned, From the Hawkeye of the Storm on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. Please subscribe there. We do a live post-game show with Coach Gary Close on that channel after each and every game. So Monday night, Iowa plays Maryland. We'll be live with Coach Close taking your calls, comments, chats, just like this show, and with another great mind in Coach Close. Please subscribe if you have not already done so. And am I missing anything? We'll be back with Coach Patterson. Let me pull this up here. I'm going to actually make a banner here, so I'm going to stick around here for a second to make this banner. We're going to call this Iowa Live, but keep in mind when Coach P comes back on, he's going to run all the analytics for the national championship game. So you just love college football. You're going to want to hear Don Patterson next week. And again, I've heard him break down the playoff in the past, and he is terrific. So I'm going to make a note of this so that everybody's aware. And this is. It's going to be the 9th of January. I can't believe we're already in January, but we are 9th of January at 7 p.m. Central Time. 7 p.m. Central Time for Coach Don and myself right here at this channel on YouTube. And I don't know that that's going to be the final show of the season. We may come on after that to recap everything, but it may be because, we're going to be kind of looking at the playoff and we're going to be looking at Iowa specifically. So join us a week from tomorrow for this special edition of Iowa Live. And of course, don't forget this too. Every Tuesday, we're live with Mark Rogers, 4:30 p.m. Central Time, right here on this channel, Iowa Live with Mark Rogers. And again, we appreciate all the support. As you can see on the bottom line, this podcast and every other postgame we do, including our basketball postgame with Coach Close, will be available over at From the Hawkeye of the Storm on YouTube. And I'm just checking to make sure I didn't miss anything. I think we're good. And Christopher, I see your comment here. Give yourself a good night rest. I will try to do that. So, Real Hayden, don't cry too much. There's always spring football. There's always basketball season that can disappoint us. Hopefully not. Hopefully not disappointing. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Again, Iowa losing to Kentucky 20-17 in the Citrus Bowl. We will be with you soon. We'll be with you over at From the Hawkeye of the Storm on YouTube tomorrow night, and then on this channel a week from tomorrow at 7 p.m. Thanks for joining us. We will talk to you soon. As always, go Hawks.